In between. Wait, there's an in between? Oh! Okay, I get to change myself. I forgot. I like the way it looks still. Oh, I can add earrings now. Ooh. We gotta go with some hoopies. I mean, I don't know. Should I go with the hoopies? Or should I go with these? Or these ones? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like the hoops. We go with the hoopies. Lips. Thick. I got thick lips. So we're gonna go with thick lips. Acne. Oh god, no. We're not gonna give her acne. Braces. Hell no. No braces for me. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. I'm gonna say crush. I think we can move it up to crush. I think we'll do crush. Maybe we should do. Yeah, we'll keep relaxed. I think crush. I think we're at a crushing point with Cove now. All right. Oh, customize Cove. Choose to customize Cove yourself or let his prior experience determine it. His appearance. He's so cute. Oh, wait, there's different hairs. Which one should we do? Hair 1 or hair 2? Oh my god, wait. There's different shirts and different pants. I like those. Two for his hair or his shirt. I'm sorry. Hair 2? Really? This like messy one? I kind of like hair 1. Should he have his glasses? He's cute with his glasses. He's also cute without his glasses. Hair 2? Really? Alright, if you're saying so. So yes, glasses or no glasses? Hair 1? Okay. No glasses? Okay, no glasses. Oh, PJs! Okay. We'll do that. Let's see. What the hell is that? I don't like that. I like the black better. Okay. I'm done with that. Oh! Okay. August ended. August ended. September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw anyways. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Sometimes it was like things were exactly the same as when you first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. Aww! That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You'd overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you were worried that meant bad news. It made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. When you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad, he would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once, and he said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed, but you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he would say it out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old, which officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long thin scar that snaked from across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride whenever someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, everybody knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. He learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. I remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You're much too old for that word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go to places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were around her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways too. Big ways, you had too. As time went by, though, it seemed easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Oh wow, look at how different our room is now. Oh my god. Oh man. I feel emotional. This game really has me like emotional and stuff. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Now, get up. Wow, look at Elizabeth! You started to fake snore loudly. You didn't get out of bed, instead made some obnoxiously loud and totally phony sleeping sounds. It was pretty annoying, but she had bothered you first. Ugh, not funny. Get up now. I will come over there. So much for lazy morning. Your special boy is at the door like he always is now. Yes, Cove! He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your special boy, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her. Come on. So come down already. Be right there. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in the mirror in the far corner of your room. You're very short. I mean, technically, I am average height, but I'm thinking back to like when I was a middle schooler, and I was pretty short then. Let's do that one. You could relate to Derek in how it felt to be smaller than people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed to be even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. You liked your height. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit, while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. We get to see Cove for the first time. This is so cool. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. I'm 6 foot, which is average height here where I live for males. That's insane. 6 foot? Damn. I am 5'5", I think, is the last time I and that is average for women, I believe. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Tara. Thank you for coming down. Oh, she looks cute. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and talk to him before he leaves? Aw, he has to leave. You nodded and make your way to the front door. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh.
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was going to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height, you looked absolutely tiny in her eyes. You pushed your hand back and laughed. Ma could be so ridiculous, you thought, but that was okay. You're the last one down today. You know that? Life isn't a race. Funny. I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. This is so cute! Stop! This is adorable! He's so cute! He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance, he figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Oh, he's grown, yeah, isn't he adorable? Then you gave a real look. No, instead it was a carefully cut fruit. It's so adorable. This is so adorable. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. The kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. At the sight of you, Cove smiled. Oh, stop. There was some nervousness to it. Hey, you smiled back. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you're starting to have different feelings for him. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
His voice is different, too. Yeah, you too. His voice is so much deeper now. I'm just getting emotional. He grew up. His grip on the base of the gift tightened, and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. Stop! This is so cute! Stop! This is so cute. I'm gonna cry. Why am I gonna cry? This is so cute. And the way that I can play this game over and over and over again, I'm sad. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the vase. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty he noticed it happened. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. He smiled earnestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. You are too cute sometimes. I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Alright. Mr. His little squiggly, I like that. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was great and kind of handsome to boot. It's true. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden. You didn't mind them and liked him quite a bit. And even if he was Cove's dad, you couldn't pretend like he wasn't a nice-looking guy. That was good too. But it was something you kept to yourself. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove as one. Both of you stepped through the open door in the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. I'm gonna save, right? I'm gonna save because if I say I'm happy, is that gonna make Cove jealous? I'm gonna say we're happy. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. He stopped a couple steps away. Derek hunched over to catch his breath. He then looked up at the wagon. Hey, guy and gal. Oh, he's so short. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Wow, Cove is so much taller. I think, like, now I see how fucking tall he is. Why is he so fucking mature looking for 13? Should have figured you'd be at Terra's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was that he was actually laughing at. He's 13 now? Yeah, it's been 5 years. But he does not look 13. Oh, hi. Thank you so much for the raid. We're gonna be leaving soon because I've been live for almost 7 hours. Get raided again. Hi, Brian. Hi, Guy. I hope your stream was good. Yeah, raided twice in one day. I've been live for over 7 hours because my stream before was like 50 minutes. So we've been live for almost... I finished Doom Dark Ages? Yeah? How was it? Was the ending good? And Yazzie, he does look 16. Does he not look 16? He's not. He's 13. I can finally say I've played the Doom games. It was really good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that it was good. I'm glad you finished the game. I hope that you enjoy being here. If you need to raid and go, I understand. Because I think you were alive for a while too. But yeah, it was truly amazing. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, but Guy, if you have to raid and go, let me know. Just hit us with a lurky. Next up is Halo Master Chief Collection. Awesome. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened. He gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. You realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holmes' gift. It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit. Nice. Can I have some? Maybe you can have some later. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome. He nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyways, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Oh, I'm nervous. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Okay, it's a guy. Did you talk to him? Nope. I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. That sounds like Cove. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyways. Kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well now that you say so. What do you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him. I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mysterious visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. He started to have doubts about his expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! Oh my god, he looks like Evil Cove! The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiated from him. What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. Hey, don't be mean to Derek, bro! Chill out! What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? No, I'm Derek. That's Terra and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. I'm gonna take a shower. I'll be right back. Have a good shower, Brian. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, you know, it's cool to see someone else around here. Strangely, Jamie grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ear, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me here. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own? Ooh, he is angry. Funny embed. Thank you, Portal, for the happy affiliate anniversary.
Right.
My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. Funny embed. Hold on. I have to look at it on my phone because my Discord is being funky everywhere else. What did you send me? Whoa, that looks really good. Wait. What kind of soup is that? That looks really, really good. I like your body pillow. Thank you. I'm going to be using this body pillow when I play the remake. I'll be using this body pillow. What kind of soup is that? That looks fucking delicious. Marry me chicken gnocchi soup. Dude, I fucking want a bowl of that. Will you give me a bowl of that, please? It sounds really good. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation. Probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. My parents' family is nearby. We just had to come and see them. Ugh. I'll make this for y'all next time I visit. Oh my god. I will literally, like... I don't even know. That sounds delicious. It looks so good. Send me the recipe, actually, matter of fact, if you would. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
Jesus, this guy is Sure. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves, since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Pff. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? Whoa. Who peed in your cereal this morning? You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. What do you know about my parents? Have you met them? No. Some parents are criminals, but I guess us brainless children had to be nice. Being rude to a parent is the worst thing in the world. That's not what I meant.
So dumb.
Close enough. You be their kid. I'll take your mom and dad. Only someone with really easy parents would be dumb enough to say something so stupid. Hey. Tara's not dumb. Thank you, Cove. I have 2 moms. Whatever. Same thing. Turn to Cove, lowering your voice. The 2 of you aren't similar after all. They have the same tone of hair, that's it. Jerry must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. I like Cove's squiggly eyebrows. I like them. What the hell? Let's talk about your fucking bowl cut. What do you mean? Aww, Cove's cheek flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. Cove's baby eyebrows are so cool. That's what I said. Don't listen to him. They're really unique and special. They are kind of silly. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? That's literally why are half of these responses literally my... Dude, half of these responses are my response. His eyebrows are cool. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Yes, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parents made me. I won't have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things, except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he look less dumb with no eyebrows. You lunged towards Jeremy. Should I lunge towards this kid? I should have saved before. Should I lunge towards him? That's kind of funny. Funny as fuck. Hold on. I realized that I went too far back.
Stupid.
Fuck this kid up. Okay. We'll lunge at him. I fucked this kid up. We start doing it. Okay, now we can actually choose regular answers. Is your character like 7? No, they're 13. So this game starts where you start off as a kid and you grow up with this character. So the first part we were 8, and then now we're 13, and then we go to like teen years, and then you go to like adulthood. It's what I've been doing for the last 6 hours. No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are so cool. Now I know why you thought we had anything in common. You must be blind. You patted Cove on the shoulder. Oh, he's still really emotional. Cove gave you a watery look in exchange for the silent support. Trying to talk to the rude boy clearly wasn't going anywhere. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's word in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with
Dude,
you?
I hate this kid. Wow. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away. throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used his hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Why not? Let's eat. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached over for his skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches
Are
away.
you sure?
He nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. I'll take pineapple. I love pineapple. The pineapple was cut to look like a flower. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing! Holy shit, I can't read! It tastes pretty nice, and this fruit kebab thing is fun. Hey, you two remember the land before time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars. Yeah. Chopping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. And there was the scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. We weren't supposed to eat all of it. Oops. Really? You couldn't stop yourself from sighing at the boys. You just wanted to eat some and have a nice time. Now you're probably gonna get in trouble, but you could only accept it though. Hey Tara. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Thanks for what you said back then. It's nice, not everyone thinks like that guy. Oh, it's okay. He was just being a jerk. Derek chimed in strongly. Don't listen to it, Cove. He's the problem. People shouldn't say those kinds of things. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. Feels like there's a lot to plan for. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Mom said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juices and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, Tara? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He'd always become nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. Sorry, Elizabeth. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all I can't even. I've been speaking for too damn long. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked confused and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, and he sent a look to you over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, eyebrow raised. Run. Without a word, you two got to your face and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
Girl, you're 2 years older. She shook her head as she walked towards that house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Oh my god. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to that shoreline. Oh my goodness. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Derek pumps his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. My moms are gonna be so mad when Elizabeth tells the story. Oh well, you chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay out a little while longer. You had gotten a bit of scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the event was settled. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight. Specifically, your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you were positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. Oh, this makes me nervous. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. You weren't all that close with any other girls your age. But you didn't really have a lot of friends either. Ma always said that quality was more important than quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless, you thought that what you had with Lee was good. When the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call, you jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Shrimpo residence, Terra speaking. You were greeted by a distorted, high-pitched giggle.
What?
Why do you sound so weird? Mom answers the phone like that sometimes. It's supposed to be polite. You should go with hi. That was something a robot would say. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of the boring stuff, and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me head to my room.
Oh, yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which you had been sat by the cradle waiting for Lee to call. You thought that made sense. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place, but now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go to upstairs to your room and talk to her. You made your way to upstairs smiling. After you arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. Thank you, Guy. Thank you for the 2 raids. And message me what romance anime you're watching, because I'm curious. And enjoy your frozen taquitos, because that sounds delicious. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd change their mind. We could always call each other. We could call each other every day, and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Real great. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least they said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not going to get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over, and you had to choose whether or not to go to college. School is such a big part of your life right now. Oh my god. I remember when that was... Yeah, wow. Studying didn't come easily to you. Well, when I was younger, I was really good with studying. Now, not so much. I would say everything, except for math. I've always been bad with math. I worked hard and I got pretty good grades. I think in high school, I think the lowest I ever, like middle school and high school. Middle school, I don't think I ever got lower than a B. And when I was in high school, I think the lowest I ever had was a C+. So, I worked hard for my excellent grades. Every A+ you brought home was a result of concentration and diligence. You hoped that you would be able to keep it up through high school. You were confident your grades would remain great. You felt a lot of pressure to maintain high grades you had last year. I think that was me. I think I worked more on pressure than I did on like wanting it to go well, I guess. That one. Your future depended on it. Yeah, that's exactly how I felt growing up. Alright. Oops. Sorry. Pressed a button. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled. You sound spacey. Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to going back. No. Come on, it's too scary not to think about it. I think that's how I always felt with summer growing up. It was like an inevitable thing, like, hanging over me, no matter how much time we had. No matter how much you wanted to enjoy your free time, the creeping dread of knowing that it would come to an end was always there beside you. That's literally how it was for me when I was a kid. I just knew that summer was gonna end, and I just couldn't always enjoy myself to the fullest. I get what you mean. Though, I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. I always loved learning. I still love learning. Learning new things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people.
Me too.
It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anyone new. Anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh-huh. Oh my god. We get to choose multiple answers. But that was all. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken.
All right.
Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Ooh, tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. I want to spend time with people. People, I hope that means me, too. You lean back in your bed, settling in as you continue chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her, and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What he like? What was he like? What he liked? Girl, stop. I need to... What he like? Mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like, Cove. That's a special case. I kind of want to. I mean, I like to admit it. You got me. Lee laughed at your affirmation, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. It's only fair. I mean, if we were hogging the phone, it's only fair. With a sigh, you said your goodbyes to Lee. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I say hi too. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were confused. What had caused the noise? Frowning, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You might as well find the reason behind the disturbance. To your utter shock, your gaze was met with a yay! Met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted? Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against the section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside. This is cute. It's like making me giggly. Hi, Tara. What's up, Romeo? I like that. My dreams have come true. Wait, I love some of these answers. Oh, these are so cute. Okay, I don't know which one. I don't know. I like the dreams have come true, but I also like what's up, Romeo. I'm gonna say I'm just gonna choose one and then go back because I wanna. Amazing, my dreams have come true. Thanks. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say to that. I know that's late and I didn't know what else to do. Okay, we gotta load the same. I want to see what the other one says. Because I was gonna go originally with what's up, Romeo. Huh, I know it's late. No, I like the blushing better, so we're gonna do the other one. My dreams have come true, but I didn't know what else to do. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered, and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I didn't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt that he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. Oh. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? You didn't comment on him eavesdropping. There were other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were seeing. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. Are we gonna get to see Cove's mom? You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of emotions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I knew she's coming, but before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it's one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before, they'd barely stayed in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna be all together again. The three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. And now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Terra, it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. This is hard to deal with. We can deal with this. I like this because it doesn't leave him alone in that decision. I'm gonna save again. I be saving. We can deal with this. Cove's expression cleared a little. Thanks. I'm actually really glad I came over to see you. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Terra? The sound of your name said quietly pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
Oh. I'm more worried about you. I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Oh, that's so sweet. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line and rubbing at his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer? Just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? I got a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? Of course, you can always stay here, Cove. He held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you never want to undo. It felt totally natural to have him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. This is so cute. I'm like big cheesing right now. He joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. Ooh, I don't know if I want to hug him or hold his hand. I want to hold your hand. Okay. Let's hug him. You moved closer and wrapped your short arms around him as much as you could. I forgot we're short. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened to something more natural. Conversation was stilled, broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided the two of you would have to part ways. And you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your tan skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple times, clearing the sleep from your eyes, before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep when you were hanging out, but you couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day or stay snuggled for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on a instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left. He was still there in the morning. I knew this was gonna happen. You laughed out loud. Part of me thinks I would laugh. Like, Cove. Cove. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your laugh, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him, wide eyes curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Ow. You helped him up. Here. Cove complied by putting his hand in yours, and you helped him back into a sitting position. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm alright. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. Oh my... Oh, that was so cute! Oh my god! I fell asleep. You were excited. Wait, can I go back? Hold on.
Oh my god.
It's so... Wait, hold on. Wait, no. What is it? The music is like so loud. I want to hear his voice more. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! It's so cute. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove stopped mid-step, and you wanted to ask what he had been searching for, but you guessed he wouldn't know the answer to that himself. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely, and the atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. It's going to be alright. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare in his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right, bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. That's so sweet. Okay, thanks again. You're my very best friend, Terra. No one else comes close. Oh! It's so sweet. Oh, it's so sweet. I'm literally gonna cry. I'm tearing up. This is so cute. I can't. Stop. I can't, because this is like... This game is so good at making me feel so nostalgic about the past in my life. And this feels like... Playing this feels like having that first crush again. And just like being so excited. And being so hopeful. And the small things that mean so much. Like, I'm like gonna cry. This is so sweet. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. You wished him luck. Good luck. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. He threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. Deciding there was nothing more you could do, you hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. Let's check ourselves in the mirror. You certainly looked like you had just woken up, with your black hair sticking up all over the place. Taking a comb from your bedside, you attempted to fix and smooth down some of the messy strands. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that somebody could have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her fingers on the counter. Oh shit, I have a bad feeling about this. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting. Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Terra? Wouldn't you like to know? The thing is, you folded. The thing is, like, this is how I feel, right? Okay. As a sister, like, there are times where you two are so annoyed at each other and you're like too cool for each other and all these things, but you usually rally around things that are important. And so I wonder if Elizabeth is gonna be like that. So I want to say it because I really want to tell her. You excitedly blurted it out. Cove was in my room last night for the whole night. You were secretly buzzing from the event and just had to tell it to somebody. Your sister's mouth fell open as if on command from that admission. Don't tell moms. After it really seemed to sunk in, she buckled forward with laughter. Elizabeth even put a hand out on the kitchen island to keep a little more stable. I cannot believe you. You let the neighbor boy sneak into our house and then stay over? Wow. Wow. Does his dad even know? No, it's a secret. A secret, Well, your older sister was having a good time putting the heat on like this. You were at her mercy.
You're welcome.
You're lucky I'm not a snitch. You better plan on keeping my secret starting today or else. Yeah, see, I'm so glad because I was like, if one thing, even if you and your sister or your sibling, I don't know, because, I mean, I have an older brother, but he was so much older, so I don't know if this is the same for brothers. and sisters, but having a sister is like, you guys are constantly either fighting or there are times that you're not getting along. But when it comes to having each other's back, nobody else is going to have your back like that. At least in my instance. I love my little sister. And mercy was granted, only for now. Thanks.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, sure. I don't know what you see in him, sis, but enjoy. Aw, that was cute. I liked that a lot. Alright. With a wave, she walked straight out the front door, letting it shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh of relief. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. That sounds like a delicious breakfast. You took a little bit of everything. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. Speaking of a bottle of ice-cold water, I'm going to take a drink right now. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. I want to go to the beach. That's what I would do. I'd go to the beach. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out your house, still stuck in an eternal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Tara. Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. Is this Cove's mom? You racked your memory from where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. That has to be his mom, right? That hair, though, Jesus. That's definitely his mom. It has to be his mom. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? It definitely is Cove's mom. Look at those eyes. You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. Cove, your mom is beautiful, but your dad is where it's at. She's pretty. Something seems... I don't know. I feel off about his parents. I don't know. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point to the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She looked really young. She was super pretty. I don't know. Would? Yeah, of course you would. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. They had the same eyes and other physical traits in common. No matter your thoughts on her, you still taken back that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't got the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. What does that mean? It means, like, I don't know, I expected it. This bright green is just not for me. Green screen hair. I just don't like the shade of green, I think. I like it does like fade off in the ends, and I like that, but This bright green is just not it for me. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. That's a nice name. Be polite. Shake her hand. It's a polite thing to do. He reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Terra, but you already know that.
That I do.
Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Terra. He talks about me. Cove talked about you to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? I want to know what Cove was talking about. What has Cove said about me? Oh, I can't tell you that. I already said too much. Damn it! She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer, though. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attention, and when you turned toward the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
Oh, I don't know. I feel off. There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eyes as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he had finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Talking badly about other parents does not feel good in my body. I don't like that. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed that the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Terra. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. Oh, okay, Cove wants us there. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first, responsibility and all that. I've got a feeling that she was just a young parent and not responsible enough. And I'm assuming that Cliff, Mr. Holden, was also very young when they had Cove. And she hasn't seemed to come to responsibility as Cliff, Mr. Holden, has. Is what I'm assuming. Just based off of things. Personality and stuff. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on the street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. Sorry. He's so cute. I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. Hi, Grim! Hi, love ya! Oh my gosh! How are you today, Grim? I hope you're doing good. I'm so happy to see you. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Jesus, I didn't realize she was gonna be here all summer. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing good right now. I've got plans for the day, which makes me happy. So, like, I'm going to be streaming for a couple hours, and then I'm going to be watching a movie that I really, really love. So I'm very excited. I'm having a good day so far. And I'm so heavily invested in this game. So, oh, you were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realize that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
I see you've met my kid Terra, and I'm guessing you already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged a look at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. Hope that movie goes well. Thank you. We're watching one of my favorite movies. We're watching The Truman Show. A couple of friends have never seen it, and we've been trying to like get everybody ready to watch it. And we finally have time today to watch it. I don't know if you've seen it. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. But it's a very, very good movie. We're watching that, which is great. And then we're watching A Silent Voice, which I love. A Silent Voice. I think that's also one of my favorite movies. So sad, but so good. If you haven't seen either of them, you should watch them. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Terra. Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Aw, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on that offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Terra went with Cove and I? My treat. We wouldn't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
Hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi not too far from here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them around. The answer was straightforward, and the tone was curt. Cove was usually more lighthearted than that. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. You sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Terra? Want to point me in the right direction? Sure, I have a couple of favorites. Yeah, I have a couple of favorites. You'd been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there. What is her problem? He huffed at her and turned his face away. I'm gonna save. Come on, Cove. Why don't you pick? Eustace and Cove contribute to the decision. It's okay, Cove. Tell us what you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for, too. With 2 votes in favor of one restaurant, it seems it was settled. We can go there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terra. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the 3 of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into the chair, while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Ahem. Let's see to start. What would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda.
Noted.
Tara? I was always mindful as a kid about ordering drinks when I was going out with other people's families. Because in my head, I grew up poor. I'm still poor. So when I go out, I'll be like, I'll just get a water. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. I was always very mindful about what I was ordering. So I would say just water. Just water. Lemon or anything? There's sugar on the table. No. Sure. Kyra placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself. And it didn't take long before you were brought to the table and set in front. They were brought to the table and set in front of you. Jesus. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kyra and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals, too, were ordered, and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table's surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you. Not gonna lie, she's fine. You should see his dad. Hold on. I gotta have a thing with his dad. Hold on, let's see. Come on, where can we see his father? We haven't seen his father yet. Hold on. No. Alright, hold on. I gotta show you his dad. I just have to. You gotta see it. I think there's one,
Why? Okay.
Let's go see his dad. Hold on. Alright. There's his dad. His dad's fucking beautiful. Look at him. Dude. Mr. Holden is so fine. When I saw this scene for the first time, Grim, you should have been there. I was like, ho, 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 ho. Hello. This is what Pop looked like. Oh, wow. The thing is, just shirtless and long hair. Well, he's not usually shirtless. He's beautiful. I don't like his mom's, I can see why you like him. He's beautiful. I love beautiful men. The thing you was spazzing out. I was, when I first saw him, you should have seen. I think she's pretty too, but I just don't like the green. Like, the green's a little too bright for me. I think it should be more like Cove's. Or, like, at the tips of her hair, it's a little bit more, like, bluish. I like that better than this, like, green that she got going on. I don't fuck with that.
So?
Tara, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. The teal look better. That green is neon as fuck. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Cove's hair is that teal so much better. I don't know why they made her fucking a green screen, but you know. I like to read. Sorry. I'm really into Cove. I'm sorry. I gotta say that. That is so funny. I'm really into Cove. That's so embarrassing for him, but I want to know what he's gonna say to that. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back afterwards. I'm really into Cove. Cairo let out a sudden laugh, and Cove gasped behind you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. Tara. Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand. It's so funny though. I love that. I think we should keep that answer. I'm really into Cove. It was so funny. That's so funny. Should we keep that answer? Should we go back? It's just so funny. I'm like, my cheeks hurt from smiling. Oh. Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but Kyra only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. We spend time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Kyra smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed with either of you at the moment. We're keeping that. That was cute. I go to the beach and look for seashells. I keep the best ones I find for my collection. I'm sure it's an incredible collection. Walk along the shore. That's a nice way to relax. I hope to be able to spend some time on the shore while I'm here myself. And as a kid, what did I like to do? I hang out with people. Hey, it's nice to have friends and family to spend time with. And I like to read. Ooh, manga. I didn't really read manga growing up. Fiction novels. Me too. Nothing beats curling up with a good book. And you don't say anything else. Thanks. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Where do you live normally? Are you in a new relationship? I'm not asking that. Why they got I'm not asking those. I mean, I'm curious, but I'm not gonna ask those while Cove is right there. That seems poor taste. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? Ooh, we can ask all the questions, but I feel like we shouldn't ask about the relationship stuff. Where do you live normally? How the fuck? I'm in Nevada. What? Have you ever been here? You shook your head. Ooh. I didn't put my fucking birthday in. What? It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. Okay, I'm gonna say, because I really do want to ask these questions, but I don't want to fuck things up if I fuck things up. Why did you and Mr. Holden get divorced? Cove nudged you in the arm, and when you looked at him, he seemed furious. Yikes. He did not like that. Ooh, we're gonna go back. I don't want to make him angry. Are you in a new relationship now? Not at present. Okay, well, I'm not gonna ask those questions because that's really invasive and weird, but I just wanted to see the reaction. Okay. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. So he gets angry either way? What the fuck? Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping at the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making lunch better or worse. He made a silly face at him. You flicked his strong paper at him. See, what I would have done, because I've done this, is I love doing this. The wrapper hit Cove on the nose. You had to bite down on your lip to keep from laughing. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside.
Very cute.
You seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat. Oh, this is so cute. This is like so when you're younger and your parents say shit and you're like, shut up, mom! Silence from you.
Seriously?
Why would you say that? Thanks, we are cute. Very. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
Alright, now that we're full and content, can you explain please why you had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, that you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you? Cove's eyes began to shake, and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything. I can understand why he's frustrated. I don't like when things like that are sprung upon me either. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Oh, she is not happy. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option.
I mean,
I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not here. Oh, it's sweet. It's cute. My heart. That's literally just me. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad, too?
no.
Oh, he did not want to talk to his dad. Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Aw, they look so alike. Like, look at that Mama? Eat child. Okay. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Terra. What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom. She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. So cute, so cute. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. There he is. He's so handsome. I know I think he's kind of fucked up as a person. Like, I think that there's, like, something going on with that, but he's damn handsome. I'll give him that. But eventually you reach your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family. And Terra, too.
Huh.
Cliff. Ooh, they are cold. Poor Cove. Dad. Ooh, they are cold. They are cold, cold. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Ooh. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. Oh, like he's still in love with her, but I could be fucking wrong, but that's his family. Oh my god. A child of divorce seeing another child of divorce this is not helping my case. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Terra. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you'd imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience to not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Alright, we've got so much to get into. This is going to take us forever. That was just the beginning of this chapter. Can you believe that? Alright. Let's start. Ooh, I don't want to do the DLC first because we did the DLC. Or should we? We'll bounce back and forth between the DLC and then we'll go like this. We'll go wing 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 wing. Okay, we'll start up. We'll start with wing. Sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to make that big of a freaking mess. All right. I wish it was raining. I like rain. I'm gonna say this. I like rain. I'm gonna say I wish it was raining. He let out a sigh, searching the skies for any sign of a fluffy gray rain cloud. Maybe we'll get a sun shower one of these days. He perked up at that, hoping it were true. It'd be a refreshing change right about now. With renewed enthusiasm, he turned back to the trunk to help Ma with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. Cove is here! You notice Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Aww. He's so cute. Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out here. Even though your mom was the one who called out, you were the one he looked at. He's so cute. He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your parents. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition to his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it.
Pam.
Please, go easy on him. He's so adorable. I can't. Cove wins. Sorry, Mrs. Shrimpo. It's so cute. He's so adorable. I can't. He's so cute. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Hi, Cove. He had relaxed a little when Ma spoke to him, but the rigidity came back as soon as you said something. Hi, Terra. Oh, it's so fucking cute. I'm gonna, squeeze him. Cove managed to grin. Then it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Do you want to come hang out there later? You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. I'm getting so giggly about this. Oh, yeah, I could do that. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Cool. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly ready to burst. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help? No. This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Terra can catch up as soon as she's finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. This is so freaking cute. I can't stop. This is so cute. Okay. Cove headed on down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. I can't stop smiling! That made me think of the I can't stop winning, but it's just me smiling. Ma, Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie?
Josh.
It's different. Mom's face broke up into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive and he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed that time.
Lonnie.
You're the worst of us when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler, but you have a point, right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. This is so cute. I'm literally like, I can't. So cute! Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. Your family had a surfboard around here somewhere. Oh! Will he teach me how to surfboard if I say I don't know how to surfboard? Or save? You weren't sure what you were going to do. He was surfing, you didn't know how. You said the same thing to your parents, and while Ma laughed a little, Mom gave you a smile.
Well,
You'll just have to go there and see what happens. Cove must have been so excited to invite you there he forgot you don't surf. Or he's hoping you'll go watch him so he can show off. Oh yeah, I used to do that. I know, hun. I experienced Terra's situation firsthand. I was stuck on the shore too. You noticed what I was doing? Yes, and after the very first time, it's not a subtle move. How embarrassing. I was still impressed.
aw.
That's so cute. This whole thing is cute. Wow, Ma.
Hey.
Hey, what are you still doing here? Go on, have your fun. You're only young once, but don't do anything I wouldn't have. Okay. At your parents' prodding, you hurry to leave the house and head to the beach. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your tan skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here. Terra. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. I wouldn't have missed it. He chuckled shyly at your insistence. Okay. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. I'll stay here and watch you surf. Oh, you're ready to spread out your towel and take it easy. I don't have to go out. I'll stay with you on shore. Or if you want, you could use one of my other boards. I could teach you. Yes, yes, this is what I was hoping. Yes, yes. We're taking that offer. Teach me. You wanted to try surfing? I'll do it. Let's surf. Cool. It was settled. Cove left up the shore and then returned with an extra board under his arm in no time at all. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
It's nice.
Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cove kicked a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry! The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. Splashed him back. You laughed, but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him.
Seriously?
Is that any way to treat someone trying to help you? I came out here to teach you, and I was just following your example. Cove tried to keep a straight face, but ended up looking away. The water you flicked at him landed in shiny droplets in his hair. Then here's another lesson. He soaked you deliberately this time. He used his full leg and an impressive curtain of water hit you in the face. You lost your balance and scrambled to keep hold of the board. You just managed to stay on, but it was close. Cove winced. Are you okay? That wasn't what I was trying to do. I'm fine, but we should do the real teaching. Yeah. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some water out of his ear. With that, Cove started telling you all the tips and tricks on how to stay on a surfboard. He demonstrated both good and bad posture and explained where you needed to put your weight. Like this? You wiggled your body so that you were more in the center of your board. Cove nodded. Yep, just like that. The little lesson continued and... I I had to go slowly, but you got it. I think it would take me a while to get it, so. Cove did his best to guide you through the process, and by the end of it, you felt you had picked up the basics of surfing. Occasionally, he reached out and touched you to more directly help get the positions right. It felt nice. But if you acknowledged you noticed his touch at all, he would instantly pull away. Since you'd spent so much time working on balance in stable water, you wondered when you would actually get to catch some waves. You brought it up to Cove and he nodded. If you think you're ready, go for it. You'll do great. Alright. With that, you graduated from Cove's class, and the two of you were able to surf together more casually, even if he was still better at it. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it would completely darken the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sun set together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two, as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, totally. He smiled mildly. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over. Not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I wanna go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach, and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'll be real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. I'm gonna just say the top one. Cove's face and ears flushed red as he looked down and inspected himself. He crossed his hands over his chest self-consciously. He had been so used to wearing it that Cove hadn't given his current choice of dress any thought. At least that was before you pointed it out to him. Well, you would too. So, Cove's eyes widened when he processed what he had just said, and awkwardly decided to give up on the whole thing. Then he looked down to the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that it's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of that place. In fact, the only person that there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. You tagged along. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. You stuffed everything together quickly. I'm done, Cove. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over the top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You were still short enough to use the monkey bars yourself, and sometimes being tiny had its perks. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. Join him. You looked above yourself to inspect the monkey bars. You might have been short, but that just gave you more experience in climbing things. You leaped and grabbed at one of the bars, using the momentum to swing yourself up. It looked a little more scrambling, but you made it to the top. Cove seemed impressed. You settled on the monkey bar like it was a throne. You didn't get to be above everything often. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Parents don't know anything. Cove chuckled back at you, amused. You looked around. The old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke, and how much was his sincere dislike of this place? Moving had never been his choice. I'm gonna save. Do you actually like this neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that, Terra? Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Your best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. He flushed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running in place. It's so cute. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. His feet kicked out. It made him look like a pouty child. Oh well. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck with his water bottle in hand. He was ready. You both began to trek up the road. It was a quiet night, and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remembered when we were younger, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your moms and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face, as the two of you walked side by side reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Terra. Thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved, and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Oh, that was sweet. Okay, now we're gonna do mall, because that's the next, I want to, like, go up. We'll go, like, boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's save again, just so that we have that saved. Alright. Mall. Lee's visit today turned out to be more... What? Am I missing stuff? Oh, Lee's her cousin, right? Yeah, okay. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Holden family was going... Whoa, wait. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to do these in order? I'm gonna do it in order then, because what the hell? What do you mean? Wait. Oh, this is Derek. We don't have Derek's DLC. Sorry, y'all. I did not get Derek's DLC. I only got Cove's. Okay. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms, and your sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the background, ignored by all of you. You specifically were lying spread eagle on the carpet. That would be totally me when it's hot out. You stared up at the ceiling, your eyes unfocused and mind clear of all thoughts. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand. I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she had been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister, who did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Ma walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. What's going on? I looked away for 2 seconds. You missed us surfing with Cove. I don't know if you saw that or not. But now we're just chilling out with our family. This is our moms, and our sister is in the middle. And we're talking about growing up. And that's it. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust.
No.
No way. I'm not talking to my moms about that. 2 moms? Yeah. Shrimpopo, I got Doritos. What flavor? What flavor Doritos? Mom's jaw dropped and gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hands came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. Nacho cheese? Okay, so just classic. Classic flavor. My favorite, what is it called? My favorite flavor of Doritos are the purple bag. I don't know what the name of them are, but those are my favorite Doritos. It's been a while since I've had them, actually, now that I think about it. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Sweet chili, yes, those are my favorite Doritos. Mom snorted at her own joke. Wind, we're like locked in. Those are my favorite. Sweet chili or loaded taco. It's sweet chili. The sweet chili ones are my favorite. I remember the first time I had them, my older brother had bought them, and he was like, "You want some?" And I swear it changed my life. I don't think I've bought another flavor of Doritos. I mean, I've had the other flavors since, but I've never been the one to buy them. I only ever buy the sweet chili ones now. So good. Okay. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up. I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops. Looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk.
Well,
Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously your mom's liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was your first time you'd heard her say something like that. Ma, I always thought you only liked ladies. You like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together. I love how it's Mom and Ma. Yeah, it's really cute. It used to be, so like in the first part, you're 8. In this part, it's 5 years later, so you're 13. It used to be Mom and Mommy, but then now you're too old to say Mommy, so you say Ma instead. Which is really cute, because you get to see that kind of change as you grow, which I really, really like.
You're fantastic.
Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charms, but no one can hold a candle to you.
Aww.
Aww. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. You thought the moment was very sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Ma looked back at you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. The offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. I'm gonna save. Yeah, that's true. Ma giggled and smiled, no doubt pleased that you admitted it so readily. There is no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now, either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
Good, that's all we ask for. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth, and now you, Tara? Do you have to grow up? Yes, children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your windows since it was hotter outside, and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed it. You thought back to the conversation you had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing, all right. My roommate brought me KFC. Awesome. Okay, is it just chicken, or did you get sides too? And if you did get sides, what sides did you get? It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you've been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it was chubby. I've always been chubby. Chicken with mashed taters and gravy, can't go wrong with that. That's just a classic good meal. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward, and continued the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. At birth, you were assigned female, and growing up, chubby is good, chubby is life. Yeah, I'm chubby, and I always I grew pretty fast when I was around this age, so I would say I already have noticeable boobs. By the time that I was 13, I definitely did. There was no mistaking it. Even with your shirt helping to obscure your form, you had boobs now. You took a step backwards, finishing with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, you were self-conscious. I have always and forever been self-conscious. I think ever since I was young, I think I've been self-conscious since I was like 12. I've been self-conscious of my body for a majority of my life. So I'm gonna say you were self-conscious. It took you a moment to realize that you were frowning at yourself. You glanced away from the mirror. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brow scrunched up in thought. Same girly? Yeah. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Tara! There's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that alright? Yes! Cove wants to come over. Of course he can come over. Yeah! You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
Pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know, he's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kind of kid from school was egging Tara on to behave badly, I think we'd both agree that she'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holding got into a reckless move and wanted Tara to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call she'd make then? According to the past, I would end up doing it with Cove. I've also had to question myself more than a few times. I've always come to the conclusion of staying away from relationships out of fear. Yeah. I mean, it's a tough thing.
Yes.
Yes, we can, Pamela. Tara would do whatever Cove wanted. It's true. I would do whatever Cove wanted, because literally I walked to the edge of town like 5 years ago with him just because he asked. Your mom giggled freely at Mom's reaction. You worry too much about those two together. Look, all I'm saying is that I haven't forgotten the time that they were kids and tried to run away together. We did do that. We went... I decide I'll be alone forever, and sometimes that's okay. I mean, if you are deciding to be alone together forever because you think that's all that you are worth, then that's not okay. But if you're deciding to be alone forever because that's what you want, and that is what you think will be most comfortable for you, then yeah, that's okay. But if you're doing it because you think that that's what you deserve and that's all you're ever going to get, that's not okay. Yeah. I think that that's not okay. You are giving up on yourself before you even give yourself a time to shine. And I understand being self-conscious, but like also, let's not beat ourselves up too much, okay? And there was times they snuck out in the middle of the night when Cove was supposed to have a sleepover. We did do that too, yeah. Ma just laughed as she turned away, still snorting. Her eyes met yours. Don't call me out like that. I'm just saying, like, there are people in life that decide that they don't want to get married or be in a relationship, and that they're okay and content with being alone. And that's okay. Like, I can understand that. But purposely being alone because you're scared or because you think that that's what you deserve, I'm not going to stand for that. We are not standing for that. Everyone deserves to feel love if that's what they want. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well.
Oh.
I didn't expect you to come down already, Tara. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. Is how will I pay bills on LMAO? You called Mom out on her comment. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said. Ooh, you got caught, Pam.
What?
You were saying things too. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told Tara directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you fought a blush when you remembered just what they had been discussing. All right, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too.
Let's go.
We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. May I make a chill song recommendation? I mean, I would take a recommendation, but this music is from the game. So, if you want to give me a recommendation for next time, absolutely. But this is the music from in-game. So, if it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for a wait. As expected, not like music right now, but it's a song that I think everyone should hear. Okay, well then, yeah, make a recommendation. I'd love to hear it. Blah 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 blah. Sorry, someone sent me something that I did. I need. Hold on. It's called The Rain, formerly known as Purple, by Chris. I don't even know how to say that name, but I'm gonna copy this. And I'm going to Google it so that I don't forget it. Oh, it's from Risk of Rain 2. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll listen to that later. Thank you for the recommendation. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. With a hug. He stiffened in your arms, then relaxed seconds after. One would think he'd get used to your hugs after all these years. He's stuttering. Hey. His voice was cracked as he struggled to say something. You didn't feel worried about that. It was how he usually reacted when you were close by. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noticed the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must have been glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if it was only to walk across the street to get here. Is something going on? Why do you want to come over? I don't want to do anything. Not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. Oh, that's so cute. He's got a crush. Yeah, he does. He's got a crush. We have a crush. This is so cute. I thought I could at least do nothing with you is probably one of the sweetest things you can say to someone. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. Throwing my hands up. That's beautiful. Okay. You thought that was really sweet. His words were nice and expressed real fondness for you in a strange sort of way, which was usually the case with Cove. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
Not really. He sounds so cute. I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. What? You didn't eat at all? Then you gotta have something now. You urged Cove in the direction of the kitchen. He stumbled after you. Ah, okay. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raise the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from since everyone in the house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached over for the mixed grains, then made your decision. I'm gonna go with sourdough. I love sourdough. You pulled out the sourdough too, setting both items on the counter. Then you had to decide what the main direction of the sandwich would go in. A sweeter style of sandwich. Oh, I guess peanut butter and jelly? Nah, we're gonna go with a truly savory style of sandwich. Something savory could make it feel like a real meal. As for the specific, you never heard of sourdough? It's so good. I love sourdough. I love bread in general, though. So, I'm gonna go with avocado. Because it's summer, it's hot. We'll do avocado. We'll do tomato. We're gonna put cheese, but what's a good cheese? We'll do, since we're doing avocado, we'll do turkey. Oh, okay. Turkey, avocado, tomato. I want to add cheese, but I don't really like. I guess we could put. I don't really like any of these cheese choices. I need like a nice, like, I guess mozzarella would probably be like the one I would go through for out of these options, but I'm thinking there should be like a Swiss. Why is there not a Swiss over here? Where's my Swiss cheese? Lettuce. Okay, we've got tomato, avocado. We'll put lettuce as well. I want to put cheese, but I don't think mozzarella would be the move, and I don't want these either. So let's move on to condiments. You gotta put a little bit of mayo and salt and pepper, and that was everything. You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things. I'd say provolone, but no option. Yeah, provolone's also a good choice. Yeah, provolone or like a Swiss would be a good choice for that. Everything else, like those options were just not enough. We need more cheese options in our life. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. Mayo de noche, exactly. You focused intently on assembling your own for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. That's so cute. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. Oh, okay, he's making a banger sandwich. I can't even lie. Peanut butter and honey with banana slices. Growing up was such a fucking good, was like my go-to. So he was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. That sounded great. Maybe you have one yourself a different time. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him, at least. Done? Yeah.
Cool.
He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on plates. Bro is making a baller sandwich. Fuck with it. Yeah, dude. Peanut butter, honey, and banana sandwiches are so good. Honestly, I'd fuck up one of those right now. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. It's cute. The sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. You nodded. You were enjoying yours too. I like avocado, tomato, lettuce. We did turkey, avocado, tomato, lettuce, mayo, salt and pepper. That's a good sandwich. That's a good sandwich. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. I love to do it with toast, sprinkle a little cinnamon on top, and I've got... Oh, that sounds delicious. Damn, that sounds super good. Fuck, I want a sandwich now. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? Yeah. Neither of you had much energy for something more taxing. Hold on, I gotta burp. Alright, sorry. I gotta burp. You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left. Can I pick the phrase? Go ahead, I don't mind. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of the marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper, up at your face, then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. He raised an eyebrow. He suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines on the paper to signify spots for letters. Alright, you can start guessing. Oh, you peered over. Damn, okay. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Oh, we actually get to play Hangman! Yo, this is so cool! I didn't think we'd actually get to play. Well, we gotta go with an E. Enter. Okay, got one. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that. Instant choice. E is a good. You gotta go with the vowels. Poor show was playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You scooted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. It was like, I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Wait, hang on, brain's chugging. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested. You lapsed in silence, the both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyways. I don't know what that is. Me neither, and I just saw it. Okay. Another one. What should our next letter be? I feel like we gotta do, okay, A. Is this what No, there's no way. I'm reading into things. There's no way that this is what I think it is. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. Ugh, I'm gonna be stuck to the floor forever now. Looks like we're both stuck here forever then. I'm sticky too.
Right.
Even when we're gray and old, we'll still be right here. Stop. I'm like, wait, that's so cute. I think I know it. I think I know it too. Yeah. I has reserved prediction. Yeah, I have a prediction too. We'll have to see. You giggled under your breath at such a bizarre scenario. Cove cracked a smile as well. Then you returned to the game. I think I know what this is. Yes, it is. I think it is what it is. I think I know what it is. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? I've always wondered about that. The two of you fell silent as you tried to puzzle out a logical answer. Eventually, you decided to return to the game. Yes. I feel like a giddy schoolgirl, bruh. Me too. I'm a grown-ass woman, and I'm like, is this what I think it is? Let me put the whole thing in. That's another one. By this time, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with full suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, alright? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. Yes, it is. Yes. As soon as I saw the A and E and the E here, as soon as I saw the A's and E's, I knew what it was immediately. I was like, I know what it is. Yay! Yes! I'm so happy. This is so cute. I'm gonna cry. This is adorable. This is so cute. I'm gonna cry and throw up. I had this projection the moment I looked at the letters. I ran with a million different possibilities and knowing the game thing. As soon as I saw the A and E here and the E here, I was like, I know what this is. I know what it is. You are cute. That was the phrase that Cove had spent so long settling on. You stared at it. This is so cute. I'm gonna cry and throw up. A few correct letters in, you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it. Clear as day on the paper. You took in the words for a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile setting awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a minute.
I mean...
It was all I could think of at the time. He's so cute. Save this. Save it. Oh, I don't know what to do. Okay, I'm just gonna choose one and then we're gonna go back. You fell backwards on the floor from your sitting position. If you were standing, you would have fallen over. You settled for uncrossing your legs and dropping backwards on the floor instead. You just let out a small squeak. It's so cute. Stop. No, I gotta go back. It's so cute. I'm crying. Has more balls than me. I couldn't, for real. I'm like so cheesing right now. I'm so cheesing. This is so fucking cute. You wrap your arms around him. It was instinct. You lean over and wrap your arms around him in a hug. I can't believe you. You're cute. Ko smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. What do we say? I really think you're cute, seriously. Did you mean it? Do you really think I'm cute? I want to do both. Okay. Did you mean it? Do you really think I'm cute? Cove didn't crack a smile or tell you he was joking. He just firmly kept his gaze. Yeah. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whoever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed, not in a big way, not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more, but at least with... He waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. He frowned, a little disappointed. You wish he'd continue what he was saying. Wait, no, we're going back. We're going back. I really think you're cute, seriously. Cove's features softened at your words, but he remained serious. Thanks. I meant it too. Oh, that's so cute. He finally broke the eye contact. Okay, we read that.
I don't know.
Maybe I have to grow up more. Yeah. You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody. Or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his lips were any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? He winced and seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. He considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? I like him. Bro's using all her safe. I have so many. There was only one person you'd ever had those kind of feelings for. Did I not? Wait, hold on. Also, eye tracking is insane. What do you mean? There was only one person you'd ever had romantic feelings for. But specifically, when it came to how you felt towards boys, you found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy being with a guy someday. And how you felt towards girls, you found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with a girl someday. For people who weren't exclusively male or female, you found them attractive. You thought you'd be happy to be with someone non-binary someday. You returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. You explained how you felt to Cove. He listened intently, taking in every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely pricked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. He scratched the back of his head, sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all this when we started out just playing Hangman, but it was good, I think. I think so too. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you read any new books recently? Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you brought it up. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove. With some minor complaint, you both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced at your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. One Piece? Sorry. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out there than it is here now. Sounds good. I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. Oh, this is where we met him. So cute. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin and you relaxed your shoulders. Cole closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. I do too. Cove smiled. Tendrils of his hair danced with the wind. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke again. I'm glad I met you, Terra. You're really important to me, you know? You're special to me, Cove. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you know he heard you. Then Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. We're holding hands! Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. This game is peak! This game is peak! This game is peak! Okay. Let's do family. Wait, we should probably save, actually. Save. Save. This is so cute. I love this game. This game is so cute. I love it. Okay. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house, and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been your choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you. Yo, your peak SMH. Oh my god, stop! Stop, because I will actually cry and, like, I don't know. Cry and then throw up and then cry again. Sorry. A small spread was laid out in front of you. Some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. And she was good at it, too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing and had talent of your own. Growing up, I was a theater kid I was always involved in music since I was really young, but from the time that I spent in middle school, to, like, all the way through high school, I was in theater and performing arts, and I was in choirs and stuff like that. I only stopped when I got to college, because I didn't really know what to do, and I didn't want to join, there's, like, a cappella groups on my campus, and I didn't really want to join them, because, you know, I don't know, I wasn't interested in it, but I love singing, and people say that I'm okay at it. Well, they say I'm good, but I don't believe them, so I say I'm okay at it. She ain't that peak. You're really rude, you know that? You're very, very rude. You also like to sing and had talent of your own. It was nice that you two could share that interest. I wonder if maybe you could put on our own show? Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. Just teasing you. You know my true feelings. I don't know. Yes, let's do it. You had actually thought about doing something like that before, but never had the chance to. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. I'm gonna sing. Do you want to too, or maybe do something else? I'll sing too. Cool, we'll perform an incredible duet. Is there anything else that's going to your head? One more thing. I'll pick the outfits. That's a great job for you. You always dress so fashionably. Thanks. Is there anything else that's going to your mind? No, that's all. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You stuffed a bag full of assorted clothes and accessories to create the outfits for the show, or at least to get a start on it. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, you know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. That's smart. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I know you think so. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? Yeah, it's good. Aw, I'm so happy for you. But, like, really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon or what? I'm pretty sure he already knows. I'm pretty sure he already knows. After the last moment we just had with him, I'm pretty sure he already knows. Pretty sure isn't sure. You should declare it to him. You mumbled something incoherent, and she gave you a pointed look. You know that he has a crush on you, too. It's obvious for him. It's obvious for you. Why not just do it? You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and found that it was nice having someone to speak with these things about these sort of things. Finally, you decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick, in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what, you weren't sure. What's going on? Your moms looked at each other, wondering which one of them was going to speak first. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke.
Oh.
We were just having a talk with your sister. Wait, hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh. Sorry, I got excited because I saw that a musical artist that I follow posted something on their story, and I had to go check it real quick. But it's just pre-sale for a concert that I can't go to. Actually, they're just opening for another person, but still I can't go. The room fell quiet again, with no one quite knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to keep it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom nodded in agreement with her.
Well...
Oh, Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Her biological ones. The world spun around you at the words. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait till you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. As Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
No.
You weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
You were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the U.S. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information, but still far from happy. Who are my parents, as people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulders, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer.
I'm so sorry.
Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great. So I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs and to her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go and talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your Ma's head hung low, and she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Tara, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. I'm not adopted, but I feel like if I was, I'd want to know. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want things to be private. I want you to be here. I think Lee is our friend, right? So, like, we might as well. I mean, she's our cousin and our friend. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Your ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization this time, and you were adopted within the U.S. We're sorry to tell you, Tara, your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. We're sorry, Tara. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show you she was there for you. I think part of me would cry if I found out that my parents had passed away and that nobody else took me in, and that's why I was adopted. I think I would cry. Started crying. A lump formed in your throat just as warm tears started falling over your cheeks. You wiped them away with the back of your hand, sniffling quietly. Thanks for listening, Tara. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Lee watched you closely, as though judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. You held back the tears, but you weren't fine at all. You continued to cry. Your eyes were swollen from the tears, but you just couldn't find it in you to stop more from falling. Your moms looked just as sad, as though the tears might start for them at any moment. No one seemed to have any words after that. I'm gonna cry. I'm actually gonna cry. You wanted to see Cove. I'm crying. You wanted to see Cove. More than anything in that moment, you wanted to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. You turned on your heel without another word and headed towards the front door. Lee's footsteps echoed from behind, and you knew she was following you. Can you stay, Lee? I want to go by myself. I'll wait for you here, but I really hope you'll be alright, Tara. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully, Cove's house set in your sights. After you raised a hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holden to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Cliff's face fell suddenly. He could tell something was wrong, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked back towards the hallway where you knew Cove's room was located. Cove, Tara is here. After calling his thumb, he turned back to you with an encouraging thumbs up. He won't be long. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall, and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you all. He looked ahead to see you standing there, and when his eyes widened, you guessed he had noticed you'd been crying. Tara? Cove pushed past his dad to stand with you outside the door, watching you with concern etched all over his face. You kids be safe. If you need anything, you know where to find me. He gave you a kind smile before softly shutting the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove stepped closer still and spoke cautiously.
What's wrong?
There's a lot going on right now. I kind of thought so. Do you want to tell me more? My parents from before my mom's died when I was a baby. Mom didn't say how. Maybe they don't know. But there wasn't any other family I could live with, so that's why I got adopted. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, Tara. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. You started to cry. I'm gonna cry. You pressed your face into the crook of his neck, unable to stop the tears. The hold he had on you tightened. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah. Cove took your arm and encouraged you along behind him. He followed without protest. You headed towards the hills where you and Lee had spent majority of the day. Things seemed so different then, only a couple hours ago, and you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? He nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into a story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Terra,
I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. I'm sad I'll never get to know them. I'll never find out what they were doing or what they were like as people. It's just all gone. Terra, you're not doing anything wrong, you know that, right? I think that you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay with whatever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. Oh, I don't even know what to say to this. You cried in relief. His words made a lot of sense. You know that despite everything you were going through, you'd be okay. Even as the tears slowly rolled down your face, that thought comforted you. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood. You're definitely family. I can see that and hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Cove's support and to know you could count on him if you needed it. Hey, the sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Terra. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equally parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. You nodded your head in agreement. She wanted to talk to you in private. It was obviously something important. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Moms tell you about your parents too? My birth parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question, as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. Thank you for thinking of me. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. All of this, it upset me. She slipped back into a scowl. I'm sorry, Terra. It's a pretty depressing topic. Yeah. You had to be born in the U.S. to become president. What? You never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never gonna be president, but it feels weird having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. This is sad. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was gonna have a completely different life. So different, I can't even think about what it looked like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died, and I was adopted, and then life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was even if I wanted to. A heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. I feel like that too. I can't stop wondering what my life would have been like if I wasn't adopted. There are so many things that could have been different. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Terra. I'm gonna cry. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I already figured a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. You kept listening to Elizabeth. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. I'm gonna cry. If you had hoped you'd be free of big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulders against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sister.
I can't. I'm crying. I'm crying. You hugged her. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. You'll always... I think I'm really lucky. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
Come on, you two, let's go. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up and they got to their feet to meet you, Ma giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. I'm sorry for walking away before. That's alright, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you here again. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you, and Elizabeth giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
Really couldn't have asked for better kiddos. We love you. I'm crying. More than we could ever say. I can't. I'm crying. You were so glad your moms were alright. I love you too. You let them hug you for as long as they needed, and it was a nice moment shared between you. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew that you all had each other, and you always would. Stop it! Oh my god, I can't. That's just so sweet and so many emotions. Oh my god, I'm tears going down my face and I don't have any tissues. I didn't know I was gonna need tissues for this game. Holy shit, I'm actually fucking crying and tears going down my face. I hope you're alright. They came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. I'm actually like, my glasses are speckled with tears. Hold on. I had to clean my glasses off so I can read. Holy, I didn't expect to cry. This game is so good. This is so good. And this is still part of the free part of the game. Like, this is not even the DLC. You get this shit for free. For free? Oh my god. And are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed her breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side.
Fine.
I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well, now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? Man, why? This sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally.
I love the sound of that. Okay. I forgot Cove was still there. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay attention to it. Why not? You had a smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be there. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remember the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Maybe we can do our show. A show? This is the first we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued.
When
Bro forgot about Cove. It was so emotional. I was crying. I couldn't think about Cove in that moment. It'd be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining room and set them in a row in the living room where there was enough space for the show. This is so, like, I remember there's still kids, and this is so, like, kids core. I love it. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You listened to the song you had chosen one last time. You changed into the outfit you had picked out. The two of you returned to the living room, everyone sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. You felt nervous all of a sudden. No matter how small the audience was, it was still all eyes on you. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, and we promise it'll be good. No refunds. You stay quiet. Your moms gave you a thumbs up and encouragement, ready for the performance. Then you nodded at Lee when you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting a few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. Your part of the song joined in just a few moments later, and you smiled at each other as you sang together. Your outfits gave a special element to the performance. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo, bravo! You are so talented. Your family arose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Aww! Stop! Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face.
It's nice.
Nice job. Thank you. You're a really good singer, Terra. It was cool. You blushed and said nothing. Cove chuckled and shook his head. Hey, you're the one who picked the clothes. Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content with his guess being correct. I thought so. It was good. You could help but feel flattered that he recognized your talent so easily. That's so sweet. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she described the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't be more pleased to be a part of the family you had. That was so fucking good. Beautiful and gorgeous and lovely. I loved that. Question. Should we do one of the DLCs? I kind of want to do one of the DLC ones. We're gonna do one of the DLC ones. Okay. Let's do Escapade. Escapade is kind of like, ooh, what's Escapade? Alright. We're doing Escapade. You looked up, noticing the sun was finally setting. You had been trying to delay the end of the day for as long as possible. The evening breeze tickled your nose as you sat on your front porch, munching on fresh watermelon slices. I love watermelon. Not to be a stereotype, but the snack made you happy. You picked up another slice. Even though you already had dinner, you were still delighted to make room for watermelon. You turned to look at Cove. You both had been sitting in comfortable silence for a while now. He sat next to you, close enough for your shoulders to touch. He was happily absorbed in his thoughts and his own slice of watermelon. Chuckling, you watched as his face twisted in discomfort. He stopped chewing to spit a seed into the bush. LMAO, I bet you do. The thing is, okay, every fucking stereotype there is about black people, when it comes to food, I'm like, I get so upset about because I'm like, you're picking good food. You're like, oh, they're like, the fried chicken. Well, yes, fucking fried chicken is delicious. Hello? Kool-Aid. Come on, Kool-Aid is good. Grape soda. Oh, okay. Watermelon. Okay. Like, come on now. You can't pick good food and be like, oh, they like it. You did the same and spat a seed into the bushes. The two of you made a little habit of periodically doing that while you had been snacking. This time you decided to make it a topic of conversation. I actually hate watermelon. That's insane. How could you hate watermelon? What do you hate about watermelon? Hello? Guffawed. What the fuck? I hate how it feels to swallow them. Those hard black seeds. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. You both went back to eating in comfortable silence, still occasionally spitting unwanted seeds into the bushes. I wonder if I'll have another slice after this one. That one is your third already. Is that bad? It tastes really good. Just mean black people have good taste in food? Exactly! Exactly. Like, you... It's just good food. It's just good food. You sighed affectionately. If another slice is gonna make you happy, it will. Go ahead, I'm not gonna stop you. Cove picked up another slice. He smiled at you, delighted. This is so freaking cute! A little while later, Cove flinched, making a confused sound. He slowly put his current slice down on the plate next to him. Are you okay? Yeah. He stood up, head tilted back to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. Did you notice anything? What do you mean? I thought I felt a raindrop. The sun's still out. You put your watermelon slice and hopped off your front step. Immediately, you felt a tap of water on the crown of your head, making you yelp. You're right! Cove was still staring up at the sky, and you watched as he began blinking more rapidly. When he finally turned in your direction, his face was bemused. It's a sun shower! Oh my god! Okay, I love this. As a kid, I would get so freaking excited. It seemed crazy, but soon you couldn't avoid the drops that began increasing into a light shower. Booming with laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes towards his front door and reveled in the moment. It felt kind of special to you. I'm gonna say, because I was excited too, but I'm gonna say it felt kind of special to you. Something rooted you in place, and you couldn't quite put your finger on any word to describe the feeling. Elated, he was jumping and spinning in the rain. There was also warmth radiating from him. Then you joined Cove. You ran over to stand in the street with him. He smiled at your approach and offered you his hand. You took it. You played in the droplets until you were both dizzy and laughed until your bodies ached. Just as suddenly as the sprinkling started, it stopped, and left you dripping with the smell of wet asphalt and soil tickling your nose. Oh, they actually made his clothes wet. This is cute. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair, combing it back. He frowned. It's over. The drops of rain clinging to his face almost could have been mistaken for tears. He sounded that disappointed. You were charmed by Cove. There was still a spark of amusement dancing in his eyes from the sun shower, and you couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. What? Nothing. Just thinking about how fast he committed to getting soaked. He chuckled bashfully. Yeah, it was pretty cool. You then looked over at your door and sighed. You knew Mom wasn't going to be happy to see you trailing water in the house. Cove rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing because he watched you sympathetically.
It's okay.
You can dry off at my house if you want. My parents won't mind. You're the sweetest guy I know. Thanks. It's not a big deal. It is. I could already hear my ma's cries over my wet footsteps being all over the halls. Yeah, it would be bad to put a damper on the day. He chuckled a little at his punt. Cove led you inside. Oh, we get to see Cove's house. Interesting. We haven't seen Cove's house before. Cove led you inside and you stayed close to him. We have tons of spare towels. I just gotta dig them out of the hall closet. We're gonna save. I think I'm gonna need to borrow some clothes from you too. Cove didn't have any of the towels yet, but he came back into eyeshot so you could see him stare at you flatly and roll his eyes. Ha ha, we're not exactly the same size. You'd be swimming in my clothes. I'm not joking. It'd be nice to borrow a shirt. He raised an eyebrow and a tiny frown paired with a blush appeared on his face.
I mean...
If you're serious, I'm gonna dry my stuff off, but I could get something for you. Thanks, Cove. I'm plotting to steal his stuff. With that, Cove disappeared and returned in no time. He wasn't making much eye contact, but he had towels in hand, plus what seemed to be one of his pajama shirts. It was a bright pink color with a dark brown seashell pattern all over. You were certain it'd look great on him. So, well, here it is. I hope that works. Thanks. You accepted both the towel and the shirt. You wrapped the cloth around your neck temporarily and took a trip to his bathroom to change. The shirt was old, but very soft. You already felt more comfortable just thinking about having it on instead of your current damp attire. You left your shirt on over the shower curtain rod to dry, patted yourself down with a towel, and slipped Cove's shirt on. You wrapped your arms around your torso. The change didn't completely fix your predicament, but it was definitely an improvement. Despite Cove's prior comment being pretty on the money, it was huge on you, but it was dry. And you couldn't deny it was a little bit thrilling to wear a piece of his clothing. You almost couldn't believe it was true. Not wanting to keep Cove waiting, you promptly returned to the living room. He looked up to greet you after hearing you come back down the hall. How'd it go? Is it good? It looks good. What? Really? He chuckled a broken laugh, unsure what the proper thing to say about this kind of situation was. Keeping eye contact was even more of a challenge for him than before. Even though it doesn't fit me? Yeah, it's big, sure, but that's not bad. It's actually just really nice. Oh, this is so freaking cute! You got the impression that just as you felt some excitement at wearing his clothes, he was having a similar reaction to seeing you in it. I can't! This is so cute! I can't, I'm disgusted. This is so cute. I'm gonna throw up. It's so sweet. It's so sweet. It's so sweet! Okay. Thanks, Cove. You're welcome. Ah! Hold on. We gotta go back and hear it.
You're welcome.
A sudden call caught both of your attentions. I thought I heard voices. Cove's mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin. What happened here? You're both wet. There was a sun shower. Badass. Cove smiled back at his parent. We came inside to dry off. My moms don't want me going into the house when I'm wet.
Right.
So I told Terra to come back here. That was very sweet of you, baby. She ruffled Cove's wet hair and laughed at the drops of water that shook off. Then a light came to Kyra's eyes. I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to beat standing around the house and you'll air dry in no time. Cove only offered a shrug and a bent smile to his mom. He looked at you for a real answer. Yeah, let's do it. Fun. This'll be good. Kyra pulled out her cell phone from her pocket to call your moms. They had swapped numbers early in the summer.
See you soon.
Head on out to the garage. I'll meet you there in a minute.
Sorry.
My mom can be so pushy. She gets some ideas in her head and that's what she does. That's okay. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't do anything. That wasn't true at all, but you let him get away with it. Watching you react to this is everything to BH. I just like... Hold on. I gotta turn on the light in my room. I just find this so freaking sweet. It's like, I love childhood best friend lover trope. I love it so much. And this is feeding that so much. And I just love it. I already know for a fact that I'm going to replay this game with different options. I've already come to that consensus in my brain and how I can do this differently. It's just so sweet. It's so sweet. Come on. Cove led you to the car, and Kyra wasn't too far behind.
Okay.
Into the back, you two. Once the three of you were situated, Kyra started it and drove out of the residential area. When she hit a main road, the car sped up, and she rolled the back windows down all the way.
Hey.
Cove started laughing as he kept trying in vain to keep his hair from flying into his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped against your wet clothes. I said this drive was going to be good for getting air dried. Yeah, but I didn't agree to this much air. Cove tried pressing the window button, but nothing happened. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration. You disabled the back. Sorry, can't hear you. She smiling deviously. Kyra turned on the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. You danced in your seat to the music. I don't know. I think I would just laugh and enjoy the event. You yelled into the wind and burst into laughter. Looking over at Cove, you saw him relax. He seemed glad that you were having fun. And then something struck the side of your leg. Several papers were freed from under the car seats and were blown out. Oh, they can't go out the windows. Cove began to haphazardly reach around the space to try and get all back under the wraps. Amused, you helped. Mom, close the windows. Kyra offered no response other than a chuckle. She just kept driving. Code snatched several of the papers out of the air, and you caught others, preventing most of them from flying out the window on your side. You showed Clove your collection while grinning widely. I think we got pretty much all of them. You figured if they were sitting in the back of the car, they couldn't be important enough to get upset over, but Cove continued looking annoyed. Your smile started to slip, and at that his expression softened. I hope so. Thanks for helping. The sun set completely, and at that, Kyra rolled up the windows. Cove let out a big sigh and released the random bits of paper he had in his fist. My mom is crazy. I danced, not gonna lie. I just feel like I would just go with the vibes. He ran a hand through his windblown hair and laughed with a bit of exasperation. You felt good. The evening had really turned out to be more interesting than you expected. Grinning, you were happy with your odds with whatever else happened next. Cove watched you with interest until his focus was taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. No, but I feel tricked. Now I feel tricked. You sided with Cove. Yeah, you didn't tell us you'd trap us like that. My bad. Kyra continued driving. The radio volume was adjusted for the closed windows, and everyone was sitting more comfortably. Kyra lowered the sound even more after pulling into a red light. She took a chance to turn around. You caught her coy smirk. Does anyone know what we drove past during the dry cycle? I'm not sure. I want to. A movie theater. Okay, most places have one somewhere. It isn't that late, you know. We could probably still catch a show. Really, Mom? We don't even know what to be playing. That's what makes it fun. I want to see a movie. Both of you? He seemed hesitant. You give him a smile, and Cove eased up a bit. Don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating impulse behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment when you can. We might never have another night like this. And don't worry, Terra. I said I'd watch over you for the night, not just 10 minutes or so. I'll put your parents in the loop about hitting the movies as soon as we get there.
That's,
I didn't bring any shoes. I'm not wearing any either. How are we gonna go inside barefoot? We can't.
It's alright.
We'll sneak through quick. No one will notice. You can do it just this once. You bounced in your seat excitedly that it was all going to happen. Kyra was right. You never got to do stuff like this. Kyra drove into the movie theater parking lot and shut the engine off. With the unbuckling of her seatbelt, she ushered you and Cove out. Despite being hesitant to leave, once outside, Cove burst into a sprint towards the cinema. You were right along with him. The tarmac was still wet from before and cold to stand on with bare feet. Inside, you noticed there were no lines. All the current shows had already started. Kyra paid that no mind and strode up to the counter with some words of encouragement. A third of the running times is ad these days. We haven't missed anything. Meanwhile, Cove stood next to you awkwardly. He shifted from one foot to another and constantly kept looking around. His shady behavior would have made him much more likely to get caught than standing still would have, if there were people around to really notice. It was pretty goofy. Still, you consoled him. He poked Cove's arm to get his attention. It'll be okay, Cove. His expression softened into an appeased smile. Yeah, thanks. Eliciting a sigh of relief out of you, Kyra returned with tickets in hand. She quickly herded you and Cove towards the showing room. I'm so sorry for the little hiccup, but hold on. We almost made it home for you. Once we sit down, it'll be smooth sailing. The lights were already off in the showing room, but the movie hadn't started yet. The upcoming movie trailers were still playing. Yes! Keeping her volume in a hushed tone, Kyra couldn't help but burst with excitement over your luck. You followed her down the hallway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Kyra pointed at the seats, looking over her shoulder at you and Cove, waiting for input. Cove nodded, and you decided to give her a thumbs up, and she led the way. When you reached your seats, Kyra sighed contentedly. Cove gave a sigh of his own and lifted his feet to sit cross-legged instead of keeping them down on the floor. He leaned over and whispered to you, Do you have an idea what this movie is? No, I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets. Oh boy. After a quick... Oh no! A horror movie! I hate horror movies! After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that it was a horror film, one about a group of students being hunted by dangerous ghosts. Oh goodness. You were terrified. The movie was only started and you were already petrified. You hated it. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie. He bit down on his bottom lip and stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Cove had never been a fan of ghosts or intentionally frightening things. That was something you learned about him early on. You grabbed a hold of his hand. Your fingers wrapped tight around his, and he jumped slightly at the unexpected touch. But his expression softened when he peeked at you over at the corner of his eyes. He watched you with the unspoken question written all over his face. Will you be okay? You shook her head no. His face grew firm, and he mouthed something you couldn't make out. He did something you couldn't understand. He got up from his seat. He gestured for you to do the same, and you obliged. You both began to shuffle down the aisle. At some point, Kyra must have realized that what was happening as well, because in only a couple of minutes, the three of you were sitting outside again. Mother and son looked at you apologetically. It made you uncomfortable, but Coast spoke out to ease the atmosphere. This was a bad idea.
Come on.
Okay, let's do this again. Because I still want to stay in the movie. Terrified. You hated it. Let's take his hand. You nodded yes. He gave your hand a squeeze to silently voice support. That made you feel good. Sometimes the other people in the theater screamed or jeered or clapped, depending on what was happening. Your heart was pounding in your chest when the movie finally came to an end. The main character resolved the hauntings, but in the dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. You stayed to let the credits roll and for the theater to clear out. Then it was time to head back to the car. Both you and Cove took the same seats in the back of the car again. Even though it was late, Kyra was exuding an optimistic energy. We survived it! Your nerves were still calming down from the movie. Cove gave you a worried glance and then a hard look at his mom. A movie wasn't ever going to kill us. It was going to make us unhappy. She deflated a little at the chastising.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, gang. I didn't know it'd be that bad. It made me really tense. I guess that's the point of horror, but I kind of don't want to have to feel like that. There's something wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not for everyone. He narrowed his eyes defensively at the attempt to encourage him. Yeah, it wasn't just me either. Oh, Tara, how are you feeling? It really scared me. Kyra frowned at that. I'm really sorry. I should have asked if there were off-limit genres. I think I have some making up to do. Who wants dessert? Or just some regular food? What? You were surprised when you realized Kyra wasn't on the way home, but turning into a drive-thru burger restaurant. I'm not hungry. Well, if you change your mind, don't hesitate to speak up. Kyra pulled to the window and proceeded to order one of everything off the value menu. Jesus, that's a lot of food. What are you going to do with all that? Eat it. Okay, simple answer. The whole menu. That's right. There are only maybe 10 things on it, and they're about $1 each. I can swing it. And besides, whatever we don't finish, I'm going to feed to your dad. He'll be in heaven. Cove sighed affectionately at his mother's antics. A few minutes later, Kyra exchanged her money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed to you both in the back seat, then drove off into the night. Can you pass me something? What should I grab? Surprise me. He chose one of the wrapped sandwiches and handed it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something else. Thanks very much. Eat it up. Yeah. Accepting that this was happening, Cove shrugged and started pulling food out of the bags for himself. Cove ended up with some onion rings, and he happily munched on them. You selected something randomly. You weren't even questioning Kyra's crazy ride anymore. The adventure continued, and you were so preoccupied in the back that you almost didn't realize the car had stopped. Kyra turned to look over her shoulder. Okay, party people, it seems we reached the end of the road. Confused, you checked out the window and saw nothing except empty road ahead. And then you noticed it, the now leaving sign. Kyra took you through the entire town. What are we doing here? Kyra turned the car around and parked it along the side of the road. I think you both could use a break to stretch your legs, and I doubt anyone is going to come here at this time of night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go on. Cove shook his head and got out of the car without a fight. You followed Cove. The last time we were here, we were running away. He got out and caught up to Cove. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. You thought being there was exciting. Yeah. You were delighted with the wide open sky above and the unobstructed view of the landscape around. It was freeing. It's amazing we're all the way out here. Cove smiled, glancing from the stars to you. Shortly after, you noticed Cove's expression changed. His eyebrows furrowed, and it seemed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next.
I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry about my mom being crazy tonight. She isn't always like this, seriously. Why is she being like this now? I think she feels like she has to get out there and do things with me while she can, and she wants me to make the time memorable. His visit has been really different than the others, and it didn't start off good. Thinking about how Kyra's trip began this summer, you could understand why Cove was thinking along these lines. She probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. Are you having a good time with your mom around? Yeah. It's still weird having her and Dad in the same house, but I love her. She's my mom. I like hanging out with her, most of the time. It was silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of a car door closing. Cove, Terra! You turned to see Kyra by the driver's side waving. The sight brought a smile to Cove's face, and she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. I didn't mind.
My baby.
How did I end up with such a polite boy? She ruffled his hair, and Cove lowered his head, accepting the compliment. He thought about how interesting it was to see how Cove interacted with his mom. And the memory hit you. The first summer you and Cove came to this very spot in his runaway attempt to find his way back to his mom. And now you were all here together. You whispered out to Cove. Taking a step closer to Cove, you leaned in close and shared the moment just with him. Isn't it strange that your mom took us here? This is where we went to try seeing her when you moved to Sunset Bird. Cove flinched and his eyes darted over to his mom, worried that she heard. When he was satisfied she didn't, he turned back. Yeah, it's weird, but she doesn't know it happened. At least I'm pretty sure she doesn't. Really? Dad likes to tell her things are fine, so she doesn't worry. You nodded and kept the secret. Cove looked at you gratefully, and you shared a conspiratorial smile. Anyways, it's kind of cool being here right on the edge of town. Exactly, we're standing on a precipice. I think so too. I knew you'd get it. It's good to appreciate these times and places. Kyra let out a big breath of air. We should probably call it a night, huh? You felt disappointed it was actually over. He had kind of hoped some other unexpected things would pop up to keep things going. Kyra shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. Cove naturally followed you, taking the seat nearby in the back with a collection of fast food bags still strewn about. You rested your head into the seat, and as the car roared to life, roared to life, as you did, Cove leaned in close to whisper.
Hey.
I can talk to your moms if they do get mad about tonight for some reason. It wasn't my mom's idea. You didn't have a choice. It was worth it, even if they get mad. Your mouth pulled into the biggest grin, getting a laugh out of Cove. If you say so. But also, don't worry about bringing the shirt back when we get home. Just keep it. Aww. Until tomorrow? He simply shook his head. Your face went warm. He was giving it to you. To not have to give it. Secretly, you had hoped to not have to give it back. Cove smiled softly at you, but said nothing else. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. The radio was off completely, and you felt your eyelids getting heavy. Your head came to rest on Cove. You were too tired to keep your head up, and it felt quite comfortable there. Cove didn't have any issues. He leaned into it. This is so sweet! He must have been exhausted too. You were happy to stay close like that. It was warm and comfortable. When you opened your eyes, you expected to still be in the car, not your bedroom. It was somehow already morning. You couldn't remember how you ended up there. Sitting up in bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. It would almost have felt like a dream if you weren't still wearing the shirt Cove had let you take. It definitely happened. And you're really glad that you got to have a spontaneous escapade this summer. That was freaking adorable. I loved that. Then we'll continue. Hi, Tara. You okay? Mouthful, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything. but I'm gonna go take a dump. Tiki. Okay, well, that's TMI. And also, I'm not waiting for you for that.
Alright.
Great. We need to have a little chat with you. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble! It's Jover? What's Jover? Oh, the ad? Whew. Okay. What's your opinion on peach cobbler? Delicious. Peach cobbler is delicious. I'm not a big sweet person, but there's some things that I'm like, yeah. If there's peach cobbler, like if I'm at a place and there's peach cobbler, I'd be like, yeah, I'll have some. But it's not like what I would go to, you know what I mean? But again, I probably wouldn't eat dessert, usually. The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. I'm scared. It was unsettling. You didn't like being the only one not knowing what was going on. Stomach churning, you waited for them to fill you in. I'm a straight bottom for peach cobbler. I love that. That's so funny. I'm a straight bottom for... That's hilarious. I fucking love that. Okay.
There.
Oh, don't look so worried. It's nothing scary. Promise. That does not make you feel better. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your ma and I are going. The Cypress was the country club your moms were a part of, and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, all with the fancy names like soiree. Chewing your lip, you wonder what this had to do with you. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. We've decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time. Oh!
Sorry.
You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around. Not yours. Sorry. You gotta wait a couple more years. Before you judge, guys can be bottoms too, you know? We are just called shy. Hey, I'm not judging at all. No. I fuck with that. I'm not judging. It was not a judgmental. I love that. Guys can be bottoms. I know for a fact. What's the soiree gonna be like? The usual. Well, mostly. We wanted to make it a special night for you, too, so we've got a little extra planned. Please tell me Cove is coming! That was unexpected. Interested, you listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. I know it's for the other people who are judging. If anybody in here is judging about guys being bottoms, you are in the wrong place. I'm just saying. If you come up into my stream and you're judging guys for being bottoms, you are in the wrong place. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turn coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well,
Since it's a pretty fancy party that's still chaperoned and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought, yes, it's nice to be a safe bottom. And attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought might be nice opportunity to invite someone yourself as a date if you want. I'm asking Cove. Your eyes widened as the words sunk in. Your mom's continued and it was a struggle to keep up. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's introduction.
isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party, and if you'd rather bring just a friend, that's a-okay too. No, I want to bring Cove! That's amazing! I'm gonna bring Cove with me! You must have lit up because your parents shared an amused look again. The soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. I've got to go invite Cove! I gotta invite Cove! I'm so excited. Your mom's I'm so excited! I'm a little too excited about this, but it makes me feel like a kid again, and I'm like, ah! Okay. Your moms rose from their chairs in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what had just happened. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. Simp? I'm just having so much fun. I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. I don't mind being called a simp. There are people I'm definitely a simp for. You'd lost your appetite. The last thing on your mind was food. You rose from the table and cleared your plate as you tried to untangle the thoughts in your head. Even though you relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that you wanted it to be a date. The prospect of having your first date made it impossible to sit still. You couldn't help but jiggle your foot as you laid on your bed contemplating the possibility. The night being a date would mean actually asking someone out. The little you knew of that came from what you'd seen on TV and movies and what you heard about from kids at school. Your moms hadn't even entertained the idea of you dating until now. You went over possible words and phrases in your head, setting up scenarios and smooth segues before tearing them down and trying something else. Bro, I'm fucking dying right now? Why? You realized that you'd been mentally scripting Cove as the one you were asking. Yes, it had been his name repeating inside your mind, his face lighting up as you invited him to join you. Smiling, you closed your eyes at the daydream crystallizing in your head. That's so me. I'm such a daydreamer. Running saps so much out of me. Okay, that's understandable. That's understandable. You let your train of thought continue a little longer. You clearly pictured his eyes, the way he rubbed his arm when he was nervous, and tried your best to guess what he might do next. It was nice. You liked him. You knew you were supposed to be friends, but you just liked him a lot. This is so cute. You wouldn't be able to stop thinking of him, even if you wanted to, and you didn't. Oh, it's so cute. This is so cute. Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnotist's fingers, you were released from the trance and left with a goal of your own. You were going to go take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at whim. Hold on. I need to put on chapstick. My lips are dry. I moisturized and then I didn't put on freaking chapstick. Do y'all have a favorite kind of chapstick? Because I do. Big question. I only ever use Burt's Bees chapstick. And the chapstick I always use from Burt's Bees, my favorite Burt's Bees chapstick is cucumber mint. Tastes like cucumber water. I don't know, you give book talk vibes. I don't know if to take that as a compliment or an insult. Because really that can go either way. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping area near the beach rather than to venture into the sleepy residential zones. And then you don't even know what book talk is. Well, I had you in my ear. Hi, welcome back. Book talk is like, it's like a group of, I'm not gonna say it's all women, but mostly women and femme presenting people. And, some of them are like just normal, but some of them read like super weird, smutty books and, do these like weird, cringy, like, videos. You'll have to look it up. I mean, but there are some cool people on Book Talk too. Not all of them are cringy and weird. So that can go either way. Anyways, I want to know what people's favorite chapstick are. If you have a favorite chapstick. Maybe I'm weird and I'm just like a person, I'm like, oh yeah, this is my favorite. I have a favorite chapstick. Also, if you don't wear chapstick, you should. I was dragged into one of those. It felt uncomfy. That's, yeah. I like fluffy stuff. I like smut, but I also like fluffy stuff. The thing is, like, I like muddy books and smutty fanfic, but I don't get weird about it. Like, some of the stuff that they read is, like, concerning. Like, it's not just, like... It like, sometimes it borders on a weird line. That's all I'll say. What is fluff? Like, fluff. Like, it's, like, comforting. It's, like, sweet stuff. Like, fluff when you're reading books or fanfic is, like, sweet. It's nice. There's not, like, anything sexual or things like that. The best way I can describe it. I just think of it as, like, something that's sweet. Nice and sweet and soft and, like, you know. Yeah, stuff that makes you feel nice inside. Like this game? Yeah. Anyways, speaking of the game, let's get back to it. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes that tickled your legs, followed by a familiar view of the sea stretching across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Is it Cove? Please let it be Cove. Yes! Though he had his back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cove's. It made sense that you'd find him here. He always was in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or if it was a coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder. Your eyes met. You smiled. Silhouette, yeah. Oopsie. It was only natural to do that after seeing him. Cove smiled at you, bathed in the soft light of the afternoon sun, and his hair gently tousled by the sea breeze. He looked especially charming. He then fully turned around and began to wade through the water over to the shore. You wanted him to get to you already. You could hardly wait to talk about this. Yeah, I'm excited. Heart aflutter, you wondered what you were going to say to him when he reached you. The question of whether to invite him, and if so, in what fashion, was in front of you, between leaping into a world unknown or enjoying the safety of the familiar. I'm gonna ask him as a date. Where your clothes at? Hello? Hey Tara, are you free right now? Not exactly. My moms are taking me to a soiree tomorrow at the country club. It was kind of a strange segue, but you wanted to get straight to the point. A soiree? Huh? Sounds exciting. He was smiling politely, but you could tell that your outing mention hadn't sparked much interest. English EXE has stopped responding? Truly. That didn't come as much of a surprise to you. Formal affairs and big gatherings were some of his least favorite things, but you were sure he'd attend if you were the one who invited him. You only had to do it. Cove tilted his head curiously at you. You resolved to make it a date. We're gonna make it a date. Cove continued to watch you expectantly. It was kind of thrilling to keep him in suspense. Tara? Do you want to go on a date with me? Cove, I want you to be my date for the party. As a practice, no, not as a practice date. Cove, I want you to be my date for the party. You spoke your thoughts clearly. Caught off guard, he lifted his hands in front of his chest out in surprise, then he packed them down in a cross across his chest. He twisted his face to the side, no longer able to meet your eyes. He still couldn't hide the flush on his cheeks.
Oh my god.
Are you serious? That was so cute. Oh my god. I'm as serious as something serious. It's very serious is what I'm saying. His lips were pressed tightly together, preventing any more words from slipping out. You could tell he was nervous, but that was always easy to pick up on with him. After another moment, he inclined his head, dipping it in a nod so slight that you might have missed it if you'd been able to tear your eyes from him. Really? Cove closed his eyes tight, trapped in his awkward pose. He was gripping his arms so tightly that the skin around his knuckles was fully taut. Are you okay? Cove exhaled at last, letting out a sigh that stretched into another tense silence. His stance loosened. His arms stayed crossed over his chest, but he was no longer clutching them like a shield. You didn't want to be the one to break the quiet. Thanks, Tara. I guess I'm gonna have to tell my dad. And mom, too. Right. I gotta let my noms know you're going. Can you come with me? Yeah. It was a relief that he'd thought enough to manage speech again. You hoped that by the time you got to your house, he'd be able to manage full sentences once more. Cove went to where he had discarded his things in the sand, tugging a shirt over his head and slipping on a pair of shoes before joining you and setting off home. The two of you stepped inside the front door of your house. It was an action you'd taken together countless times, but your stomach had never turned quite like this on previous occasions. At the sound of the door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall. And taught me Mpreg. I was mortified. I hate to say it, but Mpreg W. Sometimes sometimes when I'm playing The Sims, sometimes I let my male Sims be pregnant. The thing is, I feel like men should be allowed to, I feel like men should get pregnant. It won't be me. The thing is, sometimes I get so, I think there's a clip of me where I'm hanging out with my friends and I'm playing Zenless, and one of the characters is just like speaking so sweetly to me, and I think it was Lycon, and I was like, Lycon, if you keep talking so nice to me, I'm gonna get you pregnant. There's so many clips of me being like, I'm gonna get you pregnant to random characters that I see, because you know, it is what it is. Anyways, at the sound of the door opening, that's because Benny, that's my character, it's different. At the sound of the door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall.
Hello.
Cove, it's you, what a surprise. She chuckled at her own joke. Cove was always there, and she knew how close the two of you were. Bringing anyone other than him back would have been an actual surprise. Hi, Mrs. Shrimpo, it's nice to see you. You might like Ace Attorney. The thing is, like, okay, I don't know how much I would like the actual gameplay of Ace Attorney, because I heard that it can be really difficult, and I'm not very good at that kind of stuff, but I do like the character designs. I already know characters that I think are absolutely fucking adorable. I know that there's the two gay boys. What's their names? The two, you know what I'm talking, blue and pink, bro. The gay ones. I know that they're not technically actually gay, but all I see is gay stuff of them. And then, I know the big, detective, I think his name's Gum something. Was it like Gum something? I don't know. Gumshoe. That's it. Anyways, back to the thing. So I take it Co's going to be our guest for tomorrow night? Yep.
Wow.
And what kind of outing will it be? Her voice was hesitant but serious. Cove ducked his head down reflexively. You knew he'd figured out what she was driving at. It's a date. Mom nodded in understanding. She wore a wispy smile. Ma is going to be thrilled about this. I'm thrilled about it. Cove tilted his head back up just slightly. He peeked through the longer strands of his hair. Just her, Mrs. Shrimpo? Even if you'd not been able to see his wide, worried eyes, you'd heard the anxiety in his voice. Your mom sighed and patted him on the arm. Oh, Cove, you're a great kid. Most parents hope that their kid meets such a special person someday. She glanced aside, a wry expression on her face. Someday is the real key word there. She turned back to you both. But you just had to move in right across the street at 8 years old. Mom crouched down, shaking her head, and put a hand on each of Cove's shoulders.
Okay.
Cove, I hope you're planning on being very good to Terra, and I'm not just talking about tomorrow night. She nudged him playfully on the cheek with a fist. Cove, who had been blushing when all of this began, was now as red as an heirloom tomato. Okay, yeah, I was. Or will? You don't have to worry. Cove's definitely going to be good to me. There was a teasing tone to your voice. Between you and your mom, Cove was defenseless. He didn't speak further. His arms locked down on his shuffling feet as he rubbed the scar on his arm. The redness remained intact. Okay, we've put Cove through the ringer enough. The big day isn't even here yet. You laughed and nodded along. There was still plenty of time to have fun. I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. She headed to get the phone, leaving the two of you alone. Cove's eyes darted to you, and he shot you a quick, delicate smile before staring at the ground again. I'm gonna go across the street, talk to my parents. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye, Cove. You retreated from your home's entryway without another word, and the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, your mind was alit with visions of tomorrow night. The soiree was something, but not nearly as exciting as going on your first date. You were thrilled that Cove had actually said yes, but he was your genuine date to a party. You hugged your knees to your chest, overawed by the thought, and the night couldn't come soon enough. The evening of the soiree had arrived. The daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention, at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than no normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. Let's look for something formal. I'm gonna save. You wondered how Cove might feel about your outfit. You couldn't help but consider how he would respond to the way you were dressed. Would he like seeing you dressed all fancy, or would it reinforce the weirdness of the situation? Your mind drifted across the street. Was Cove going through the same steps right now, staring at his wardrobe and trying to decide what to wear? You had no idea if he would dress up for the occasion himself, or if he'd wear his usual attire. It would be so much easier if you knew what he was going to do. You know, the smoothest, I once pulled off was in reaction to some... What? You better be good to her, man. Having said that with the random sort of way, what are you talking about? I plan on being so good that I'm the last man with her. That's actually smooth as fuck. I can't even lie. I was silent mess. Oh, you set it up so well too. You wanted him to see you in a new light. Whew. Oh, decisions. What the fuck do I say? Shit, what do I say? You wanted to impress Cove. You didn't want to look stupid. You wanted him to see you in a new light. I kind of want to say I wanted him to see me in a new light. But it seems like he already likes me. What the fuck do I do? Help? Phoning a friend? Oh my god, that's crazy, Wind. Actually insane. Oh, that's actually insane. She tried to baby trap you. Is crazy. Oh, hell no. I want him to see me in a new... Did I save? Oh, okay. You look for something formal. You tended to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that really had a chance to come out. You decided just formally because, you honestly like dressing up. I always like dressing up fancy. There was something magical about the sheen of an elegant fabric and the cut of formal wear, something that transformed everyone into a more sophisticated version of their normal self. You decided to wear... I would wear a oh my god! I can't read or speak! A drouse. I'm so done with myself today. That's it. No more stream. A dress. The one you picked was light and had sheen. The silky material seemed to glide through your fingers as you took it from the wardrobe. It was perfect fit for a summer evening party. Shut up, Benny. I'm trying my best here. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. Someone called the Bondulance. She's having a strong... I literally am, though. I literally am. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you gotten the opportunity to wear this. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs ready to head out. You found your moms already waiting in the living room. They were putting on the final touches in their outfits, Ma strapping her heel into a stiletto shoe, and Mom trying to fasten a bracelet single-handed. Oh, they look so beautiful! I like Ma's outfit the best, I think. This is really cute. They look so beautiful.
Oh.
You look so nice. Don't you think, Pam? Thanks for dressing up, Terra. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent a hand, literally, by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Mom then glanced over at the clock on the wall, seeing where the hands were pointing. A frown creased her face. When's Cove going to be here? Do you know? I'll go get him.
Oh.
Oh, yeah? She raised her eyebrows, a broad grin replacing the earlier frown. That's very polite of you. Go sweep him off his feet. We want to leave in 10 minutes. Okay. Cove's house was mere seconds away from yours, making the warning unnecessary, but you dutifully... Oh! Oh my god! You dutifully... Oh my god! Why? My words are not wordsing today. After crossing the street, you found yourself at Cove's very familiar front door. Shut up, Benny! You rang the bell, whose chime was lodged in your head from all the times you rung it over the years. Though, unlike usual, Cove's mom, Kyra, was the one who answered it this time. Oh, this night! What am I doing? I'm just gonna start fucking freestyling it. Hey Tara, come on in. Cove gets pegged. Cove is 13 years old right now. Wind. Cove is still a kid right now. We can't say shit like that. Right now we are 13 and he is 13. Keep in mind, he's still a minor right now. She beckoned you inside as if she was so excited to see you that words alone weren't enough. Thanks for coming. The boys will be right down. They're just in Cove's room. Oh, he's getting ready. I can call them if you want. It's alright. Well, we only have 10 minutes. That would be great, thanks. Sure thing. She stepped over the opening of the hallway at the other side of the living room and hollered down, Cove, Cliff, Tara is here. Cliff's voice came back without its owner. Just a minute. Thanks. Hello, Tara. You chuckled. It was longer than a minute, but Kyra easily filled the time by chatting with you about your plans for the night ahead. Is not on your side today? It's not. Oh, he looks handsome. Look at him. I love all black. When men dress up in all black suits, a black button-up, black pants, black shoes, chef's kiss. That is my favorite. So this is just like, the fact that this is what he's wearing, I love. Beautiful. A short while later, Mr. Holden strolled into the room, giving you a wave. Cove pulled his face into a smile. As you reciprocated, the tension in his face faded away. You watched him taking in your outfit, swallowing, and grinning at you again. Oh, hi, Tara. Hi, Cove. It's so cute. I'm dying. He opened his mouth to speak more, then paused. Cove checked the time using a clock hanging on a sidewall and addressed his parents. We've got to go. Even if there hadn't been time for a real discussion, you felt relieved about the positive reaction. He abruptly headed towards the door.
Come on.
Where's the fire? Isn't there something you want to do before leaving for the dance? Cove froze, wincing at the call-out, while his dad continued to smile encouragingly. Curious, you watched Cove expectantly. It was hard to imagine what he would want to do before heading out, or what you'd have time for. Your mom's warning about not taking too long echoed in the back of your mind.
Come on.
We can do that later. His words came out in a mumble. Kyra laid a hand on Cliff's chest, pinning him in place. Don't mind him. You kids have a blast. Bye. You ducked out, following Cove into the street. What was that about? Cove sighed, wrapping a hand across his forehead. Seeing the look on your face, he shook his head.
It's okay.
It's fine. It's nothing. I'm fine. It's nothing. That was good news. You didn't think Cove would get much fun out of a party if you went in already feeling bad, but it didn't explain his actions or his dad's teasing question. What was your dad on about? His expression grew pained. His brows creased and his mouth furrowed as he avoided meeting you in the eyes. You might have gotten worried, if not for the flush coloring his face. He's just embarrassed. Cove drew himself up before responding. Dad's been making a big deal out of everything ever since he found out about this. He gestured vaguely between him and you. Oh, it's so cute. I'm sorry, how I'm dressed, how I should prepare, what was going to happen. He even looked up the precise definition of a soiree in 2 dictionaries, in case one was wrong. Okay, that's so sweet. Cliff W. That's a lot. He wanted to make sure I would know what to do at one, so after he figured it out, he made sure to tell me about it. He exhaled, smiling sheepishly.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry for complaining. It's not your fault. It's not really his fault either. It's okay. Thanks. I was trying to get somewhere with that. Both my dad and my mom insisted that, since this is a... He paused, pushing the hair back from his burning face and forced himself to continue. It's a date and kind of a fancy party. I need to bring something for you for inviting me. The conclusion of this... I'm gonna cry. This is so fucking sweet. I'm literally gonna cry. The conclusion of the story caught you by surprise. You blinked, unsure if you'd slacked too much on your own preparations for tonight. You got me a present?
That's,
Not really, just this. Is it a flower? Stop! It's a lily of the valley too, which I said was my favorite flower earlier. I said previously that that was my favorite flower. Are you kidding me? That is... I typed that in earlier, like way earlier. I don't even remember which one I typed that in for. That was such... I think that was in the previous... I think that was when we were still a kid. Cove reached behind himself to take something out of a back pocket. His hand returned to view with him holding a single small lily of the valley by the stem. This is sweet. Cove threw his gaze to the floor, shyly inching his hand closer to you. It's my favorite. Cove audibly sighed in relief. You got the impression he had been stressing about the flower he chose. I wasn't positive, though I thought it would be. I'm sorry I didn't get you anything. You're so wonderful. He sputtered a weak laugh out of sheer anxiousness rather than humor.
I mean...
I'm not. You're the one who... No, I think you are. Okay. He didn't have it in him to continue this conversation, even if that meant not being able to refute your assessment. Then you accepted the flower from him. Cove straightened himself out in response. So, we're gonna be late if we keep standing here. Right, we better hurry. You returned home, Cove in tow. Your moms welcomed you back. You expected them to pile you back outside immediately, but their urge was momentarily stifled as they caught sight of the flower clasped in your hand. Thankfully, other than sharing an infuriatingly, and speaking of infuriating, knowing smile, they took it and tried and didn't say anything. Mom's smug look vanished as she caught sight of the clock. Purpose remembered, your moms whisked you out once more into the car and off to your destination. You pulled up at the country club. The sun was sunk deep into the horizon, the last of its lights sleepily warming. The oncoming night sleepily warming the oncoming night, sorry. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the event was being held. The place had been transformed through decoration, with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to a festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up, oh my god, their instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music. And as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. Destination reached, your parents rounded on you and Cove. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying
Have
yourselves.
fun.
We'll be around if you need us.
See you later.
Bye, Mom! Bye! Cove waved your moms off. Once they retreated a distance away, you found him watching you expectantly. What now? It wasn't a question, but a plea for help. You could tell he definitely didn't know what to do with himself in this situation. We'll have to wait for some things to start, like the band. But there's stuff going on already. Cove perked up at that.
Really?
Oh? Do you want to do any of those? Whatever they are? Aww. This is so cute. I can't. I love this so much. Okay. You check the stacks at the refreshment table. We can go eat some food now, even if the music hasn't started yet. That's okay. It's not too soon. No one will mind, really. Okay. The two of you wandered over to the refreshment table. With it being early in the night, it had barely been touched and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they left the kitchens. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent that there were plenty to choose from. Just from the level of care with which it was presented, it was clear that this was fancy stuff. Cove stared at one plate, then another, confused.
Maybe?
I think I know some of this. And only some of it is any good. This is good stuff. Is it? Yeah. He picked up one of the nearby morsels up and presented it in front of Cove to observe. It looks like a slice of the world's smallest loaf of bread with stuff on top. It has to be small so you got room to try lots of different things. Cove's eyes were wide as you guided him through what was on offer. It made you feel sophisticated. Cove squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a match. His stance was familiar from all the times you'd seen him preparing for some sporting event. I'm gonna try it. He picked up the plate and took one appetizer, then another, and another. Soon you realized he was taking one of every single type. You're taking everything? Uh-huh, why not? You joined him in sampling everything. You might be stuffed afterwards, but that was a problem for your future self. Right now, you were going to enjoy the feast to the full. Cove nibbled his way through everything the cypress had. The result of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some of the things he tried, openly screwing up his face, and rushing to find a drink to wash the taste away. Yet, these bad experiences didn't stop him from plowing on, moving on to the next stack with an open mind. There were some foods he was neutral about, dismissing them with a shrug. But best of all were his reactions when he stumbled across something good. Each time caught him by surprise, his expression morphing from wary curiosity to skeptical interest before making way for astonished enjoyment. Regardless of how he felt about what he was currently eating, you could tell he was having a good time, just being free to eat whatever he laid his eyes on. You thought that was nice too. After going through a round of sampling, he continued munching on the refreshments while waiting for the music. In no time at all, the sun set in full, the lights faded in, and the opening notes of the band's first song rang out. You and Cove stopped what you were doing, turning to contemplate the party that had been steadily unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both in terms of people and activity. The first steps were taken onto the dance floor, some tentative, some others eager, and even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have ensured that it wasn't a quiet night. With the party now in full swing, your options had increased. I want to ask him to dance. You asked Cove to dance. So, would you like to dance, maybe? Really? He blurted the words out without thinking, then clamped a hand over his mouth before anything else could slip out. Really? Cove sucked in a deep breath as if trying to inhale confidence as well as oxygen into his lungs. He gave a single serious nod before holding a trembling hand out towards you. This is so freaking cute. I can't. This is so freaking cute. I can't. I'm literally like, I'm cheesing big time. I think I would feel nervous too. Taking a steady breath, you reminded yourself that nothing here could hurt you, physically at any rate. Your train of thought was leading you down tunnels of potential embarrassment, so you tried to keep your mind on the moment. You took Cove's outstretched hand. His skin was hot and damp, but yours is probably no better. You squeezed it, giving him an empathetic smile, and together you carefully made your way onto the dance floor. You took your places standing before each other, hands still entwined. Frowning, Cove assessed the situation, trying to puzzle it out like a math problem before putting his remaining free hand on your shoulder. You repositioned his hand to your waist. Gently, you took his hand from your shoulder and moved it lower down for a dance. His eyes shook at the touch. From how tense his arm was, you knew Cove was fighting an urge to pull away. But ultimately, he smiled shyly at you, and his grip on your other hand tightened. Cove towered over you. You'd long been aware of your height differences, but readying yourself to dance had brought them to forefront once more. Cove awkwardly glanced down at you from the corner of his eyes, looking almost apologetic. The music had begun. You both moved, eagerly trying to catch up to it, but your feet took you in opposite directions. Fumbling, the two of you shuffled from side to side, attempting to mirror each other's movements, always winding up at odds. It was difficult. Cove was struggling just coordinating his own limbs to the rhythm, let alone matching your movements. When Cove's foot ghosted over yours, it was decided it'd be safest for everyone if you simply swayed to the tune. You rooted yourself to the floor, your torso gently moving to the sounds. Gratefully, Cove kept his movements small and subtle in the same way. All was fine for a little while. You weren't going to win any dancing accolades with Cove, but that didn't matter when you were treasuring just being so close to him. Cove stepped out of sync with the music, knocking against you. He flinched back, nearly pulling you over in the process. You took a hand from him and held it up, halting proceedings so you could both get your bearings once more. It's okay. Instead of fully accepting the reassurance, Cove looked off. Thanks. Then you took Cove's hand once more and gingerly resumed swaying to the music. Cove reluctantly followed suit, his steps small and apprehensive. He mumbled something quietly. This is a long song. You weren't sure how to take that, whether it meant that something was wrong, or if Cove didn't really like dancing, or if he didn't like dancing with you specifically. It made the last couple of minutes of the song uncomfortable as you weighed up what to do and what to say to Cove. When the musicians laid their instruments down, Cove dropped your hands as if they were burning him. He trailed off the dance floor as quickly as he could without breaking into an outright run. Aww. In truth, you'd bet even that was faster than most people here could manage. You had difficulty tailing him before you could get lost in the crowd. When you caught up, he said nothing. You tried to get him into doing something else, but eliciting anything from him was impossible now. You focused over Cove, wondering how he was spending the evening. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobstructive that you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. His gaze was roaming. With how far his eyes seemed, whatever he was searching for couldn't be found at this party. He turned to face you before you could say anything. I want to sit down. We can do that. Cove began to move, and you instinctively followed him. Yet, instead of taking a seat at one of the many free tables as you expected, Cove ignored them as he purposely strode out of the party area. Where are you going? Your call didn't seem to register him as he continued forward onto the greens of the golf course. You went after him, trying to watch out for the uneven ground underfoot. The clods of earth dislodging in games of golf were perfect for snatching unwary feet, even in daylight. Up ahead, Cove didn't appear to have any difficulty traversing that uneven land. He settled down on one of the hills of the golf course. You joined him, still unsure what was going on. What's wrong? Are you alright? Why are we here? Cove started as if he acted on instinct and your questions had brought him around to reality again.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm okay. It's nice over here. You weren't arguing with the statement, but it hardly answered your question. It would have to do for now. You can go back to the party. You didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was just a glowing haze in the distance. You didn't want to leave him behind. I'm not going to leave you here, and I'm not going to drag you back if you don't want to. Oh, thanks. Now that Cove was more at ease, you tried to find out what had caused him to take flight in the first place, even thinking the words pained you. But you had to know the answer. Did going to the party with me make you uncomfortable? Logically, you knew the issue was likely the activity rather than your company. Your heart strained with worry that you had been at fault, though. Was it because I made you dance? His abrupt departure from what was another indicator that something had gone awry.
What?
No. He shook his head empathetically. It's not anything I did tonight. It's definitely not anything you did either. Relief overcame you. You suspected as much, but with this being your very first date, it was hard to be sure. Cove attempted to fill the gaps of understanding. I don't want to think about going back into the party. I just feel ready to go home. I'm sorry you're not having fun anymore. I don't know what to say. Should I get my mom's? I don't want to ruin their night. Cove sat there quietly, gazing out into the shadowy hills and valleys of the golf course. A comfortable warm wind rustled between you, tussling his hair. It was so far from the hubbub of the party, you could even make out the quiet sounds of crickets chirping. This is kind of like how we first met. Do you remember? Of course I do. You liked him from the very first day. It's so weird. That was a long time ago now. He thought back to the day when Cove first arrived in the neighborhood. He had run away from Mr. Holden, taking solace in the hills behind your house. I need a woman's advice? I can do that. That had been late, too, on a clear night like today. Looking at the sky, you wondered if the stars were looking down were the same ones as then. Cove's face was brighter, though you could still see signs of strain that had caused him to depart from the soiree. When he sat down, he had curled up like a pill bug, hunched over, knees pressed to his chest and arms wrapped around them. He'd unwound as you'd been talking, straightening up, his hands free to gesticulate. It was as though the two of you had constructed your own little world away from everything else, and he was beginning to perk up. The small smile that crept on his face was quickly ushered away by a frown. I can't believe I'm on a date. Cove followed up the statement before you could react. He spoke in a distinct, whispered tone, as though you were the only one in the world who he could share these words with. After I said I wanted to come, I wanted to take it back. Not because I really didn't want to do it, but because, I don't know. It seemed like a big deal. It made me feel bad somehow. I started feeling like I couldn't do it, even though I just wanted to do it. I guess it was sort of like having to give a presentation in front of the class, even though it was just me and you doing something like we always do. He charged on, his words streaming out. I still could do it because thinking about not being there and you and what you might think if I did take it back made me feel way worse than whatever else I felt.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I can't just deal with stuff like this and have to make everything so complicated. I don't know how to feel. I don't want you to be here if you don't want to be here. After all of this, he had just been feeling bad. If that's how it was going to be, you wish none of it happened in the first place. I did want to be here. I do want to be here. I'm not wishing I stayed home or that this party never came up. It didn't sound like that. You wanted to take it back. He moved his head to look straight on, eyes meeting yours.
No way.
Yeah, I did, but it's not because I hate parties or because I hate you. I never could. It's just me. There's a lot of stuff I want to feel okay doing, and I just don't. I can't explain why. I don't even know why. The problem isn't that someone is trying to include me. You're the one who doesn't have to keep doing this.
I'm sorry.
I'm like this. I always am. And then I make you feel bad. Nobody's gonna force you to keep trying. But if you do, then I'm gonna keep trying too. When there's something I want to do and I start to feel bad for some reason, I don't want to give up that and run away, especially if it's for you. That's really sweet. He flushed and had to break the fragile eye contact made.
I mean,
Because, I want to keep doing things with you, no matter what. I don't want you to stop wanting me there. Because when I do whatever it is for real and you're with me, it all feels better in the end. It always does. So thanks for inviting me, Terra. It was something really special. It's special to me too. I'm going to lean against him. It always made you feel secure to lean against Cove, having him support you in the most literal of senses. Cove stood up without warning. Support gone, you threw out an arm to catch yourself from toppling over. At that point, you didn't have much choice but to join him on your feet. What was that for? What was that? Cove smiled awkwardly, brushing some grass off of his pants.
wanna dance with me?
Oh. Stop.
Wanna dance with me?
That's so sweet. You already danced with me. I didn't think you had a good time. I called someone I'm comfortable with a butterfly. They asked me why. I responded with, because butterflies are pretty, like you. Did I make an L? I don't know. It's a little cheesy. That's all. It's a little cheesy. I'll say that. I don't know if that's an L. It's just cheesy. They responded positively, then it's not an L. It's a dance party, right? And I still feel like an L. If they responded positively, then who cares? He trailed off, brow furrowed, as if he was trying to figure out the answer himself. Nodding slowly, he continued. I think I want to dance with you again before it's over. With the only words he had to explain gone, he held up his hand to you. His expression was soft. I want to dance with you too. Then you reached for his hand and took it in yours. Cove bit his lip as your fingers entwined together, his cheeks reddening. You returned hand in hand. With the party reaching the end of a long evening, dancing couples had become scarce. One pair among many were hard to notice, but now the space around you would act as a spotlight. Not that there were many left to watch you. He was still at ease, even buoyed by the dissipated crowd. There was a spring in his step as you walked onto the dance floor together. Cove kept hold of your hand, the hand you had given him back on the little hill. Remembering your earlier attempt at dancing, he placed his free hand on your waist all on his own, though still with a touch of trepidation. Cove hesitated while you waited for a sign. With the song in progress, before you stepped out to dance, there was no signal for the right moment to begin. The same thought occurred to Cove, who shrugged his shoulders with keeping form. Taking that as your starting point, you cautiously began to sway. Cove readily followed your example. You danced wordlessly, dimly aware of the music guiding you. You were more focused on Cove, whose attention was firmly fastened on you. Unlike before, Jesus, I keep getting calls. Unlike before, when he had nervously looked down at his feet, as if trying to keep them in check, his eyes were steady. He didn't even allow himself to be shaken when your knees knocked against each other and you both briefly fumbled your steps. Instead, he chuckled, and it was as soft as the roll of the morning tide. His lips curved into a shy crescent. You had been drifting into a dreamlike state, but that expression, one that you'd never seen before, pinned you back to reality. Your heart was caught in a clinch, held tight and yet straining with the effort of thumping harder than it had after any moment of physical exertion. As if in response, his hand began to hold yours with increased strength. He pulled you ever so slightly more towards him. This is so cute! The thoughts about what it meant or what might happen when it was over eased, and the both of you were able to simply have this dance. Time fell away as you took in the small moment. All too soon, the song reached its conclusion. You could have continued quite contentedly for some time more. You stilled, one hand of yours in his. Cove showed no signs of moving either. It was hard to let go. You heard your names called out, and that brought the dance truly to an end. You both spun to find Mom yelling for you in Cove. Beside her, Ma was shaking her head.
Sorry.
It's time to go home, Lonnie. I had to get a hold of them somehow. What did you want me to do, sneak up on them? Her chosen method was admittedly better than that. You still winced at how dazed you'd been when she announced her arrival. Cove looked so embarrassed that you seriously worried about him fleeing again. This time, you didn't think he'd stop until he was out of the grounds. Despite Cove's reaction to the scene with your mom, to you it had been a perfect ending to the evening. You were so glad you got a chance to dance with Cove once more before the night was over. It definitely was over now. You didn't need to say anything to Cove. The two of you marched wordlessly over to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Cove. You wondered if they were checking that they were returning Mr. Holden's son in the same state that he'd left the house.
So,
That was quite a night, huh, gang? Wasn't it just? Cove managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. Mom was smiling too, with an expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick.
well,
And how was your very first date? Please don't start on them already. It technically hasn't even ended yet. Fine. Good. Well, we better ready ourselves to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing.
Em.
Oh, shush. She swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look at the party. You saw people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the weariness that was starting to creep in. Cove's head was angled away from you. As you watched, wondering what he was looking at, he came round and met your gaze. It was strange. Though it had only been a few hours of your life, you felt a little older as a result of attending the party. It was like a step away from the world of your childhood, where dressing up is reserved most exclusively as a form of play, towards something new that you hadn't yet grasped. Turning away from the final moments of the party, you shelved that thought for another time, as your mom eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Cove tailed after them, you felt childlike once more. That was so cute. I loved that. That was really sweet. That was so cute. Okay. We've got dinner, road trip, mall, birthday, and summer work. Let's get summer work out of the way because I hate summer work. Hold on, I gotta yawn. I gotta drink some water too. You stared out the window, watching the scenery pass by as your mom drove down the quiet streets at a leisurely pace. A singer crooned sweetly from the radio, turned low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window when your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited to be going to the library? I guess? You don't sound so sure there, Tara. Mom wasn't wrong. It was what it was, but your real interests lay elsewhere. Taking a trip down to the library used to be kind of fun when you were a kid. That was different from right now.
So,
What about you, Cove? You're part of the conversation too.
Not really.
Not really. If I didn't have school stuff to do, I would probably be somewhere else.
I see.
I get it. I wasn't so keen on the library in my day either. Really? Well, no. Unless you count under 6 years old as my day. She grinned over at the two of you briefly. Mom refocused on driving, humming along with the radio under her breath. You went back to staring outside. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of someone in brightly colored clothing passing out balloon animals. It sparked a faraway memory, and you felt your lips twitching up before consciously remembering why. How long ago was it that you and Cove watched the amazing Alexander performing magic tricks? Hey Cove, do you remember that one guy? Maybe I do. Alexander, the amazing Alexander. He gave us dolphin balloons for free. At this reminder, Cove smiled faintly. Oh yeah, I wonder if he's ever there now. Maybe we should go more often to check. Maybe. This is the first time we ever went down the street together, I think. I missed my balloon. He was a good dolphin for that one afternoon I had him. Yeah. Hey, Cove. What were you going to name your balloon? You never told me. Oh, huh. I don't know. I can't remember what Kimmy was thinking. Probably something obvious like Flipper. You couldn't help the way your own smile curled up higher at the sentiment. You wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite think of what, and so just settled back in your seat. When silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was an absolutely gorgeous day. You leaned your face to the sunshine, tempted to close your eyes as the gentle rays warmed your cheeks. Terra? Huh? You lifted yourself up a bit more, seeing your mom twisting her torso to face you, confused, from the front seat of the car. Next to you was nothing. Cove's car door was already open. You had reached the destination before you even realized it. I was asking what time should I pick you two up. Oh, 4 should be okay. That should give you enough time to finish your summer assignments, or at least make a large enough dent. Thanks, Mom. You hopped out of the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second.
Alright.
Have fun, you two. Yeah, fun. You weren't going to the library to have fun. You needed to make sure you understood the material forwards and backwards, or else your grades might not be what you need them to be. The two of you were right to the door of the library. Cove reached it first and tucked it open, stepping inside. He kept it propped open so you could pass through behind him. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been for the few seconds you spent outdoors. The space was filled with the soft din of papers being moved in whispered voices. Hey, you seem kind of distracted on the ride here. Just enjoying the day. Cove looked dubious at the vague answers. Okay. What, don't you think it's nice out? I do. Your study buddy was standing at the front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Predictably, he was flipping through one of the various sports players on the cover, looking intense enough to burst off the page. He snapped up when you walked over, beaming widely. Hey, Terra, Cove. Hi, were you waiting for a while? Not super long. Derek put the magazine back in its place, then gestured to the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty, only a few people leafing through books. There's plenty of room. In unspoken agreement, the three of you started moving towards the seating area, Derek taking 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Dang, he is so short. Short king. Oh, guess what? I'm pretty sure I've mastered the fake shot. I'll show you some other time. Derek looked over to gauge the level of interest. Do you know it? Soccer's not really for me. All of the sporty stuff Cove liked was beach-related. Surfing, snorkeling, bodyboarding, and he didn't play a lot of team games. But he did like doubles volleyball. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed with excitement as he explained.
Okay.
Well, you move the ball like you're going to go one way, and then he demonstrated by running a few steps ahead, showing off some fancy footwork. You do it like this, so it does it like that. You laughed, bobbing your head as attempt to get the trick across with no ball. Shh. The three of you looked over to the checkout desk. The librarian stood behind it and was wearing a deep frown. You were apologetic. You mouthed sorry, and she sighed before turning back to the book she was reading. Derek scratched his cheek, choosing not to let that derail things.
Oops.
So, what are you guys working on? There were some things you had gotten a start with, but it was still early in the summer, so there was a lot left. I've got some math problems that need work. The atmosphere was good for studying, and he felt motivated to tackle them. There's some summer reading too. I have to go through an assigned book, but I'm gonna do that later since it doesn't need extra references or anything. What about you two? I've got a few worksheets. They look pretty easy, but my school gave us 3 books to read. Can't they stick with just one? I'm doing a timeline for history. You all found a table close to the tall bookshelves and set up camp. This is cute. Within seconds, pencils and folders and books were strewn out on the surface. No, we're gonna stay focused. You focused on your work. There was no time to lose. You were at the library with people you knew, but you couldn't afford to let that distract you. You checked the requirements on the homework sheet your teacher had given you, then opened up your textbook to the pages you needed. After some time, Cove shifted in his seat, twisting his back as if trying to work knots out of it. Feeling antsy? You paid enough attention to Cove to recognize when he was no longer feeling comfortable. Yeah, I'm gonna wander around for a bit.
Talk to you later.
See you. I'm gonna stay here. I'm making good progress. I'll come with you. You might as well take the opportunity to refresh yourself before getting back to work. The two of you strolled away from where you'd been working. Your eyes roamed over the titles of books as you passed by. Some were dull, some intriguing, and others were just strange. But you didn't spot anything that made you pause and pick it up. Looking for something? Always. I tear through books. I might go out of here if there's enough time. This comment reminded you of the clock ticking away. Even after you'd finished your work for the summer, the countdown to the new school year would still be on track. Before you know it, we'll be back at class. Yeah, we just got out and it's almost there. It's almost here again. Are you looking forward to going back? Cove rubbed his arm, drawing your attention to the scar he'd earned as a reckless kid, with his far-off gaze. Not really. I don't want summer to end. I wish everything wasn't decided for me. I want to grow up already. Cove didn't feel safe knowing it was others who really determined what his life was. Like, you understood that much. You touched him softly. Instinctively, you reached out to him. Your thumb stroked the back of his hand in a way you hoped was comforting. But there's a chance we could end up in the same classes. That would be nice. You nodded, glad that he was cheering up some. Trust Cove to look on the bright side. I'd like that. A smile spread across his face, crinkling his eyes. What about you? Do you want to go back to school already? I don't know. You considered a lot, but didn't know how you felt. There was really no getting away from the topic of school right now. It prompted you to think back to the classes you were in. You pursed your lips. English class was enjoyable. You liked the books we had to read in English class. The writing assignments were engaging too. You wanted to roll in the art class. It wasn't mandatory at your school, but you definitely hoped to participate. And that was all. Each lost in your own thoughts, you continued to stroll through the library for a little while longer until Cove caught your attention again. We should probably head back. Yeah, let's go. Before you could take a step back, Cove cleared his throat, avoiding your gaze. Thanks for listening before. Anytime. Cove smiled, his cheeks pink. Oh, he's so freaking adorable. You jerked your head towards where Derek had been left studying. Time to get back to work. Cove and you rejoined with Derek and settled back in as quietly as you could manage. Work continued as normal from there. A sound of shuffling dragged you out of your head. You looked up and surprised to see Derek packing up. You're done? Derek casually shrugged, but you could feel he felt proud to be the first finished. Uh-huh. Told you it wasn't anything hard. What are you going to do now? You wondered how Derek was going to spend his newfound freedom.
Maybe.
I could look over what you're doing. Maybe I've got some tips that'll help. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. With a smile, Derek leaned over your part of the table. He took some time to get the gist and point you in the right direction before turning it back over to you. Derek leaned on the back of his feet. Okay, I'm gonna look around while you guys finish. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
See ya. Later on, Cove shifted in his seat, closing his books as he looked over the notes he'd been taking. Glancing away, you contemplated what you had done thus far, too. You had finished everything. I worked pretty fast. You felt relieved to have it done. Now you just had to hope it was good enough. Derek's advice made it easier in the end. Are you about ready? It's almost 4. Yeah, I think so. Come on. The both of you gathered up your books, and after returning the ones you'd used for reference to their proper shelves, set off to find wherever Derek had wandered off to. He was in the biography section. His back was to the two of you, one hand above his head and the other supporting himself against the shelf as he strained to grab one of the books. Hey Derek, we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He glanced towards the sound of your voice, then up towards the shelf he was trying to reach. That was a trickle you know all too well. Do you need help with that? Derek frowned, eyes flicking to Cove just for a second before shifting to look at the floor. Yeah, thanks. Which one? Derek directed Cove towards the book he wanted. It was an autobiography of someone you'd never heard of before. And then the three of you moved to the front of the library to wait for your brides. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slightly chilly library interior. Got any plans after this? Gonna work on my technique. Can't get rusty while school's out. The answer was inevitable. Technique for what? Soccer. How about you two? The words you two echoed in your mind. You knew that Derek meant what Derek meant, but why was it bringing a smile to your face to be linked with Cove, even in the most tenuous circumstance? Nothing planned. Me either. Oh, that's my dad's car. Derek lifted a hand to wave, pushing the door open and heading towards the blue pickup truck waiting in the parking lot.
Talk to you later.
See ya, Terra. Bye, Cove. You watched Derek jog off for scanning the area for your mom. Did you get everything done? Sort of. I saw you're done. He smiled, impressed. You felt pretty good about that. I feel like I'll need to come back to the library again before summer's over. Even if your assigned work was done, you might have to double check some things or do preparation for the start of the year. I'll come with you. I still have those books to read anyway. You smiled at the idea. Despite not working on the same thing, it'd be nice to have some company. I'm good with that. Hey, do you want to do something with me after this? Oh, sure. Cove seemed eager towards the offer. You hadn't exactly expected him to say no, but the agreement still made you happy. The two of you smiled at each other. Cove looked away after a second, and so you did too, fidgeting with the hem of your shirt. It wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down the road. There she is.
All right.
Time to go then. You climbed into the car, sliding into your usual seats and buckling the belts. Hey kiddos, did you get a lot done? I'm done.
Nice.
Amazing. The car shifted into action and you watched as the library shrunk into the distance. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it this summer, but at least you knew you were going to have company. You fielded questions from Mom while you tried to juggle a conversation with Cove. When she learned you two were planning on returning, she immediately offered to give you a ride next time. You continued to answer Mom's questions about what you'd been working on, and then told her about your plans to stick with Cove after getting back. There was something knowing in her smile that made you pause, just for a moment. But soon enough, the trip was over. You had arrived back to your neighborhood. Cove had run over to his house real quick to drop off his stuff. You also made a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road, halfway between your houses. With everything wrapped up, you could now freely enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you began walking down the street together. The afternoon came and went. Dinner was eaten, and you were cleaning up the dishes left behind from it. Cove had elected to stay for the meal today. He passed you a couple plates to rinse in the sink. Even though he didn't have to, Cove asked to do at least something to help. He scrubbed the last of them and let out a satisfied sigh. Okay, they're done. I'm going upstairs now. You dressed your guests for the evening. Are you going to come with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have to be back till later. Take it easy, kids. Thank you for the help. When you got back to your room, you noticed your backpack from earlier. You figured it would be best to unpack the stuff you needed to before going to bed. Cove plopped into your desk chair and spun it around a bit as he got comfortable. He watched you contentedly as you walked across the room. He didn't need or expect you to try entertaining him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when nothing was going on. You hefted your bag up onto the bed. It sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through books and paper packets. Not all of it were things you needed anytime soon. A small pile of the most important assets began to grow at the side of your backpack until you'd gone over it all. You had actually finished flipping through the contents, but that wasn't all of your work. You instinctively pulled the opening closer to you and peered inside. A second look through commenced, and then a third, and then you again opened the smaller pockets. You were missing your math assignment. Terra? By this point, Cove could tell something was wrong. He had spent the better part of today completely finishing it, and now it was gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't really zipped when you first begun to look through it. The work could have fallen out somewhere if you had it in the first place. You were upset by the revelation, but made yourself stay calm. You caught the problem early. There was still time to make it right. You couldn't lose your head. My math homework isn't in my backpack. At your word, Cove jumped out of his seat. Oh crap. Is there somewhere we can look? The bag was kind of open, so he winced sympathetically. That left a lot of options for where it might be, most of them bad. You resolved to check the spot the backpack was originally left in. It couldn't hurt to look. With nothing in sight there, you expanded the search to the rest of the space. Cove did his best to stay out of your way while keeping an eye out for your missing work. It was a fruitless effort. Your assignment wasn't there. Let's check downstairs. It might still be in your house someplace. Fine.
How are you?
Why, hello again. Is everything alright? You told Mom what's going on. I unpacked my bag and one of my assignments wasn't there.
I'm so sorry.
What's missing? An assignment for school from the library today. Mom's eyebrows raised with concern at the answer. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. I think they might still be open. Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome.
Just leave it to me. Cove, honey, can you tell us if there was anything you noticed? You were with Terra, right? I saw the assignment when Terra had it out at the library. I don't remember her putting it away, but I'm pretty positive there was nothing left on the table when we were done. He spoke resolutely. Before now, he hadn't considered that something might have been left behind. You had felt the same when leaving, though it was hard not to second-guess things right now. Your mom re-entered the scene a few minutes later. The look on her face was not promising.
Well,
So I got a hold of one of the librarians. They don't have any papers with your name on them. Not that they could see anyways. I'm sorry. Thanks for trying. Of course. Sorry it was a bust. It's not your fault. Terra, hey, let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. Good idea. Things were getting heavy here with your mom's worrying. Maybe he needed to get away from it, or maybe he thought you needed a chance to get away from it. Let's go. Cove nodded and made his way to the door. Your mom stood by with creased eyebrows. Take care, kids. Good luck. Bye, Moms. You briskly made the trip across the street, and in less than a minute, you were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Cove had been in a rush earlier today, too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without a thought. No one had moved it since then. You can sit down or anything. I'm gonna look. He lifted up the backpack and unzipped it in a fluid motion. You were left to wait as he rooted around inside with an unexpected level of seriousness. You accepted his offer of hospitality and took it easy. It was impossible to stop Cove on his quest, so you tried to relax in the meantime. Eventually he sighed heavily. Cove's arm was still tucked away inside, but the search was over.
Sorry.
It was obviously there wasn't much of a chance Cove somehow had it in it this whole time. You just shrugged. That's alright. He dropped the backpack to the floor unceremoniously and spoke with a cautious tone.
Are you okay?
You really okay? I really am. I can get another copy and rewrite the stuff. It's nice of you to ask about it. That's cool. I'm glad. Cove laughed lightly, and you noticed a small shake to it. He was clearly relieved you were going to get through this. It was sweet. He had been more upset about the loss than you. I think it's admirable how you keep it together like that. You were flattered he thought so. Oh, Cove was someone you were close with. That's true. But he hadn't expected him to say you were admirable. It was nice. Then the moment was interrupted by the piercing ring at the Holden's home phone. You wordlessly stared at one another with raised eyebrows. Cove's mouth formed a tiny frown. Kyra appeared from the hall on the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise.
hey, yeah.
Hey, Cove. Hey, Terra. I didn't know you were here. She strolled on past. Your eyes followed her. Cove's mom answered the call, giving a chipper greeting to whoever was on the other end. A few and later, Kyra thanked the person and placed the phone down once more. Terra, That was your ma. She said your stuff was in the car.
What?
Really? That's what I was told. Now I'll just return to the guest room. You can have your privacy. Cove's face cycled from shock to sour as his mom made her escape laughing. He shook the interruption off and refocused on you. Water time, hold on. They've got it. As you guessed, this wasn't going to be a big deal. They've got it. Cove smiled crookedly and shrugged one shoulder. We should probably head to your house. Your moms wouldn't want to talk to you. Yeah, my parents really care about me. They had kept searching even after you left, and because of that, it all worked out. Cove nodded in agreement. Cove, it means a lot that you stuck with me. Thanks. He brightened up with sparkling eyes.
Don't worry about it.
His little fucking voice crack.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. He's so cute. Anytime, Sarah. While stepping towards the door together, there was a thought in your head that you knew to be true. You were going to be there for one another, with the small things, and when it came to the big things. Sweet. Okay. We only have 4 left, and then we're on to the next part. Let's do Mall. Leah's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Holden family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden's shop firsthand. An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Because Cove's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine: fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling around the room, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. You'd spent a lot of time here over the years. The shop was as familiar to you as your own neighborhood. It's practically another extension of home. You were in good spirits. This was a pleasant surprise. You enjoyed showing Lee around the shop. Doing this was better than just telling her about it. Lee was still busy poking through the various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quickly. My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material has this new blend with less neoprene. I don't even know what that is. My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. You decided to keep listening. It was interesting just to watch them speak about what they knew. But really, there's just so much to think about with a business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's just the best part. I think about other things too.
I gotcha.
Cool. The business side running it, that's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eyes, you caught movement and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. When your dad's retired, do you guys think you're going to carry on the store? Both sons shrugged in unison.
Well,
There's tons of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. Cove's gaze fell to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face.
I don't know.
It's a lot, but the real boss of something, being the real boss of something and totally in charge. No matter what you both do, shop or no shop, you'll be amazing. Derek smiled in equal parts happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a bit. Thanks, Tara. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Cove's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. Sorry, kids. It looks like it's going to be a long one. I know usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. I know you just wanted a little visit. It'd be boring getting stuck all day because of me. However, I can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you all a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that you have to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. Carva laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that and moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home.
It's okay.
That's alright, sir. That's how Sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kyra elbowed him teasingly.
What do you think?
You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon?
Absolutely.
That's fine with me. Just please come back eventually. Sometime today, Kyra. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. For you, my good sir, I swear, cross my heart. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a $50 bill to Kyra. Here, in case you need gas or something or anything else while you're out. Kyra smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation. They're cute.
Thank you.
Cove's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with the free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs and madams. He left the room with a wink and flare, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Ayo, Kyra pretty? She is pretty. I hate this bright green hair, though. I just can't stand it. I wish it was more like the ends. I don't know if you can see it, but the ends right here are kind of more like the teal, like the bluish. I wish this bright green. It's just too bright. If they had just made it a little less bright, maybe I'd like it more. But when Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kyra silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed the $50 bill there. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang, let's see if this town has a mall. Yeah. Yes! Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in some suburb. It might be possible to find a mall out here. You felt pumped. Heck yeah! Let's go. I loved going to the mall when I was younger. I lived in a really small city. I guess it was technically a city, even though it's not like city-like. And so I'd have to drive like 30 minutes to go to the mall. So going to the mall was always a big thing. I want his mom. Well, I want his dad. So, you know. Okay, back to it. She quickly herded the group out of the store into the car.
Cove.
As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cove was sure embarrassed over the phrasing and blatant favoritism. I want to be tucked in, crazy, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. You kept quiet. Silently, you watched Cove and his mom interact. It still felt odd at times to actually see her. I'll take the middle seat. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want a window seat. You two can have them. Are you cool with that? You thought it was odd that anyone would give up a window seat, but you knew Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded.
Fantastic.
Good. Sounds like we're all in agreement. Everyone squeezed into the car, buckling in, and Kyra turned the radio on. We don't bottom shame? I'm not bottom shaming. She said it to a top 40s pop station. You were into it. Quickly, you recognized the song playing. It was a new one by an artist you were listening to a lot recently. It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost, but after driving in enough circles, Kyra's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. There were more cheers from Lee as Kyra pulled into a parking lot. Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on this trip was checking what this mall actually had. Where should we go? I think I see a makeup store up ahead. She rolled up on her tiptoes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes, wait. We need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and barrettes.
Nice.
We also gotta at least look for a game store. There's tons of things you can't get anywhere but a store that's just for video games. Hey, what are you thinking, Cove? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. He's adorable. That's so fucking cute. You could have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. Can we go to a camping and outdoor supply shop?
So,
What about you, Tara? I want to go to the pet store. I want to go to a bookstore. I want to go to an accessory shop. Oh, and I would go to the video game store too. And that's all that really interested you. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah. I have my own stops I want to make. Let's agree to regroup here at 7 p.m.
What?
You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy the mall without me hovering. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back here at 7 p.m. Toodaloo. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kyra walked off. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's really gone. I can't believe she just did that. This is so cool. We get to do whatever we want. You felt okay about this situation. Well, it can't be that different from having a parent here. Yeah, you're right, and we'll probably be bumping into her at some point too. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his early enthusiasm for the trip.
So,
Where are we going first? Time's a-wasting. Whatever's closest. Things were coming together, but you realized there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong, Tara? Did everyone bring money with them?
yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
I did. I always have some on me when I come all the way out here. You left all your money at home. The original plan was only visiting Mr. Holden's store. No, I didn't think I'd need it. Derek looked at you sympathetically.
I get it.
I can lend you some if you need. Cove smiled at you reassuringly.
It's okay.
You know I don't mind getting you anything if you want it. Yeah, don't worry. I can get your tab. You can pay me back later. You let them know if you really needed it. I'll tell you if there's something I want to get. Thanks. Lee waved the right off. We're here for fun, to have fun. Don't worry about anything. How often do we get to go to the mall together? Never, basically. It's special.
Right.
Don't feel bad about it. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There were many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went into the pet store, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated in wind chimes of various sizes. You raised a hand to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way. He looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized that you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. You wanted one, but for someone else. They caught your attention, though it was because it might make a nice gift. You wondered if Lee was planning on becoming a wind chime salesperson since she kept pushing it. I have one like that at home, and it makes the prettiest sound. Can I borrow some money?
Totally.
Of course. You gaze traveled over to the boys. They were paying you and Lee no mind as they continued along. You were going to get one for Cove. I just want to get one for Cove. Can I get that one, please? Lee raised an eyebrow and looked at you for a moment, and then she giggled. All right, one wind chime for Cove. She dug her money out and paid for you. A large, mischievous grin spread across her face. The shopkeeper carefully wrapped your purchase up and handed it back to you in a bag. You accepted it and then raced off with Lee to catch up with the boys. For Cove, you had picked out a beautiful wind chime that had a dolphin charm, of course. It has to have a dolphin. It has to have a dolphin. You had a feeling he'd appreciate that. After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found yourselves walking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had their eye on the smoothie kiosk ahead. Should we stop? Yeah. As you approached, your eyes were drawn to the dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it would take to try them all. Hi there, do you need the rundown of how this works? Yes, please. Okay, first off, you pick up to 3 options of fruit and berries. I'll add the ice and the store's special smoothie base mix, and you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. There's only one size. Cove leaped over the counter a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie with coconut too. That is a lot of flavors. Sounds good. Is anyone else getting something? Can I get one that's just all mango? Based, actually. Of course. I like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries for mine. Also based. I like strawberry banana, but the thing is, strawberry banana is always... I always feel so bad about strawberry banana smoothies because banana always overpowers everything. Shopkeeper looked at you now. You didn't want one. I'm not getting anything. At that, the others went ahead and paid for their drinks. You waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready.
Aw.
This is gonna be good. Lee chimed in with her own enthusiasm. Everyone say their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cup, and the first tentative sips were had. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his taste. Mango is too delicious. Mine is super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. I'm gonna ask if you could try a Cove smoothie. Cove, could I have a drink of yours? At that, Cove accidentally inhaled as he was drinking. His face was burning red from embarrassment and from the coughing that shook him. Dude, are you okay? Derek gave Cove a few pats on the back, and his hacking was only starting to slow. I bet it ended up going the wrong way. It sucks when that happens. Lee elbowed you teasingly. The moment she got your attention, she started laughing and gesturing between you and Cove. Moments later, Cove was finally able to breathe normally. He wiped the mouth with his free hand. His gaze locked to the floor as he nervously started chewing on his straw. You could tell he was torn. He didn't seem to want to say no, but he couldn't bring himself to say yes either. Derek couldn't watch the scene anymore. Drinking his own smoothie, he pretended to be fascinated by the displays in the stores your group was passing by. Lee hadn't stopped looking over you too. You could tell she was living for every bit of the situation. Cove's unhappy stare went from Lee to Derek, all while still shyly sipping his smoothie. He wondered if he was trying to will them to intervene. Feeling his stare, Derek peeked back towards Cove. The only response he offered was an understanding sigh. You reassured him. You don't have to stress over it. I don't want it to be a big deal. With a defeated sigh, Cove delicately moved the hand holding his drink towards you. He invited you to proceed with his eyes. This is so cute. Leaning in, you took a sip. It was an especially sweet combination. Thanks. He nodded and brought his smoothie back closer to his body, but didn't start drinking
You're
again.
welcome.
He's so cute. You were satisfied with that. Sorry, that was so cute. As your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. Oh, games. In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling ear to ear. I want to ride. I think we might be too big.
No way.
We're not that old yet. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with it, smiling. He didn't care about it one way or another. Whether we're too big or not, it can't hurt to check it out. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he was focused on the various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even see 2 people. Lee leaned in close to you and whispered playfully while pointing directly at the soul machine made for a pair. You should ride that one with Cove. That's so embarrassing, but I'm gonna do it anyways. You agreed. She was really onto something there. That might be fun. I call the helicopter. Why? It's the coolest and I think it'll move the most. He started digging in his pocket, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait, is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yeah. I only have 2. There has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove only had 1, and Lee ended up with the most at 3. You didn't have any. You can have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me, and even if it was, it'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He had tried, failed, and looked unsure what to do next. Couldn't we exchange dollar bills for more quarters at a store? Derek slapped a hand to his cheek, eyes wide.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. The group scattered to various shops around. When you shortly reconvened at the rides, everyone had more than enough quarters. Lee got an extra set for you and wouldn't take no for an answer when she offered it.
Please.
Tara, are you going to join us on this little kid ride? Please. You sighed, admitting defeat. I'll do it. Yay. There were enough machines that everyone claimed one for themselves. Derek got his coveted helicopter. Lee was happily on a horse. Cove waited to choose last. It seemed like he didn't want to take a ride someone else. It seemed that he didn't want to take a ride someone else wanted when he cared so little about it. You picked. Let's do it with Cove. I'm taking up all my saves, but it's like I get a bajillion, 40 of these. Okay, we're fine. The double-seated car, and you brought Cove along. Cove, you can sit with me. He gave a faint smile and put a hand on his hip when he saw the ride you pointed out.
I don't know.
Do you really want to try fitting me in that? You might actually be comfortable if you use it yourself. That doesn't matter. I want to ride with you. Alright. Lee winked at the two of you from her pony as you squished next to one another in the child-sized seats. Looks were exchanging across the way, and you each popped the coins in at the same time. The little ride started to life. As the machines began moving up and down and side to side, Lee and Derek couldn't contain their laughter. Derek started waving from the window of the helicopter, and Lee reached out to see if she could touch anyone from their machine as their machine jolted closer to hers. Cove, on the other hand, just gripped the side of the car. He was struggling to remain in the seat, looking very uncomfortable. You tried to encourage Cove. It was terrible seeing how unhappy Cove was with this. You wondered if there was anything you could do to make him feel better. Don't worry, we all look ridiculous on these things. Cove's concentration was broken when he automatically looked in your direction. You thought you caught him rolling his eyes at your words. Are you worried you're gonna fall off? Cove shook his head, but he felt like you were going in the right direction. I know people always talk about how tall you are, but you're not a giant. Some people are 7 feet tall. Cove looked at you, clearly fighting a smile, but his hands were still gripping his ride like his life depended on it. Okay, if you do fall, I'll jump off of this and make a bigger scene, I promise. With that thought finally broke him into a laugh, and his smile remained for the rest of the ride. Soon all rides came to a stop and the group dismounted. Derek looked absolutely pleased at the conclusion of this pit stop. You noticed something out the corner of your eyes. You tilted your head to look directly at it, and you burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned back to your group and nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that takes dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Everyone's heads moved that way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is. We're kind of dumb. we have to be to miss that this whole time. Come on, let's just put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't been everywhere yet. Here. You moved along from one shop towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. Cove went to the trash can last and threw out his very full cup. So much of his drink was left that you couldn't help but wonder if he ever continue drinking it after your stunt. He had been so focused on sipping originally, it had to be that he was too uncomfortable to use the straw after you had. I would feel bad. We're gonna try multiple. You felt bad. All that smoothie went to waste, and Cove barely got to enjoy his drink before you pushed to try it. Cove must have felt your eyes on him because he met your gaze. You weren't sure if you could tell what you were thinking. Instead of calling him out about the drink, you kept it to yourself. You knew Cove well enough to guess it'd just make things worse. Cove smiled at you before turning back to listen to whatever Derek was trying to tell him. You resolved not to focus on the smoothie incident. I don't know if there's gonna actually be any difference. A small blush crawled across your face and you had to fight to not smile. This was so silly, but really sweet. You also thought he was being wasteful throwing a perfectly good smoothie out. But still, Cove was adorable. Cove smiled at you before turning back to listen to whatever Derek was trying to tell him. You resolved not to focus on the smoothie incident. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by.
So,
Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. I don't know. She's just like that. Ooh, it's a mystery. Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kyra coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheek. Hey, baby and friends. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day, gang? Yeah. Today was awesome. We did so much. It was fun. You really enjoyed your day. There was no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear, because today went so much better than you had expected. I'm glad we came here.
that I do.
I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clapped her hands together once, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you've got to be starving. It's dinner time, and you haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kyra said felt off to you. There were tons of places to eat. It's a mall. You could have had dinner. You wondered if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raise when it dawned on you. She might be keeping an eye on you after all. That was actually pretty slick. If she hadn't made that comment, you never would have known. You found it hard not to be impressed. Not once could you recall even catching a glimpse of her hanging around, though now that you think about it, not seeing her ever was suspicious in and of itself. Shaking off those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangements as earlier, you all piled into the car and started heading back to the store. The drive went by without any problems, as it was filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you'd arrived at your destination. It was a much faster trip, considering this time Kyra knew where she was going. Hearing the light jingle of bells from the front door being open, Cliff poked his head out from the back. He lit up, seeing who was here. Hey, Sport. Did everyone have an adventure? Hi, Dad. We had a blast. Yes, we found the mall.
Aw.
The mall? Wish I could have joined. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders sloped. Kyra put a hand on his arm and smiled. There'll be other times. Are you set here? Almost. Mr. Holden sighed for real. Then he pulled himself together, standing up straight.
Do you mind?
I just need a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem, Mr. Holden.
Sure.
We can have fun here. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up, and Kyra nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. And then the parents were gone again. Let's go to the docks. They're right down the way. Yeah. I saw those on the way here and really wanted to check it out. Are you coming, Tara? All right. With a smile, Cove showed the way. Oh, this is pretty. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night. Thanks for letting me come. Me too.
Right?
I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? Totally. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair and then puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle.
Yes.
I guess sometimes they are. He continued walking. Every so often you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking out between the clouds. At one point you noticed that Cove stopped while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. Initially you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed he still looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cove. He gave you a quick acknowledging look when you stopped at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took in a deep breath of the ocean air. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. And then it hit you. The wind chime. I was wondering. This was the perfect moment. Quickly, you dug the wrapped package out of your bag. Hey, Cove? He barely replied. Instead, his focus was mostly on lazily watching the sea. The paper wrapping crinkled as you pushed the package forward, trying to make him realize. He finally caught sight of it, and his eyebrows raised up high. Gingerly, Cove accepted the gift. Just seeing the present brought a smile to Cove's face. He opened it, and his whole body brightened as he recognized the chime.
Oh my god.
He talked about how he seemed to want it. Especially the chime simply made you think of him. I thought it suited you, so I got it. Really? Cove's smile seemed to grow even bigger, and his blush deepened. He looked sincerely happy. He wasn't even able to find the words to finish his thought. When Cove started getting shy over his bashfulness and put a hand up over his mouth, you were so happy that binding the wind chime was the right call. I'll take good care of it, Terra. Thank you. You're welcome. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze down the pier. What are you doing there, slowpokes? Get over here.
Hey!
Come on. You looked at Cove the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed again against the wooden planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. So sweet. It's so sweet. Water break. That was so sweet. We only have 3 left. Hold on, I gotta check some notifications. Let me just check some notifications. And then we'll continue. Okay. All right. Let's do. What did we just do? We did Mall. We did 2 DLCs, so let's do the 2 regular ones, and then we'll be on to birthday. We'll do birthday last, I guess. Let's do dinner. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So, I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? Have we gone to Cove's for dinner? The question came out strangely, almost like he had rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go. It was, it seemed that Cove still had more to say, and you just interrupted him. Oops. Cool, well, he stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home could be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you come over, I mean? I'll have to ask my mom to get back to you. Okay, tell me when you can. He sounded noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over for dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that. For now, anyway. You called Ma right afterward, and she picked up on the third ring. It wasn't a long conversation. When you asked to go to the Holden house for dinner, she was more than happy to give permission for it. No problems there. Ma wasn't the only one to complain about you. Wasn't one to complain about you spending time with Cove. Cove got a quick call from you afterwards, so he knew for sure that you could attend the dinner. Then you said your goodbyes and went on with the afternoon. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted. You made the small journey across the street. You knocked a couple times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. It was exciting. You had thought today was going to be boring, but it turned out to be much more interesting. You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kyra, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you.
Come on.
Hey, Tara, welcome. Please come on in. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I thought it was kind of last second. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey, Tara, welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. Hope you're hungry because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard some sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kyra. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. Well, I've been barred from cooking the entire time I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're a VIP. They get along so well for a divorced couple. Kyra smiled and shook her head quietly, then turned to face you once more. Sorry about that, Tara. Here I was trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kyra leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay. He likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Her next question could need to be said in a hushed tone just to be safe.
So?
How are you doing? I'm doing good. That's what I like to hear. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some light pounding footsteps caught your attention. He checked to see if Cove emerged from the hall a few seconds later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. His cheeks ticked pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hands came up to rub his arm almost bashfully. Tara, you made it. Thanks for coming. Cove's voice was unnaturally loud, as if he thought you wouldn't be able to hear him from where you were only a few feet away. Hi, Cove. You doing okay? Yeah, I'm fine. You didn't sound convincing at all. You narrowed your eyes suspiciously, but didn't call him out on it. If you could talk to him alone tonight, maybe you'd ask what was going on then. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes.
So,
Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded in the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when the food's ready to go. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. I'm excited. Are we gonna get to see what his room looks like? I'm gonna say, like, in the story, I say that we've been to Cove's room before, but we haven't. Cove got to the door first, opening it. door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. So he's got fishes. He's got some fishies. He's got a map. Oh, he loves this. Let's see if there's anything we can see that's special in here. So he's got all these things. I'm just trying to see if there's anything special. He's got jewelry. This is cute. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and got it all over his personal space. That's just how he was. A little bit of a mess. You hadn't heard Mr. Holden ever scold him for it, not like your moms would have if you'd done it. You can sit wherever you want. Cove himself took a seat at the edge of his large bed, looking like the picture of comfort, and left you to decide. I sat next to him. As soon as he sat next to him, Cove grew tense. Oh, I'm sorry, Cove. His back went stiff and he ducked his head away. He tried to hide a trembling smile. Oh, he's so cute. Is this what women think about when they visit a guy's place? What do you mean? Like the Summer Walker meme? What are you talking about? I think when I go into, like, when I visit a guy's space, or like in the past when I've gone to a guy's place, I'm immediately looking at the stuff that they have around them. Is it clean? What kind of things do they have on the walls, if they have anything? And what knickknacks or photos can I see? Because those tell me a lot about a person. One time, Shrimpo lore. One time I went on a date, my freshman year of college, and I went to this guy's place. And we walk in, and I'm looking around. There's like plants and stuff, and then I see a whole shelf, like all of the shelves, it was like floor to ceiling shelves of just Hot Wheels, and in their packages. And I remember being like, huh, so Hot Wheels? And the guy was like, oh, those are my roommates. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, whatever. You collect Hot Wheels, whatever. He collects Hot Wheels, your roommate. And then because I was at a man's house by myself, I went to go text my friends because I had to let them know, hey, I'm safe, I made it, just letting you know. And so I went, why lie though? Exactly. That's why I was like, it was weird. So then I'm like, hey, can I have your Wi-Fi password, right? Because I was like, I need to text my friends just to let them know I'm safe and that I made it okay. And he was like, he was like hesitated, and I was like, is there a problem? Like, I really need the Wi-Fi. So he was like, yeah, but by the way, and he's like really quick with it, my roommate made the password. And I was like, okay. So then I go to put in the Wi-Fi password, closed, Benny. The Wi-Fi password was like Hot Wheels lover something. It was like numbers. Hot Wheels lover, blah, 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 blah. Like numbers. I don't even remember. And I remember being like, huh. And I was like, okay. It was one of the weirdest dates I've ever been on. I think ever. Because the whole date was just, we'll have to have a story time about the rest of that date, because I want to get back to the story that we're doing. But let me just tell you, fucking bizarre. So bizarre. So weird. It wasn't even that weird. He was just a weird guy. Anyways. I think anyone would be nervous around you. I mean, like, I don't even know if it was nerves. I think he was just, it was just weird.
Oh my god.
Why is he freaking? Wait, did you hear that? Let's play this back. You sat next to Cove on his bed. As soon as you sat next to him, he grew tense, his back went stiff, and he ducked his head away. He tried to hide a trembling smile.
Oh my god.
That's different. That's a different oh my god than his normal ones.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. He's literally freaking out.
Oh my god.
He's literally freaking out.
Oh my god.
He's so freaking cute.
Oh my god.
He said it under his breath. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. What? What are you saying right now?
Oh my god.
That is adorable. He said it under his breath as if he didn't want you to hear it. You obviously did easily since you were right beside him. I mean, I would chuckle a little bit. It's so cute. You felt very charmed by his reaction. He raised his eyebrows. You both kept noticing the other's every move. You're adorable. He's so cute. Honestly, I want to just like, oh, I want to squeeze him. He's so cute. You're adorable.
What?
Clearly, he hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow, his flesh grew worse, spreading all the way down his neck. He fumbled for words. It's not. I'm not. That's. He gripped the blanket underneath him and searched for something to say. I'm gonna load him. I'm gonna see what if I say you're such a sweet guy. Okay, it's the same thing. I'm going to say you're adorable because that is what I would actually say. You're adorable.
What?
Did you see my fish? I love the change in conversation. Did you see my fish? Look right over there. Did you see it? My fish? He's so fucking adorable. Did you see my fish? I've got some in a tank right there. Cove threw both of his hands in front of him to direct your eyes towards his pets. He was trying pretty poorly to change that topic, but that much was clear. You decided to show him mercy and allowed it. You started to watch the bright fish swim. There was a bunch of them, floating to and fro in the open space. They'd stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish?
Yes.
My dad bought them for me not very long ago, after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, that's a long time. If we've been in his room before, then, like, why are we asking this? You peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What are their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. He lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly.
I mean,
Mostly, I just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for a small one, tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. I've had a lot of fish, and I'm not that good at coming up with names. He found that funny. Who knew that was a weakness of his? It was an entertaining revelation. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to the small orangish red fish. It was minding its own business away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish?
it's nice.
Aww. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Yeah, I do. His smile grew a little at your enthusiasm. Cool. There's a few who don't have names right now, the newer ones. You can pick which you want to name. He pointed each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange, zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. The last fish was the biggest one. Its multicolored scales rippled under the bright light of the tanks as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. You went with, I want the biggest one. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting for you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose closely. As you did, a name eventually came to you. I can't name it myself. Ooh, I can give it a name. Ooh. I don't like any of those names. Mm. What should we name the fish? What do we name the fish? Okay. I don't know, ooh. It's multicolored. I don't know. Let's name it. I don't fucking know, bro. I'm just gonna go with a name that I like, that I use for like things I can't think of. I'm gonna name it Celeste. I love that name. I name it Celeste. Enter. It's Celeste. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. You smiled proudly at Celeste as it swam through the tendrils of plants, disappearing, then reappearing soon after. You noticed that Cove was sitting closer to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. This close, your shoulders were almost resting against each other. Your heartbeat picked up a little at the realization. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house, not even fish. The corner of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of their tank and feed them and they'll be okay. Right? My moms can be strict over the weirdest things sometimes. They trust Elizabeth and me to go around the neighborhood alone, but they won't let us have a pet? It doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're older they'll let you? I don't know. They seem pretty against it. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. He launched into it without any warning, earning you a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in her room. She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It's kind of weird. My mom didn't think much of it at first, though. But then that night, Mom went to her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what happened. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arms. Cove's eyebrows rose at that, and he leaned forward in interest. Really? A lizard? Where did that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. Then she pulled it out and got the answers, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Ma were not happy. They worried about putting it out during the night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You laughed, thinking back at the time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn. When she was younger, she'd forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Cove had been quiet for most of the story. Apart from the reveal of the lizard, he had a thoughtful look on his face. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to have a sibling. You gave serious thought to his statement before you told him. There are ups and downs. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but now Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while. That's interesting. I think your family's cool. He didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, you consider your relationship with your moms too. They were absolutely the best. You couldn't even consider having another opinion. You couldn't have better parents. A thought struck you, and your attention settled back on Cove. Yeah, my moms might not let Elizabeth or me have pets and stuff, but at least they never try to pay someone to be my friend. Why the hell would I say that? That feels like bad. You grinned over at Cove. It had been years since he found out about your first meeting with his dad. It was easy to joke about these days. Cove tossed his head back in an overly dramatic way, sighing heavily. I almost forgot about that. Really?
No way.
No, not really. I'm never going to be able to forget that actually happened for the rest of my life. It's going to humiliate me forever. Then I'm sorry, since I'm going to bring it up forever. Maybe I'll offer to pay you $20 so you stop reminding me about it. You barked out a laugh, not expecting Code to join in on the kidding. A tiny amused smile curled along his lips at your reaction. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy, making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. Eventually, you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison. It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. I get that. It's been hard on you, huh? You felt sympathetic towards him. You didn't know what he was going through, but you cared about him. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be a good time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason you wanted me to come over tonight? Oh my god! It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around. But now you're here. Huh? You hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense in a way. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. He followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table, beside the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed at you and Cove as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast. I know I am. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning.
Thanks.
Let's all just take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Terra, and on such short notice, too. You thanked Cove's parents back for inviting you. I'm happy to be here. Thank you both for inviting me.
All right.
Well, that's it. Sorry, I went to run the wrong pipe. No! Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, he looked over the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. You were happy about these options. You loved Mexican food. Don't die. I'm trying not to, but you were practically drooling. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Of course. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I water. Okay. Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? Your cookie's nothing to sneeze at, Kyra. Cove's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely an effort. You chimed in as well. Did it take you long to cook all of this, Mr. Holden? Oh, not at all. Sure, this is more than I usually make for me and Cove, but I enjoyed every second of it.
Aha.
Might have gone faster if you had some help, though. Cove's mom grumbled, but it was lighthearted. Mr. Holden chuckled and shook his head. Not this again. I make the rules here, and I say guests don't cook. Even when they're staying for literal weeks?
Come on.
Even then. Everything looks great, Dad, as always. Thanks, Sport. Glad you think so. Cove smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves a dish that you had your eyes on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cove's parents started talking again. Now then. You sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How's everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You've been keeping busy this summer? Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? That's a lot of questions. You were surprised, but you didn't mind the interest. You didn't expect it to so many questions all at once. Still, what else was there to talk about apart from how's the summer been going? You told them how your moms are doing. My moms are great. Mom took us for dessert a couple weeks ago since her project went really well. Is that so? I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. It's been good.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's wonderful. I mentioned things you've done this summer. You should know that I've been at two since so much has included your family. Mr. Holden laughed loud and short. You caught him off guard with that. A fair point. And that was that for your question answering. Kyra nodded along. You could tell she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humor you. Did you know ShrimpoTerra is really into reading? Mr. Holden's face lit up, and he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms braced against the table.
Nice work.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. It's just a hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to do things that just for fun. Everyone needs a hobby. I've been thinking of picking up wood carving myself. That's Halson coded. Sorry. I know wood carving is just a hobby people can have, but Halson wood carving. Wood doubling. Anyways. You couldn't tell how serious he was being about that declaration. Thanks. Cove's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted, not for the first time, that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. Fuck. Let's save that. You brought up your own topic of conversation. I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more?
Yeah.
The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kyra set down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty.
Thanks.
That was delish. Thank you for your culinary creations, Cliff. What a fucking sentence. Culinary creations, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. You ate until you were satisfied. It had taken you some time to finish it all, but eventually you cleared your plate. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over, even now, toying with the silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. He at least tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden's pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Terra. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner. What? Did I hear that right? This is the first time Terra has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited her over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Terra's house till now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offers of the Shrimpo family to host my kid? Kyra shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. By now, he stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
A sleepover! Would it be alright for Terra to stay over, like, for the night? He shot you a shy glance, then smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden... Guys! Why are they acting weird? Let me sleep over! Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. He'd never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than his usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cove's mom reached over and took a hold of his shirt collar, pulling him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Cove's eyes appeared wider. He leaned forward as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands, while Kyra made sure he didn't get too far away with all his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Cove out the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They more like they were having tiny sports teams having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the group up. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look at Cove. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict too. Well, Kyra and I think that should be fine, but he lifted a finger dramatically, his brows raising as he met Cove's gaze and then your own. We'll have to talk to Tara's parents to make sure they'd be comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Tara's folks don't like that idea, there's nothing we can do. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug, using his full arms. He also checked out Kyra from the corner of his eyes and gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give him a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether it was alright or not to someone else, namely your parents. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. Cove hung his head deflated. He had been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. Let's save. You could always sneak in my room again. Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. You wouldn't be surprised to have him knocking at your window sometime, though he likely still would without the invite. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kyra tried to lend a hand as well, however Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seems she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either since you were there as the declared guest of honor. Though the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kyra disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of tarot with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. Oh, it's a regular deck of cards. I wanted them to be tarot cards. She seemed like she'd be in tarot. Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hand. I'm not good at card games. I'm really bad at card games, actually. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room. Ignoring the couches, she sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured into the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood underneath could definitely still be felt. Kyra did an overhand shuffle where she waited for the others to finish their task. The smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great.
This is going to be good. You were excited. You enjoyed card games, and it would be fun to play with Cove and his parents. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things up. Enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first. He followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. All right, I'm ready. He took a seat across from you on the floor, and you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead, without a word. You stared on confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kyra nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two and riffled the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when at home. He puts it away. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. Wait, they're playing for real money, bro? You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. You all use real money on card games with family? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three shot looks at one another and sized each other up.
Yeah.
That's right. $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. What is happening here? Go big or go home. Oh, are you planning on kicking Tara to the curb? Or do you intend on donating the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch completely at ease. If Tara wants to play, I'll fund her way in. Don't worry about that. He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. You appreciate his offer. Thanks, Mr. Holden. His tone and stance instantly became more familiarly friendly when he started directing his words towards you. No problem. You can count on me. You can let me pay for Tara. She's my friend. Aww. Mr. Holden grinned with a chuckle. Alright, bud. I concede. You're too polite for me. Well, you got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? He glanced around. This seemed like a serious business. In response to your consternation, sorry, Kyra softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably just do some rounds of Go Fish tonight. No, but I don't remember even how Go Fish works. What do you think? Fine, I'll join in. I love to play. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up while Cove nodded firmly back. You left it all to luck. That's me. Card games were mostly about chance after all. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speak for yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kyra nudged you using an elbow, then motioned towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. the thought of Cove being like this really shy, sweet boy, and then being an absolute fucking beast when it comes to card games is hilarious. I love that. In reaction to her words, Mr. Holden smirked, and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. Kyra's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. What a random thing to think about. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know. He could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. This is intense, bro. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Oh, cute. Once this was done, Kyra began dealing out cards to everyone. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had money to keep playing the second round. You're a natural. Nicely done. Better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kyra acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move everyone made by speaking into her curled fist. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You won quite a few games, to your delight. He had a hefty money pile on your side of the table. You must regret paying Terra's way in now, huh? No way. Terra might be beating me, but she's also beating you too. Cove turned towards you and smiled, looking pleased at your ability to match his mom and dad. You grinned at him, touched by his speedy comeback. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got this chance to come over to spend the time with the three of them. That was so sweet! That's so cute. I love that. We only have 2 more! Are you kidding me? We only have 2 more. Okay, road trip. I love road trips. Sorry, I had to yawn. I love road trips. Road trips are like my favorite. Okay. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightning by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Cove's prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street, just outside your house, was a massive RV camper so big you couldn't see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to the Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best as he could, especially now that you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure how exactly it had happened. You knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way, plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. Your parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that it was a really big car. Fitting that many people was going to be snug.
Let's go.
Move it or lose it, kiddo. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet in every step. This is so me. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. You felt like you were a middle ground between the two. You tried to keep up and took in some deep breaths. The air was still a little damp from dew, but you didn't mind it. And then, at the end of the chain, came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started, her rattling off critiques adding some level of normalcy to everything new going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Tara's the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for the younger ones. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, with sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still had held on her objections with them. There was a main area to the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed, Kyra was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. I would say sharing bed with your parents was going to be awkward. You weren't a kid anymore, and yet you were going to have to sleep next to your moms. They assured you that they tried to give you space for one night you had to share, but you were still not pleased. All right, you lot. Does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the words, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, settling her hands on her hips. How about you, Tara? Do you have all your clothes packed? Toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything you can think of? You were confident you had it all. I check my bag like three or four times before I leave somewhere for a trip. I get too anxious. Wanting to make sure everything was organized and ready to go, you had packed the night before and set your alarm too. Yep, I'm good. That's great. We'll have to wait for the others who weren't as organized, but we'll be heading off shortly. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow, and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things such as... Oh, the pajama shirt. That's cute. I'm gonna do that. You wanted to have something comfortable and special to wear on a trip like this, and you wanted Cove to know you were still using it. I think I would also do an MP3 player, because I used to love my MP3 player growing up. And I would do my camera. And I think that's all I would take with me. Hey, let me take that for you, Tara. I'll store it in the RV. There's a few spots left. It'll fit. You let Kyra take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartments of the vehicle. Even though your parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell that they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind to be with her friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed into an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You suppose any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything, you seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. You were excited for the trip too. It was great to get away and explore new places. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. BRB, I'm in a shower? Okay, have a good shower. Everyone paddled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Cairo were all huddled at the front trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You feel like you could relax now too. Time slipped by as the morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out of the driver's seat and Mom took over. Ma was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening his muscles. We're making good progress. What are those fuck-ass sunglasses, bro? Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. This was a long haul you just did, and I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place. I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. He flexed his arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was home. And Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everyone has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So,
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no soapbox up here. Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips bounced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly. Lucky for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. Just enough time to write up my last will and testament. That is hilarious. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna do that because that's hilarious. Not you too. The rest of the group laughed while Cliff pouted, and you gave him an apologetic shrug. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back before falling apart. It looks like, though it was built in the early 90s, it must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose and thought. Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed. You held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your black hair. You tilted your chin up carefully to look. You heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, slightly offering to share her snack. You refused the offer. No thanks. Elizabeth shrugged before removing the packet from your head and taking another handful for herself. You watched on as the conversation continued, and you got closer and closer to your destinations. The day flew by, with the group of you chatting, playing games, and passing time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Water! Oh my goodness. I am speaking hella. Alright. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You had all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after you had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, while Cove, having completely fallen asleep, curled up in the passenger seat. He must have done so while Cairo was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Cairo herself was the only one up there who was still awake. flipping through a magazine near a portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms into the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling onto the bed between them. It was a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for the three of you without too much squishing. Get a good rest, Tara. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking for the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forests in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. The next morning, you were up bright and early, preparing for the day ahead. You had slept well. You fell asleep before you knew it and had woken up rested. Mom whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, and Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking his legs every time someone wanted to move past. Your parents were checking, double-checking, and triple-checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park.
Wow.
Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew the redwood trees were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two! You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you and Cove together. Before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. You were in awe of the redwood trees. Surrounding you on either side, the enormous trees shot up into the sky, the sunlight peeking through their canopy and speckling the path in front of you. The sheer size of the redwoods made you feel like a tiny ant bustling along through the forest. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking, and you stood along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and immediately you could tell by her expression she was going to say something taunting. Oh, shit. I can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put a fake voice deeper than her own. We should sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we save on the mortgage. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You supposed he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family, just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyways. Stop! You're embarrassing me! She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. But she almost immediately dropped the tone and nonchalantly said her real thoughts. At least that's what Ma thinks. Cove still blushed, which made Elizabeth smile triumphantly, as though that was her whole purpose for teasing him. Then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. I don't know why you think you're so funny when no one else does. He's so freaking cute. Look at him. Oh I'll marry you, Cove. That's crazy. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna say it because I want to see how embarrassed he gets. I'll marry you, Cove. He looked at you in disbelief. He genuinely could not believe this is where the conversation hung on. Don't worry about it. You can take as long as you need to think on that. He's going to engage with this topic. Okay, let's try it again. You told her to cut it out or let it. You don't need to ruin the day with that. I'm sorry. I like the other one more. I'll marry you, Cove. And your sister noticed what was happening. Ooh, he isn't going to engage with this topic. He groaned at the continued teasing and increased the speed of his walk. The day continued on with plenty to see and experience. He passed a few different activities that you would like to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that they would have to wait for another trip. Oh my god, no, don't do that. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit sandwiches and chips. Various blues, because I just blended these words together. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. You were glad you got to do this in the end. It was definitely a special experience and one you'd remember for a long time to come. You smiled to yourself, committing the sights and sound to memory. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have the space to yourself after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself into the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. You hung out with Cove. You might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long they'll be out for. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. Your cheeks warmed a little at that. Being close to him never failed to feel exciting. You'd seen Cove nearly every day for the past 5 years, but seeing him in a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. It was a simple difference from his normal style, yet you couldn't help noticing the way he looked right now. It looked great on him. In fact, Cove always looked nice. When Cove cleared his throat, your eye snapped to his. He had an eyebrow raised, and he had clearly caught you staring at him. Is everything okay? Everything is really good. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, everything's really good. You smiled knowingly to yourself about why you felt that way while Cove watched on in confusion. You decided to explain part of it. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer. Oh yeah, I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, but it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. I love layers, and accessories too. That's probably why I have a closet almost filled to the brim at home. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. You pricked up hearing that. He noticed you too? You ask him what he likes to see others wear. Hey, what kind of things do you think are nice to see on another person? Cove's eyes widened at the question, and his defensive reply seemed to slip out before he had a chance to have a proper think about it. Nothing. That was funny. You laughed out loud, and Cove gave you a dry look. That's not what I meant. It's funny, though. You composed yourself and sat up straighter, all traces of laughter disappearing from your face. Answer with what you do mean, then. Is there anything at all you think looked good when you see it on someone? Cove mumbled under his breath, and you couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult time with the subject. I just thought it would be fun to talk about. You hadn't intended for this to sour the mood. Cove sighed and looked down at his lap when he was fidgeting with his hands, still reluctant to give an answer.
I don't know.
He made an unimpressed sound over how this was going. Are you sure? Fine. I guess I kind of like ankle bracelets. Ankle bracelets? Yeah, everyone can wear a pretty bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flirty about ankle bracelets. This is so strange coming from Cove of all people. It's more special or something. I don't know how to explain it. I understand what he means, but I just didn't expect that shit from him. Cove brushed his knuckles against his cheek awkwardly, seeming unsure where to go from there. So you think they're sexy? Where is this going, bro? So you think they're sexy? No, I can't believe you even used the word to describe it. You had to get an anklet in yourself. I gotta go back. I like them too. I gotta go with the sexy part. That was so funny. You had to get an anklet on ASAP. You needed to see how Cove would react to that. Cove looked away again, feeling awkward about this. He gave him an understanding look, and usually he would start to smile like normal again, but this time his expression only stiffened more. You were quickly to see him like this, as he always bounced back pretty quickly after being flustered. Cove? Still, he wouldn't look at you, and now even his breathing was growing tense. It began to click. He was trying to build himself up enough to say something hard for him. You waited for it silently, until finally he peeked your way through the corner of his eyes. You were fully attentive. By this point, for whatever he was going to mention next. Wait, I have brown eyes. I have brown eyes. People having brown eyes is also something I like. Huh? For a moment you were stunned and at a complete loss for words. That was definitely not what you were imagining this was going. Cove faced you head on, his expression full of desperate meaning. You got the distinct impression he hadn't chosen that just because he liked the color brown. He chose it entirely because it was your eye color. Was he trying to flirt with you? That was all you could think about. Your legs felt like jelly, and you wondered if you might fall right off the couch. What do you like for another person, Terra? Everything about you. My brown-eyed girl. Yeah! Everything about you. Cove went still, his eyes widening in surprise. It was definitely a lot for him to hear, but you couldn't help yourself. It was the truth. You adored him. And now you were both flirting with each other. He placed his hands in his lap and looked down. It seemed he hadn't expected to get this far and didn't know where to go from there. With that, the topic abruptly dropped off. Cove officially had no more to say on it. The parents, oh, that was so freaking cute! Yes! I'm like so giddy right now. This is great! This game is so good! The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, and came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last of the evening trip together. Excuse me. Bedtime arrived with a blink of an eye. As the group hunkered down for the night, your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your mom's and Elizabeth spent the night heading to the back room while you climbed up to the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You had tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. You enjoyed this mini adventure. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently, and it didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff and Kyra to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Cove was still awake, and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove laying on his back, his eyes staring up the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him, because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see him in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. You grinned back at him. Cove shrugged in his bed while still smiling, or at least you thought he did. You gestured for him to come over. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow and froze up like a deer in headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing on the bottom rung when he looked up at you and whispered. He opened his mouth to speak, but closed it shut for another reason. Is that my shirt? Oh, he noticed! Uh-huh. I use it a lot. Well, okay. Thanks. For what?
It's nice.
I don't know. Liking it, I guess. He was so sweet. You were feeling very glad to have brought it. Then Cove shook his head to refocus. Why did you call me? You invited him up to the loft. Do you want to come up? His eyes widened just so. You could only tell because he had come to where you were. Clove glanced behind him quickly at his sleeping parents before turning to you. Okay. You broke out in a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. Luckily, you were short enough to leave him with some room. This is so pretty! This is so pretty. Cove looks so beautiful. This is so beautiful. I love this. This is so pretty. Okay. You laid down next to each other on your sides, face to face. He got under the blankets a little. This is so cute. One of his arms was nestled under his head for comfort. The other had nowhere to go and was rested alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. Cove spoke to you softly. So what am I doing here? So cute. You can sleep here. Sleep here with me. You can sleep here instead of the floor. Cove raised an eyebrow, not having expected you to bring that up now. I'm not sure about this. Cove swallowed loudly, and you noticed he wouldn't look you in the eyes anymore. You felt comfortable being so close to him. It seemed natural to have him near you, and being close like this only made it better. You thought back to earlier in the evening when you and Cove had been talking alone on the sofa. He had definitely been flirting then, and now you were here. Fuck, I don't even know. You touched his arm lightly. You nudged closer to him. You inched close towards Cove slowly, your legs pressing together in the very limited space. Cove's eyes flushed. His eyes look so pretty and like so bright. Cove's face flushed dark enough to notice even in the pitch black RV cabin. Then the hand resting in front of him tightened, balling into a fist. You okay?
Yeah.
I'm fine. I mean, I'm not dying or anything. Cove's eyebrows bent up nervously, but his smile widened. He followed your lead and curled himself deeper into the loft and closer to you. He looked away as he did it. There was almost no space left between he and you. Cove's breath tickled the side of your face. For a moment, you stayed together like that. Neither of you spoke a word. When your eyes locked again, Cove seemed almost taken aback by the situation, as though it had completely hit him what it was going to feel like doing this until now. He opened his mouth to say something, but shut it again before anything came out. Holy shit! Can we actually lean in to kiss him? Oh, wait. Should we do it? Oh my god, I'm shocked. We gotta lean in to kiss him. We have to. Oh, but I wanna... Okay. You leaned in to kiss him. Please be good. You moved in closer, eyes half closed, as your lips inched towards his so slowly. Cove froze immediately. Come on, please. You could feel his body trembling against yours as you neared. You go close enough to be one motion away from placing your lips together. Oh, Cove! Then all at once he bolted upright, complete forgetting the restrictions of the location and smacking his head against the roof of the RV with a loud crack, making you gasp out loud. Ow, Cove, are you okay?
What's wrong?
No, we gotta go back. We can't do that to him. We can't do that to him. That's so embarrassing. We have to go back. We can't do that. I just was gonna go for their kiss. I didn't think he'd crack his head and then everyone would get alerted. Okay, what about snuggling against him? Okay. We'll just snuggle against him. The kiss one is so embarrassing. I don't even want to know. You snuggled against him. He closed the distance completely and nuzzled your face into his chest. You could hear his heart beating rapidly. Cove stiffened. I can't. That one was so bad. And let out a yelp, which he quickly bit down on his lip to stifle. He gave you an apologetic look. This still wasn't bad for him, just surprising. After a few moments, he settled in, his breath deep and steady. He rested his chin on the top of your head. You could peek up and see him smiling, and it made you happier to know he was enjoying the moment too. Oh, wait, Benny, should I do the kiss? Should I go back and do the kiss too? We'll save, and then we're gonna go back, because I want to see what happens with the kiss. Should we do the kiss and see what happens? Because we saw the beginning of it, but I gotta know what happens with everybody else. Alright. I'm curious. My hands are sweating. Why am I nervous? You leaned in to kiss him. You moved in even closer, eyes half closed as your lips inched towards him so slowly. Cove froze immediately. You could feel his body trembling against yours as you neared. You drew close enough to be one motion away from placing your lips together. Then all at once he bolted upright, completely forgetting the restrictions of the location and smacking his head against the roof of the RV with a loud crack, making you gasp out loud. Ow! Cove, are you okay? Cove didn't answer. He fell back to the loft floor in a flustered pile. He pressed one hand against his head and the other over his face as he groaned in pain. The sound of movements in the RV below startled you, and when you looked over the side, you noticed Cliff had similarly shot up and was looking around wildly. Wake up, people, something's happened. Cliff reached out over to where Kyra was on the couch, and she whined as he shook her out of a sleep deep enough not to be interrupted by the chaos. What's going on? And then the lights came on, and you scrambled under the blanket to avoid being seen, but it was too late. Cove, where are you? Terra, are you... Oh. It only took a second for Kyra to figure out what her son had gone, and you soon heard Cliff's chuckle as you two realized. You were warned there wasn't much room up there, bud. Cove groaned terribly again, but this time it was out of humiliation. He moved the hand from his sore scalp over to cover his shame rather than face his parents. What's with all the noise out there? To your horror, the door at the back of the the RV opened, and Elizabeth, as well as your moms, peeked their heads out into the hall. Is everything okay?
Sorry.
It's nothing. Sorry for waking you up. Curl curled into himself, completely humiliated, as he apologized a couple more times. Not loud enough for anyone other than you to hear, though. You just tried to check on him. Hey, how's your head? With another whimper, Cove pushed himself up onto his side. I should probably get Mom to look at it. She patted her son on the back. Come to Mama, baby. You can't stay there. Okay, no. I want us to sleep. That was cute. That was embarrassing as hell, but we're not doing that. I like this one because we cuddled together. It's cute. Cuddled up together. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. You noticed quickly that you weren't as warm as you had been during the night, and when you checked next to you, Cove was gone. Aw. Blinking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to find out where he had gone. Maybe he had snuck back to his spot on the floor during the night. However, you soon noticed him sitting on the couch talking quietly with his mom. His parents found him. His head hung in embarrassment. Your movement gave you away, and Kyra suddenly looked up and caught your eye. She simply smiled amusedly at you, and it was obvious what had happened. Cove hadn't gotten away with it. They found him there in the loft, and then you woke up while he was trying to explain. You knew it was going to be a long, long time before you lived this one down, if you ever did. Soon your moms and Elizabeth emerged from their room dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened in the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days. Everyone else must have been feeling the same way because it would mutually agree that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until tomorrow. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped to your bed, shoes and all. You missed being near Cove. The two of you had basically been living together for the 3 days. It was nice, but you knew it wouldn't be the last time the two of you would spend time together, and that thought comforted you. With the last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go back to like normal. We only have one more left! I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Let's do birthday. This is our last one. Whose birthday is it? Miranda Eckert. What the hell is Miranda Eckert? Guess we'll see. It was a pleasant afternoon. The sun shone brightly, and the breeze tugged lightly at the balloons strung around the park. You and Cove had just been dropped off at Miranda Eckert's birthday party. You didn't really know Miranda. Last year was the first time you had class with her, and everyone at school knew her as quiet. The shy girl stuck to her own friend group like glue. It had been a surprise that she was having such a big party. You looked around the expansive park, a spacious recreation center in the next town over, and noticed a bouncy castle. Miranda had a bit of a reputation for not caring if she acted mature like other teens sometimes did. It made a certain amount of sense that her party would match that. You thought Miranda was sweet. You had always gotten the vibe that she was nice, and inviting you to her party proved it. You liked that she wasn't obsessed with proving she was grown up. Maybe hanging out today would be fun. You hadn't had a choice in coming here today. Your mom insisted on it after you got the invitation. So did Cove's mom and dad. So both you and he were driven over to the next town with presents in tow. All the parents had been pretty firm about going to a birthday if you'd been invited. You agreed it was best to attend. It was only polite to go to Miranda's party. Your moms were happy with your attitude as well. Cove made a small noise which caused your attention. He looked around, scanning the area. He fidgeted with the gift in his hand. Any idea what we're supposed to do with these? He looked at your own present and then towards the seating area. There was a table filled with snacks and drinks, supplies for various party games. Past all that, you spotted one table in the back that seemed to have a truckload of gifts. You pointed it out to Cove. Let's drop the presents off there. Cove nodded with a smile and turned to where you gestured. He saw it too. Cool. You and Cove began to walk over to the present table, flattening the well-trimmed grass beneath your feet. You walked past groups of people, classmates in semicircles, broken up into the usual friend groups, chatted away. You, or maybe Cove, received the occasional greeting or friendly nod. However, as you passed by, even more people that you had never seen before, you became aware that there were more strangers here than not. It was more crowded than you expected. Miranda Eckert, the quiet girl, was hosting the most populated birthday you had been to in a long time. You looked at the new faces and thought you saw something of Miranda in them. Cousins, nieces, or nephews, maybe? Parties could be a big deal in her family. The both of you reached the table. You set your gift down in an empty space, brushing some confetti aside, and Cove placed his gently next to it. He looked at the present thoughtfully.
Hey.
What did you get her? Before you had a chance to answer, Cove opened his mouth again and tapped his gift. I found this sparkly backpack. I figured she could use it for school or a trip or something. Your mom's had taken you out shopping the other day. You searched through the store and ultimately... I would say I would... A yarn craft kit that made its way. The colorful picture on the box appealed to you. It showed off the different variations you could make with the kit, along with the bolded message of easy and 43 pieces included. Hopefully the kit was as cool as it looked. You described it to Cole briefly, and he had no objections. Not a bad idea. He brushed his hands against the side of his pants. I hope Miranda likes her gifts, but I think we both did good. With that, he gave you a sunny grin. You touched the gift one more time and then stepped away. With the direction of needing to put stuff away, the two of you weren't sure what to do next. You felt a little awkward, and Cove shrunk in on himself as he looked around. I hated birthdays like this when I was growing up, especially if I didn't know the people that well, because I'd be like, well, what the fuck do I do? And I would stand around until I could leave. There were more guests heading to the present table, so you turned away and wandered over to a nearby tree where you wouldn't be in the way. But there, you both inspected the area and planned the next step. You were glad that Code had been invited too. At least you had his company in this unfamiliar place. You watched him, and he gave you a nervous grin. It reassured you a little, and you smiled back. What next? Cove did not appreciate being put on the spot. He was just as unsure as you were. Birthday party stuff? It didn't seem time for cake, what with people still arriving. Nothing else seemed to be organizing it either. He noticed that himself and tried again. We could find Miranda. That was an idea. It made sense to greet the birthday girl. Okay, we could say hello. Wish her a happy birthday. Ask her what she wants people to do.
Sounds good.
With that point, it was decided. The Miranda hunt had begun. You wandered around. Anytime you saw someone with Miranda's hair color, you got a little closer. But more than once, it turned out not to actually be her. Hey, look! He finally pointed over to the real Miranda. She had smiled slightly when you both approached, but ducked her head. She seemed a little overwhelmed with being the center of attention today. Oh, this is Miranda. Cute. Hi, Cove. Hi, Terra. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thanks. I'm really glad you could come.
Oh, sweet. You all stood awkwardly. Miranda did seem genuinely happy, but there was still a distance between you. This is a great-looking party. Thank you. Is there something we need to do, or should we just hang out?
Oh.
Well, you can talk to people if...
Talk to people
Oh.
if you want. There are games that are gonna
I didn't expect it to be fully voiced. Nice. And the bouncy house should open later, if you feel like jumping. Then after that, it's cake and present time. We'll have ice cream, too. And that is when people will start going home. I hope that's okay with you guys. Cove nodded. He seemed a little more confident about the situation now. Thanks for letting us know. You grinned at her, and she nodded back. Miranda waited there, and you became hyper-aware of the silence forming. You heard a shot for Randy, and Miranda brightened up, a total 180 from how stiff she had been with you.
I gotta talk to some more people. Bye.
Bye. The birthday girl ran off to her friend, leaving you and Cove with at least a little more idea of what to expect. You both glanced at each other wordlessly. All that was left now was finding something to fill the time until the activities began. You just talked with Cove. You started talking about how you felt about this kind of birthday party and what you wanted to do for your next party. Cove made the occasional suggestion. The conversation became silly as you started joking about ridiculous party ideas. Cove wanted a moon party, and you wondered if anyone ever had tried to make a cake big enough to be the party location. Soon, a loud voice boomed over the crowd. Constant buzz of conversation dropped as one of the adults, maybe Miranda's dad, asked the kids to gather around because it was game time.
Huh.
I wonder what's gonna happen. She shrugged. He didn't see the need to verbalize a guess. The only thing to do was wait. The adult announced that the children under 10 had the first turn on the bouncy house. For everyone else, it was time to play pin the tail on the donkey. Cove raised his eyebrows. He was surprised for sure. You didn't know how this would go. You wondered how pin the tail would even work. There was a lot of guests here, and only one donkey poster. Most of the guests were a little on the older side to even be playing the game. You reluctantly joined the line since that was what you were supposed to do, and you didn't feel like arguing. The donkey in question was a cartoon poster with big eyes that looked more like ping pong balls. It was positioned a few feet above the ground on the tree trunk. See, like, thinking back to this time, like, because, like, we're supposed to be 13, I would have not done this. I would have been so embarrassed. Now, I'm like, meh, whatever. But I used to be so embarrassed about stupid stuff like that. I'm not so embarrassed about it now, but, you know. Okay. The teen who had arrived first was blindfolded and then spun around. He was nudged to the side and away from the other kids so he wouldn't stick someone with the tail instead. Unfortunately for him, he placed the tail on the donkey's head like some kind of bizarre earring. He wouldn't be winning that far from the target. His next opponent did far better, landing it on the donkey's back. The spectators clapped politely and the line moved up. More teens tried their hand at it. Some got closer than others, but none got it perfectly yet. Soon it was Cove's turn. He was blindfolded and spun just like the others. At this point, it was a close match, and everyone was waiting with bated breath. Cove approached the donkey and stuck the tail on without any hesitation. He stood back and removed his blindfold, cheering when he saw how close he was. He turned his head over his shoulder and grinned at you. Your turn. You took your turn. He did it, I might as well do it too. With the blindfold on, the bright park seemed utterly dark as you were spun around. The sounds around you seemed to get louder. At least you could tell the direction of the bouncy house from the shrieks of the younger children. You stopped spinning and stepped forward, tail in hand. It was time to give it a stab. You placed still on the left. You pressed the tail into the target and stepped back. You took a blindfold to check your results. The tail wasn't too far off. Behind you, there was a particularly enthusiastic ooh, and a few people mentioned how close you got. You smiled and looked back at Cove. He seemed amused. His tail wasn't off by much either, and you couldn't tell which of you was winning. They were just too nearby each other. A few more kids took their turn. One girl managed to somehow pin the tail on the opposite side of the tree. You were pretty sure it had to be on purpose. With the line empty, the game was finally over. The adults running things started to inspect the donkey. At this point, the sign was more tails than the donkey. Once your name was announced, everyone cheered and clapped for you once more. You came up to the front, and the man gave you a handful of candy as a prize for the victory. Thank you. I'm gonna split it with him. Congrats on the win. You were humble about it. I'm not amazing. It was probably luck. Maybe you'll win next time. You got really close. He shook his head with a rueful smile. Thanks, Terra, but it's alright. That was your win. You shared the candy with Cove. Do you want some? His sparkling eyes told you yes. You held out a lollipop and Cove accepted it carefully. It was a mystery flavor, so you had no idea if you'd like it or not. He unwrapped the treat and it was a swirl of pale blue and translucent green. Cove gave it a tiny lick. What's it taste like? Your victory? And berries, I think. You both laughed at that, and you gave him more candies. An older teen walked up, tall enough to tower over you and Cove. You felt a little intimidated by the stern-faced teenager until she started to speak. Her voice was low, but friendlier than her tough frown would suggest. Hey, I'm handing out party favors. Do you want one? She showed you a party hat, and she insisted that they were key to a true partying mood. She had two options, either a colorful headband with two tiny party hats arranged almost like ears, or a tiara with a star on it. I want the tiara! I want the tiara! I want the tiara! I knew the teen hadn't actually glared at him, but her default facial expression just seemed grim. You picked the crown. You pointed to the crown, and the teenager passed it over to you with the solemnness of crowning a monarch. He said no thanks, but I kind of want to encourage him. You held the pink headband hat in one hand and a crown in the other. You tried to imagine which one would look on. You really should try it. It'd be great. Cove looked back at the house, then at you. With a sigh, he grabbed hold of one. The teen with the hands clapped as much as she could with all the hats in her hands. The unknown teenager nodded approvingly at you both and went on to pass out more hats to people. You put the party hat on your head with a smile, and it fit well. It was surprisingly comfortable. It really completes your look. When did you get so fashionable? He smirked, and you just adjusted your new accessory. It does look very good on me, thanks. You looked him straight in the eye, and he seemed unsure how to handle the reaction to his statement. He pondered for a second until he came up with a response. You don't have to brag. He struck a pose, and he rolled his eyes. Oh, it's so cute. He's so adorable. He's so cute. I love this. Cove finally put his hat on. He was nervous about it, his face uncertain. I don't know about this. I feel kind of silly. Does it look weird? You look great, Cove. Oh, thanks. He just readjusted his hat bashfully. After that, the people in charge quickly set up the next game. Teenagers milled about until they were told to find partners. You tried to listen to the rules, straining your ears to listen to the adult announcing what you were supposed to do. It was a simple game. One person in a pair would throw candy while the other had to catch it in their mouth. If they caught it, the pair would move on to the next round, where everyone would take a step back and the former catcher would become the thrower. The game would continue, and the players getting further and further until one set of partners were the only ones left standing, or everyone lost in a round. About half of the guests had already found partners. They moved fast. You noticed Cove had his eyes on you. Could we be partners? Neither of you were all that familiar with anyone else. It'd be the safe choice to pair up. You agree. Let's do it, partner. Cool. He beamed, and you started wondering about your respective candy-catching abilities. 2 rows of players facing each other formed. Cove tilted his head towards them, and you started to head over. You both lined up directly in front of you. He's so cute, dude! The things are so cute! You both lined up directly in front of each other. It took a while to pass out the candy. You were handed a small bag of gummies that smelled strongly fruity. Yummy. You noticed Cove took it upon himself to do a taste test of a red one across from you. They're not bad. What it tastes like? Raspberry. Or cherry. It's red, so... Strawberry? Maybe? Pomegranate? Oh, I love pomegranate. Pomegranate's my favorite fruit. It was a mystery. Maybe you'd get a red one later. And then it was time to begin. Cove's row was set to throw first. He smiled nervously, his eyes wide with seriousness. I love his little, squiggly. It's so cute. You grinned, and Cove's smile looked more genuine and less filled with tiredness. Oh, tenseness. What the fuck? The game was on. The adult in charge shouted for the throwers to go. You and Cove were only a couple feet away from each other. With Cove's careful toss, you caught the candy easily. Like you, most of the people moved on to the next round. There were a few gaps in the rows as everyone took a step back. The round was harder, with pairs further apart, but not overly so. It could be done if both partners tried. You did your best as you tossed it. You carefully plucked a gummy from the bag and felt the weight. You shifted it in your hand a couple times for practice, and you told Cove you were ready. You went for an underhand throw, carefully to aim for Cove's mouth. The blue candy arced and landed perfectly in Cove's mouth. He chewed it twice and then smiled wildly. You could tell Cove was genuinely pleased to make it through another round. You were happy as well. The next round began, and you took another step back. Cove was even further away now, but made an okay sign. He was in this to win it. Around you, the other packed rows of players had thinned out some. You wondered how many rounds everyone had left in them. Cove swung his arm and made eye contact with you. You nodded, and the green candy flew towards you. You tried your best to catch it. You followed the arc of the candy and opened your mouth wide. It had a slight spin on it, and you tilted your head to the left to compensate. You bit down on the candy, grinning with your victorious catch. It tasted sweet and vaguely like a Slurpee. Yeah, Terra. Cove was thrilled. He was entirely invested in the game at this point. We gotta win it for him. You and Cove were still in the game. You knew this was the final round. Only a few other pairs were still left. Cove was determined to win. You could see it in the clench of his jaw and the careful way he watched you. You were charmed by his attitude. You liked having a partner that was so into the game. His determination sparked something in you. Admiration? An answering desire to win? You weren't sure. Cove gave you a firm grin, and you prepared to throw. Your fingers grabbed an orange gummy from the bag. It felt solid in your grasp, even if your hand was starting to get sticky from touching all the sugary sweets. Cove leaned his face towards you and bent his knees, ready to catch. The time came. You looked at Candy and then Cove. You tried your best. Cove followed the candy with his eyes. Your throat unfortunately spun out to the side and it looked like a loss was on the horizon. But he made a move for it and it was good. He snatched the candy out of the air from the corner of his mouth. A wide grin spread out on his face as Cove victoriously chomped down on the candy. Yes! Along with a tear, he jumped in excitement and pumped one hard. You looked to your left and then to your right. You saw the few remaining pairs walking away, commiserating over their losses. With some shock, you realized that you and Cove were the only ones that made it to that round. You won! You watched the moment Cove clicked into the same realization. His face brightened like sunshine, and he jogged over to close the distance between you. You stepped closer to meet him halfway. You jumped into a hug! His arms went wide when you realized you were going for a hug. He smiled and caught you, hugging you back tightly. You won this together. Actually, I didn't look at the other ones. And you jumped into the hug. He giddily stomped his feet in place in front of you as though he couldn't contain his energy. We did it! You adjusted the hat that had nearly fallen off to the event. Woo! The game runner strolled over and merely gave you both a bunch of more candy on top of letting you keep the gummy bags. It was quite the collection. Cove laughed over just how much candy you both had acquired. Between this game and Pin the Tail on the Donkey, you were swimming in sugar now. With the candy toss over, you were going to need something else to do. You didn't have to wait long. You heard someone in the crowd shout that the bounce house was officially open to the older kids. You and Cove shared a look. Cove smiled, and you knew he wanted in. This is cute. You both ran over to the bouncy castle and kicked your shoes off. You crawled into the inflated castle with Cove hot on your heels. There were a couple other teens inside already. You started to get a feel for bouncing. Cove hopped from middle to the side and back. Just after you landed from a particularly high jump, someone else snuck in. It was the birthday girl himself. Hi, Miranda. Hi, birthday girl. Miranda looked happy. She waved both her hands at you with a megawatt grin. I hope you're having fun. She hopped around with her hands in front of her like a kangaroo. It was a surprisingly effective way to clear distance in the bouncy house. She then jumped high, kicking both her legs out to the side and touched the tip of her toes with her fingers. Wow. Miranda hadn't run out of tricks yet. She jumped a couple more times, gaining height before doing a back flip and tucking into a ball. She managed to land on her feet, but didn't stick the landing. She tumbled back and fell on her butt. Cove clapped and Miranda inclined her head, almost like a bow. She was back to jumping in no time. You're so good at this. She bounced close enough to the two of you to talk without shouting across the way. Cove's bouncing slowed down to accommodate their conversation.
My family gets this every year. And we have a trampoline in the backyard.
That's really cool. Miranda giggled a bit and her eyes sparkled. Hey, I can launch someone if you want. If I jump in front of you and then your bounce will go higher. Okay, launch me. Sure. Miranda leaped over to you, her excitement clear on her face. Cove watched with interest. She explained more clearly how this was supposed to work. You got ready to bounce on her cue. 3, 2, 1. The moment she came down, you jumped high. The force of her, just as she had said, helped launch you up. The air rushed past your face, and you felt that you were coming back down. Your feet hit the bounce house hard enough to help launch Miranda up a little as well. She giggled some more, and the two of you took turns bouncing each other up. Cove clapped or offered suggestions, but it was becoming clear that he wanted a turn too. Miranda invited him to join and tried to synchronize your bounces to launch Cove up super high. The first time resulted in everyone crashing down into a pile of laughs, but the fifth attempt, Cove managed to catch some serious airtime. Woo! You all had fun bouncing around. You twirled. Miranda did stunts. Cove futilely tried to touch the highest tip of the castle's ceiling. You and Cove chatted to Miranda more than you had ever at school. She truly was the queen of this bouncy castle. Whenever someone did something cool, everyone would cheer. If you fell, the others would help you up. That's so sweet. Eventually, more people wanted to take turns in the bouncy house, so you and Cove left. As you slipped on your shoes, you saw Miranda get drawn into conversation with a group of adults. She'd be talking to them for a while. You and Cove decided to take a break and hydrate. You went to the party table and grabbed some ice water. Cove handed you a party noisemaker he picked up from the same table. He blew on his, and it made a funny sound when it unrolled. He downed his drink in a couple gulps. He had gotten pretty into bouncing after all. Oh, he's so cute! It's so cute. He's sipping on your water when Cove blew his noisemaker again, then again, and again. It was almost a tune. You didn't recognize any particular melody, but a noisemaker also isn't an instrument. The noise cut through the hum of the other party guests, loud and noticeable. You blew your noisemaker back at Cove. You blew hard enough to unfurl the paper completely straight. It jutted towards Clove's, almost touching his chin. He wasn't going to let that stand. He retaliated and blew his back at you. It nearly touched your nose. It was a game now. Both of you tried to land a light hit on the other. Cove managed to get your chin while you scored right between his eyes.
Oh, great. You people again.
Fuck, I wondered we were going to see fucking Jeremy again. I knew it. I knew we were going to see this bitch again. I just knew it. Pissing me the fuck off. Alright. Someone vaguely familiar shouted, and you snapped your head to the side. Cove's noisemaker dropped from his mouth. The speaker stepped up, and there was no doubt. It was Jeremy, that mean boy you met at the start of the summer. Oh, hey, it's the bowl cut kid. What should we do? Oh, it's so cute. Sorry, that moment was so cute. You tried to ignore Jeremy being there. Maybe he'd wander off if you didn't interact. Why are you here? Cove's tone was defensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack, as if Cove's question was idiocy above all idiocies. Didn't I already explain this? Is that his family? Do you have memory loss, or are you really that stupid? Seriously.
Walk here.
My parents brought me. Apparently, I couldn't just stay inside like I wanted. No, they insisted that I get out and enjoy the day and have fun on vacation. Blah, blah, blah. I fucking hate this kid, bro. He said enjoy the day and have fun on vacation like some people would say scrub the entire bathroom or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. They found a park because I hate the beach. Too bad I also hate parks. Ah, it's dirty here. They don't know anything. Dude, this kid, does he like anything? Oh, and then they saw the stupid party and decided to bother some adults by asking what's going on. They think that maybe we could be included. It's moronic. Get it now? That's how my parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would they want strangers at their birthday? Why can't they ever just leave things alone? He huffed loudly, and his eyes shot daggers at some grown-ups that presumably were his parents. You didn't bother trying to respond to that mess of a rant. This was not your problem, and you wanted to keep it that way. Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park for a bit. It was a little awkward. It was possible he didn't know what to do, but then he spoke again.
So dumb.
How can people really go around in those embarrassing party hats? Do you think it's fun or something? How could a human being be so dumb? It's just kind of nice to do party stuff. Jeremy scoffed, unimpressed. The expression on his face was nasty as he spoke. I'm not surprised an empty-headed person like you would think that. Ooh, Cove is not going to like that. Jeremy looked over at you, completely dismissive. It was so rude you can't help but feel offended. Cove's face hardened. Yeah, I figured Cove is not going to like that. He seemed more offended than when anyone actually insulted him personally.
Hey.
Just because you don't know how to be happy doesn't mean no one else does. It's not our fault if you hate everything. It's not okay for you to take it out on Sarah. She isn't doing anything wrong. You are. Jeremy seemed unfazed by Cove's defense and sniffed. Tara can humiliate herself on her own. She doesn't need you to step in and do it for her. You punched Jeremy in the face! Sorry. We gotta do it, you know? We're gonna go back, but I feel like we gotta punch this kid in the face. You punched Jeremy in the face. You're a dick! I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do that. Because I gotta think about what I would have actually done in this situation. And I probably would have cried. I am a crybaby. He teared up. Tears started to moisten your cheeks. Jeremy showed no signs of remorse. He just grimaced. How are you gonna live in the real world if this is too much? You're a dick. People were starting to watch what was going down. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you just leave us alone if we're so awful? Jeremy glared even more and huffed.
Dumbasses.
Talking to you is pointless. He stalked off like the last time you saw him, muttering under his breath. Cove sighed in relief after Jeremy was gone. He relaxed, but only for a moment, just to notice how much attention you'd drawn from other guests. Luckily, it hadn't gone on long enough to get a real crowd. A concerned adult in a blue button-up shirt approached you and asked who that was and if everyone was alright. I'm fine. Cove looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adult if you were okay. Everything's fine now. You don't have to worry about us. The concerned adult lingered for a few seconds but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Cove rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all that nonsense behind him, and then he started laughing. It was a surprised laugh, breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. It was nervous and disbelieving, and all the complex emotions brought about by one meeting with Jeremy. I can't believe it. He spoke in fits and starts. You swore at him. He deserved it. He can't just say things and get away with it. Cove nodded to himself and then continued speaking. I wouldn't want someone to do it to me, but it's not like I can blame you. He was treating us so bad for no reason. I'm pretty sure he'll be okay. I bet it won't even change anything for him. Cove paused and shyly twisted his fingers together. Then in a quieter voice, he spoke. And if you're bad for doing it, I'm bad too, 'cause I kind of liked watching you do it, Tara. He became bashful, barely able to meet your eyes as he smiled shyly. He's so cute. But only 'cause he deserved it. I wouldn't want that to happen to someone out of nowhere or anything. You felt flattered. Do you want to tell your moms about Jeremy? Are you gonna say what you did back at him? They'd probably be nice about it, and maybe they'd know how to handle someone like him. Cove bit his lip and thought, I'm not gonna tell them anything if you don't. Thanks for asking. Let's bring it up with our moms. I'll let them know everything. Right. Okay. You thought back to your retaliation and winced internally. You're probably going to get in trouble. Not bad trouble. Not as long as your parents knew you'd been picked on first, but some trouble. You apologized to Cove for making him wear the party hat. I'm sorry, Cove. It's my fault you were wearing the hat in the first place. Cove shook his head. If anything, he seemed surprised by your apology.
Don't worry about it.
I don't mind that you did. It's been fun. This whole day has been fun. Except for Jeremy. And he's gone now. He reached up and flicked his hat with pride, giving you a small grin. It made you happy. You finally bent over to pick up the noisemaker that Cove dropped when Jeremy appeared. It might be too dirty to use now, but you didn't want to leave it there. He accepted it softly when you offered the little favor back to him. Thanks, Tara. I like how we can be there for each other. It makes me feel better about that kind of stuff when it happens. Yeah. Cove suggested that you should find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time, and he wanted to be prepared. It was a good reminder that the party wasn't over yet. There's a free table over there. Let's get ready for some cake. You and Cove tried to settle down after the last event. You took seats across from one another at one of the park tables. There was a few attempts to chat, but for the most part, you simply watched the adults run around to set up the cake cutting. There was a minor panic when you assumed was Miranda's dad apparently forgot the lighter for the candles. He and another man went through and started asking the other adults for matches or lighters. They weren't having any luck until a grim-faced teenager who had been passing out party hats pulled a green lighter out from the ice cream cooler. Water. I'm drinking so much water today. Why the lighter was put in the cooler remained a mystery, but with party hat girls find it was time for things to get going again. Miranda sat at the head of the longest table. A large chocolate cake was set in front of her. She lit all 14 candles with the cooler lighter with a big smile. The adults started singing Happy Birthday, and the rest of the guests joined in. At the end of the song, Miranda blew out the candles with a dedicated huff. She closed her eyes, and you saw her silently mouth something. Maybe it was a birthday wish. Miranda cut her own slice, then one of the grown-ups took over cutting the cake. Another adult passed around plates of cake slices with a scoop of vanilla ice cream to the guests. Eventually the cake got around to you and Cove. Cove was pleased with the treat in general. The cake looked rich and moist. It smelled quite chocolatey. You only wanted the cake. You shoved the ice cream to the side and focused on the cake. You stabbed your pink plastic fork into the slice and tried to bite it. It was a fantastic chocolate cake. It had a rich chocolate filling and was moist inside. Hey, I'll take what you don't want. Cove eyed you hopefully, and you could hear his legs singing against the tablecloth hanging over the side of the table. You slid your plate over. Cove transferred what you didn't want to his plate and then handed yours back. Thanks. He beamed, and he felt a little better knowing that your unwanted dessert would still be enjoyed. Cove then took his fork and started mashing up some of his cake. When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly chunks, he started mixing it into the ice cream. The melted parts of the ice cream became like a chocolate cake soup. You raised your eyebrows. You were puzzled at what he was doing. Cove paid no mind. Vanilla ice cream is not good by itself, but I'm gonna eat it with the cake either way, so why not put them together now? Things like ice cream cakes exist. Putting stuff together is normal. Cove contentedly chowed down on his concoction. One advantage to his mix is that the ice cream seemed to catch most of the crumbs that would usually fall from eating a cake. Unlike some of the kids around him, Cove's shirt remained clean. You started eating your dessert in earnest. You enjoyed yourself plenty. Cove suddenly put his fork down on his plate and stared up to the sky with a faraway expression. He checked but didn't see anything attention-grabbing. This ice cream is better than those ones in cups, with the little spoons, but I still want that instead. You remembered what kind he was talking about. The one we had when we saw the fireworks. Oh yeah, like the ones handed out at the barbecue before the fireworks happened. Cove smiled nostalgically at the thought. You could picture a younger Cove for a moment with the same look in his eyes. You sputtered about the memory to yourself. Miranda then started to open her gifts. She systematically attacked the mountain of presents like a pro. She checked for any cards and read them out loud before opening a gift. She smiled at every present, including the ones you and Cove got her. You were glad the presents were accepted. It took time, but eventually Miranda got through all the gifts. She was very sweet and polite through it all. The party went until the sun began to set. By the point, most of everything had settled down and people had begun to leave. Any guests whose parents had stayed for the party were already gone, except for Miranda's family. Only a few kids, still waiting for their parents to come get them, remained, you and Cove included. Miranda's family were cleaning up, and as a guest, neither you nor Cove were supposed to help with that. Instead, you both decided to take it easy in the bouncy castle. It was somewhere out of the way where you could casually wait for your ride. Miranda had also elected to hang out with you. You weren't even bouncing anymore. Cove laid on his side with his back to a wall, and Miranda sat across from him with her legs stretched out. You had also made yourself comfortable. It was nice and warm in the little building. It also felt like you had some privacy, which was nice. You could all speak openly here. Thanks for coming. She looked down but continued shyly. It's been really cool to get to hang out with you a little bit. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't think I'd be invited. Thanks from me too, Miranda. Miranda just smiled a little more. Did you notice anything earlier with some people who you don't know showing up? She had to think about his question a little. It was apparent that she did she didn't have an encounter with Jeremy since there was no instant recognition. Sorry, that's my number one. My little sister is my everything. Okay. I heard about something. Some other parents were talking to my parents when their came and forced them to leave the park. She tilted her head to the side, finding it weird but also not important. Then everyone had cake and ice cream. Cove smiled uncomfortably. That's good. He was clearly worried that Jeremy's confrontation could have gotten to her. Luckily, it didn't seem that anyone had overheard or passed along Jeremy's cruel words. Cove rolled over onto his back and sighed contentedly. Miranda seemed confused, but wasn't going to push. You laid back and closed your eyes to rest. The air-filled floor was comfy, and when you listened, you could feel the vibrations of the blower keeping this bouncy house up. The silence stretched between everyone, and you opened your eyes to take a peek at the others. Cove was still relaxing, but Miranda was looking between you two, looking confused. You smiled to yourself and closed your eyes once more. You spent the rest of the time content and dozing until it was time to go home. At the end of the day, you thought it would have been quite the party. And we finished the second part! Wow, that's crazy. I can't believe it. And you know what? If I had the other DLC, look at how much more we would have. Like, my goodness. So crazy. Alright, summer ended. Ooh, I'm nervous. Okay. Oh my god, I'm nervous. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. Your feelings were muddled. There were aspects of going to school that you missed, and others you would happily live without, if only you could pick a mix between bits of summer and school. You got dressed, not envisaging whatever, but contemplating what lay ahead for you tomorrow. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year, the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. This season was brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. You'd become extremely fond of her. The neighborhood was about to feel a lot emptier. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you round to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he had been in a pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. You turned to your desk where the box containing your accessories resided. You got on and bought several anklets. We'll just do one. Your eyes bored into the box. Should you wear it for Cove's visit today? You put one anklet bracelet on. Yes, we're putting one on. I didn't think this would actually have a thing, but okay. Your heart pounded as you slipped the hoop through the clasp and fastened it in place. Would Cove spot it? Your face grew hot as you imagined how he might react. The next thought that crossed your mind was, You couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. He bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding across the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Cove, there was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there, just as you had expected. Seeing you, he flashed you a bright grin. Hi. Hi, Cove, come on in. Once you stepped inside, you beckoned for him to follow you upstairs. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. Oh, remember when he used to be scared of our room? So sweet. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. Jesus Christ. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angles so he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who had planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
I'm suffering right now? What's wrong? Discord. Oh yeah. Exclamation point Discord. That's my Discord. Anyways, we've got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she's gone. Ankle. I'm so sorry about your ankle. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her being here every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. She'll be back. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water, following a dip in the sea. Cove looked back at you, lips parted as if he was about to speak, but instead his eyes widened and his mouth closed into a tiny frown. Something has caught his attention. It's our anklet. Something wrapped around where the end of your leg met your foot. I knew he was gonna notice! He cast his eyes back to your face, then down to your ankle, and back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be a coincidence or not. Or maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts, or was still trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. The attention made you feel pleased. The whole plan was for him to see you in it. Windex bottle? What are you talking about? In my Discord? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh. Is this about my laugh? Yeah, that was about one of my laughs I had. The whole plan was for him to see you in it, and you succeeded. While his attention was still divided between your ankle and your face, it was totally on you. Very funny, yes. On his very next glance back to your face, Cove saw your expression had shifted. You watched as his bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized he had been caught staring. He quickly spun the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to glimpse the flesh that had spread all the way to his ears. He twisted in his seat, wringing his hands and determinedly avoiding looking in your direction again. It seemed that he decided against saying anything at all. Does it look good? What's the problem, Cove? Cove mumbled something unintelligible as he slumped lower. With how he was hunched over, the quiet words had no chance of reaching you. You weren't going to get anything out of him in this state. You waited for him to come around before speaking again. Finally, he piped up very softly. Did you do it because of what I said before? I mean, you know, the last few words were whispered as though they were a precious secret. I'd stare, not gonna lie. Who wouldn't? The ankle bracelet? Maybe. His eyes squeezed shut. You had no idea if the answer made him feel better or more nervous. He eventually looked down at his lap, where his fingers were flexing and curling in an awkward dance of nerves. His chest rose as he breathed deep. Well, it looks good on you. Yes! Yes! Your heart skittered in your chest, like a stone skipping across water. One big leap from the unexpected compliment, followed by a series of shorter ones as you absorbed the words. You beamed at him. He was looking at you again, at last, and returned the smile shyly. See, when I call a woman mommy, I think tuck me in and tell me a bedtime story, not pin me down and love me aggressively. Could be both. You know? This really couldn't have worked out better, you thought. And there was nothing else he could add after that. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over here was so nice. No matter how you spend the time, you'd always felt better for being in his company. You couldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked at your heart, a vague yearning for more. Maybe it was because summer was almost over that your feelings were rushing in on you now, like high tide at the end of a long day. Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was time where you first met, but because it was a season that you could spend almost entirely as you pleased, and you both chose to spend it together. We're going to tell him how we feel. You wanted to let Cove how much you liked him. Now was the time. You couldn't go another day without expressing these feelings you had. This is serious. This is serious. I want to tell him you spoke words of affection. It was best to be direct with Cove. You didn't want to leave room for ambiguity and misunderstanding at such an important moment. Cove is your friend. You had always been friends. It meant a lot to you, but you knew deep down that wasn't really all he was. Not anymore. You had to let him know. You looked directly at him. Cove? He had already been watching you, but lifted his head attentively at the call. Your cheeks were as hot as if you were standing in the midday sun. Cove raised an eyebrow. Your heart raced. The sound rang in your ears, shutting out everything else. You are, I like you, Cove. I really, really like you. Cove froze in his seat, the only emotion coming from his widening eyes. With a jolt, you realized that was literally the only thing he was doing. He hadn't taken a single breath since you uttered the words. Cove, you need to breathe! Cove might have envied fish with their gills, but he wasn't a fish. He was a boy on land, and he needed air to live. You really hoped he would remember this soon, before you needed to call your moms in and explain the situation. Cove still had no response. You were starting to clamber off the bed towards him when he finally sucked in a deep breath. Okay. His voice cracked on the second syllable, the words at odds with his nervous appearance. His eyes were darting around, unsure where to place them.
I don't know
what to do now. You could tell me how you feel. I really want to know. Cove tensed, his breathing short and quick. His hands were gripping his knees like a bird claws around a branch in a gale, desperately clinging onto safety and stability. Yeah, thank you for that before. You couldn't help but crack a slight smile at his sudden formalness. He could tell it was ridiculous too. Sorry for being weird. It's just, I kind of thought or hoped that sometime something like this might happen with us talking about liking each other. You did? You were thinking about it before? He nodded ever so slightly. Your face felt a lot hotter after that. Cove brightened a little at your positive reaction, and his explanation continued. I, could sort of picture how it might go, what it'd be like with you and me. But the first part, I couldn't ever imagine anything that'd come after, and now it's actually happened. We're there, and it's... He took a deep breath, stuttering on the exhale. This makes things different. Save again. Things don't have to be different. He gave you a wan smile. Thanks, but I don't think that'll work. I just can't forget. Okay, well, I want to say, should we find a crystal ball for the answers? I don't think we see anything. I pretty much imagined you'd react like this. Sorry. I knew it was gonna happen and wanted to say it anyways. He chuckled in disbelief at the situation. That was all he could do. His breathing started to level out once again, slowing to a usual steady rhythm. He closed his eyes, drawing himself up as he inhaled deeply. Each word he spoke next was delicate. Terra, I like you too. Yes! Yes, 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 yes! A lot. Probably way too much. He tucked his head bashfully and opened an eye, peeking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face like a veil. He managed to smile.
Thanks for waiting for me.
Oh, this is so sweet. His eyes sparkled just looking at you, his affection transparently clear. He never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. I want to kiss him. Let's kiss him. You went to kiss him. You got up, rapidly closing the short distance between you and Cove, standing yourself with a hand on each of his shoulders. Yes! Yes! Oh, yay! The chair rolled a couple inches from your sudden movement. Cove pinned to its back, and you pressed your lips to his parted ones before he could speak. Your stomach somersaulted. Your mind was abuzz with nerves, excitement, disbelief, and joy, all entangled so thoroughly that you couldn't distinguish one emotion from the next. Oh, we got our kiss! In that moment, it felt warm. It felt nice. It felt right. He pulled away only a second or two later. Cove had been stunned into continued silence, his face frozen in the same expression as he had been when you first leaned in. He took a step back, giving him space to breathe. Cove stood up. His back was rigid, spine as straight as a surfboard, his face as red as sunburn. Cove plastered a hand over his mouth, his eyes shut tight. His back then became bowed, shrinking him down. You could only just make out the few words he managed to summon.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh my god.
He's so cute. I can't believe we actually... His eyes flew open wide, but he didn't look your way a little and meet your gaze. It's so freaking cute!
Oh my god.
We kissed. His reaction was really cute. You watched him adoringly as he tried to gather his senses. Cove only slammed his eyes closed once again. Was that bad? He was still holding the hand to his face, but in an attempt to answer, he emitted a muffled whimper. With that obviously not working, he uncovered his face at last, bringing the hand to lay against his chest, and he looked at you. No. He opened his mouth, poised to speak, and pursed his lips as words failed him. On his third or fourth attempt, you heard what he had to say. I did like it. I'm glad that we, He swallowed, seemingly not able to speak the actual word. That we kissed? He ducked his head but nodded. You got the impression that he was grateful that you had finished the thought, but your direct words had pierced his Achilles heel. Your anxiety ebbed, knowing that the experience had been a welcome one. The smile on Cove's face was real, but weary, not unlike the one he wore after a long, exhausting day of activity. Like he had made a new personal best. The work had been hard, but the reward had been worth it. Cove then pressed a hand to his creased forehead.
Oh my god.
Does this mean I'm your boyfriend or something now? Should we tell our parents? I don't know what dad or mom would do. There was a lot of concerns in there. You honed in on the simplest. There was no way your moms would let you have a boyfriend, even though that word juxtaposed what Cove's name made your heart race. My parents won't let me have a boyfriend, or even something. It doesn't matter, though. We like each other, and that's what's important. Nothing anybody else thought about your relationship changed what it was between the two of you. Cove lifted his hand from his chest and reached towards you, halting halfway, then slowly, cautiously, hooked his fingers around yours, his palm pressed against the back of your hand. You held his hand back. You rotated your hands so that you were palm to palm with Cove, your thumbs crossing one another. We can get it to work. We always figure things out sooner or later. You're right. No matter what, it's okay in the end when it's the two of us. Your forthright statement made Cove gasp, but the smile that followed and his tighter grip on your hand told you that he appreciated it. Terra, Cove! Sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she'd keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both crossed the street.
Oh.
The door is open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. You rested your hand on his arm. You felt a small shiver ripple through his body as the warmth from your hand sank in. Cove looked at you like he was hoping you had a solution for how he was feeling, but all you could do was give his arm a squeeze for support. At that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey kids. Good timing, I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi Tara. So glad I get to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. Oh, her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove into a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened. Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to steady his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Cove gazed and moved to the floor. He looked like he was grappling with where to begin. But then Cliff smacked a hand into his own cheek. The nose caught everyone's attention. Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could clearly see the light bulb moment he had experiencing on his face. It shouldn't have been a surprise. I went behind your back again. Yeah. And it only took me to this very last moment to realize it. Crossing his arms, Cliff laughed at himself. You could tell it was out of frustration and disbelief rather than his usual good-natured feelings. What is happening? What is happening? I'm so sorry. I really thought I had gotten better at this. You have. Cove's voice was small, but it was enough to break through Dad's thoughts. Cliff's mouth pulled into a smile.
It's okay.
It's been a long time since something like this happened. Not long enough. You deserve better than a blockhead falling back into old habits just because things seem to be going good.
I'm trying.
It won't keep happening. I promise that I'll work on it. We all can work on it. I can try harder myself to be in the loop on what's actually happening over here. A happy smile quickly spread against Cove's face, and he answered delicately, Okay. He seemed relieved, seeing how much the family had grown together since you first met him. They could talk to each other more easily. After that, it wasn't long enough before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in the clear view of the open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly. That's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street. To your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably and waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hi, Tara. Hey, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I'd come visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so, too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune time. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry about yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kyra took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. A little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling. But Carol still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk into the door at home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
Can do.
I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on, squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom,
Cove.
I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulders and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped his arm around his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye, travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out and waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to call out with your family and hers. As you added your voice to the others, you watched Kyra's smile grow larger. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. This makes me feel so emotional. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. Summer breeze brought a sweet sounding jingle across the way. It was the wind chime you had given Cove. He had hung it at the front of his house, and it had become a very familiar sound in this neighborhood. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Yeah. That's what I was hoping to hear. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well,
Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there anything I could do? Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head. That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. Derek is such a sweetie pie. He's so cute. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
it's okay.
I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You all can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as club. Oh my god. I gotta stop combining words together. As Cliff rubbed his neck nervously, he grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glasses before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you expected him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head and a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Yeah, Elizabeth's probably gonna dip. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with the kids. What?
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed to your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. What now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up when no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Alright. Let's do it. What are you chomping on? It's like a snack mix. It's got pretzels and popcorn and like this caramel chocolate stuff. Yummy. Okay. You strolled across the road as a group down the beach and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Burn. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops. This all stuffs my teeth, though. It is delicious, but goodness, it's sticky. Okay. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. He ran over to the street magician who's currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Oh, this is cute. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyways? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss at the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's neat. Would Bee be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed, and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet, I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know?
What?
But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that would really get a crowd pumped. You thought it was a great idea and wanted to be a part of it? You gave a look to the other two. Derek continued to brainstorm out loud about different potential performances while you glanced over at Cove and Elizabeth. I can bounce a soccer ball on my head. Last time I tried, I got 8 bounces before it fell. I wouldn't bring a ball here.
Why?
Why not? Cove gestured to everything around, the stalls, the people, all the colorful chaos that made up the shopping street. Would you want to chase a lost ball here? And what if it hit somebody? Even if you're good, someone else could bump into you. That's true. Derek thought about it some more. Then he watched another performer, a woman doing tricks with 2 small dogs. One was fluffy and cream-colored, while the other was a cool gray. The woman held up rings. Both animals jumped through the openings, happy to receive a treat at the end. Derek brightened. Maybe I'll teach crabs how to race. Crabs? It could work. With some amusement, the gang continued to pursue the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked up a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. This is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. You just stayed out of it. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. Oh, is it Jeremy again? When you saw a familiar face down the way, it made you all tense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Oh, but we got Elizabeth here. Elizabeth is gonna beat his ass. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned, and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time you see Jeremy at Miranda's birthday party. No wonder Cove was already defensive. You glared at Jeremy. You narrowed your eyes and projected your dislike. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it. That first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with his parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. You broke from the group and went after Jeremy? Why the hell would I do that? You kept the thought to yourself. Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you had spaced off. Cove and Derek were already at the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? Nothing. He gave you a searching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. You thought he was kind of pitiful. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left, as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. Oh. You nodded silently. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. You looked at him appraisingly. Part of me wants to ask him to carry me home. Carry me home! Hey, Cove? Yeah? Could you carry me back home? Cove turned red, obviously flustered. You explained you wanted a piggyback ride. I want a piggyback ride, and you're the only one big enough to give me one. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Come on, Cove, it'll be fun. All right. Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large smile. Aw, yeah, thanks. He carefully crouched down in front of you so you could climb on. It took a little bit of clambering to get yourself up onto Cove's back. However, when Cove slipped his arms under your legs and stood up, you felt very secure. Elizabeth watched with a smirk while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home, but he seemed pretty bashful about the situation. He struggled with how much to grip around you and whether or not he could try repositioning things. But along with all that, he also felt some pride to be carrying you. It's so cute! It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got the front door and held it open for everyone as you moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice the odd conveyance. Your moms were unsure, but Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow. Did you pull something, Tara? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong. And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary, but then started walking to your couch. He bent down and let yourself plop back on the couch. Thanks for the lift. Cove exhaled loudly and shook his arms. He must have been relieved that he made it. So did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat to your right, but he blushed a little and began fidgeting with his silverware. His dad was the first to pick up his extra awkwardness, but your moms weren't far behind. The parents shared looks at Cove's reaction. It seemed that he was struggling with how to act normal around his dad and your parents, or both, after what happened between the two of you upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. I really liked it. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down the platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged, and started offering waters around. As you passed Cove his drink, your hands touched, and Cove froze. He had already let go, not yet realizing that he was too distracted to function in that moment. The glass fell down to the table, landing with a sharp clatter of the glass on the wood. Cove scooted his chair back with a strange shout.
Sorry.
I'll get a towel or something. He looked around in a frantic panic, as if an object to soak up the water would magically appear if he turned his head fast enough. His dad bit his lip in worry, rising from his own suite.
Well,
Cove, what's going on? You've been a little out of it today. Did something happen? Cove tensed, frozen again. He stared at the water on the tabletop as if wanting to sink into it. I want to cover for him. You spoke up to cover Cove. If something did happen, you should wait for Cove to want to talk about it. Trying to make him say things in front of everyone wouldn't be good. Mr. Holden nodded sympathetically. He still seemed worried, but after another look at Cove, he smiled sympathetically.
Right.
Wait, what? Nodded slowly. I said sympathetically twice. Jesus Christ, I've been live for so long. Well said, Terra. I'm here when you're ready, son.
Of course.
Cove breathed. Oh my god! Breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Whew. We're gonna try this again. Whew. Take a deep breath. Cove breathed a sigh of relief and shot you an apologetic look. You shot him a covert thumbs up. As everyone got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
Now.
And you shouldn't slouch, she spoke to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. You've been stuttering since you started stream. Shut up. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to be something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long-suffering. Ma giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. True. Derek blushed. Yeah, you have no room to talk after messing it up. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You have been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about our other guest? She deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove frowned at that and absent-mindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your moms laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. You complimented Derek on his politeness. It's cool how you know all of those manner things. Oh, thank you. He seemed more embarrassed by getting a comment from a kid his age. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and your parents played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and drifted over to you, knowing as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends, knowing Elizabeth she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Tara. You hugged Cove away. You stepped forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Cove hugged you back tightly. His chest rumbled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly.
Dude.
Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Liz was still chatting on her phone to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well,
Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. He turned to him when you noticed that he wasn't saying a word, that was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over at Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell from his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practice and everything else.
sucks.
It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly. This is really concerning him. What if we don't have time? You channeled some optimism into the conversation. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. He turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Tara. I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause, and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I could be with a guy. Okay, then. He hesitated before finishing his question.
So,
Oh, no. Oh, no, Derek, you're so sweet. Oh, I didn't expect this. Oh, no. So, what I mean is, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. He ducked his head further. You already knew the answer. You had confronted this very topic this afternoon. Well, I like Cove. Derek chuckled and didn't look at all surprised. Yeah, I kind of thought so. That's cool. I really hope things work out. Hold on, I gotta ask. I gotta see. I don't really want to say that. He's sweet. I feel bad. Does he like us? I think he likes us. I like Cove. I really hope things work out. Thanks for answering my random questions. He shot you a thumbs up. I hope we'll always be friends no matter what. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope. He cut himself off and met your eyes. There was something serious to him, sincerely worried that you'd fall out of friendship. We're always going to be friends. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more like the usual... Oops. Then for sure, we have to make the most of next year, then the year after that, and the year after that. He rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year. Right. You smiled and felt like your friendship was still strong. You didn't spend much time at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you made your way back to your street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed the living room and the phone was free. Let's call Lee. It's the end of summer. He picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered.
Hey!
Hey Lee, can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew. I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. I think it'll be okay. School isn't too bad. That's true. Maybe it'll end up being a really good year. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you had made this summer. You was there for some, but there was still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. We moved on to talk about what was your big highlights of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you just knew that Lee was winking at you. Come on, tell me. What, you don't believe me? Lee. Alright, okay. So a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning to each other on the phone. Before you go, there's one other thing. I told Cove I had a crush on him today. There was a pause of silence. Knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. As expected, it screeched loud enough for you to still make out clearly from a distance crackled through the speaker. When it felt safe, you put the phone back against your head. Leah was still gushing to herself, though a little less loudly. Why didn't you say sooner? He had to have liked you back, right? You two are the most perfect pair ever. Please, tell me, please. You used the precious little time you had left, filling it in as best as you were capable of in that moment. Soon as the approach of curfew became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited the both of you were. At that, you decided it was time for you to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee.
Bye!
Night, Tara. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was about 10 minutes until Moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch in silent defeat, watching the minutes hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You arranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. When the surprise faded, you realized it wasn't much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. You went outside to meet up with him. Strolling casually, you went to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waited to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. You had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your moms roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here? Not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. I hope you feel better. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. He spoke so quietly that you almost missed it. I think I will. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt, and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. What did he... Oh, there was literally nothing there. Okay. You sat on his chest. Why the hell would I do that? You lay down yourself. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. Thanks for telling me about my dad, and the money he offered you to be my friend. This was probably the last thing you expected out of him. Cove seemed to pick up on that and stretched his arms out wide in front of him.
I mean,
This is where we met, remember? It happened that day. You can recall the sad little boy with the pink cast who you found in this very spot. It felt like a lifetime ago. I kind of have a strange feeling looking at you. Not in a bad way, just thinking about you then and really seeing you now. It's something. He turned his head away from you. You got the impression he was trying to hide a blush. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Then, still, without a word, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. You were stunned he noticed enough to take note of it. There was no response that you could give, but you noticed Cove smiling softly at you. He wasn't trying to be mean with it, but there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully
see
settle.
you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you then. With the final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed for a few minutes longer. Your voice kept going back to his simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. It was hard not to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what happened between you. You felt excited. There was little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wistful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Your eyes snapped open. Is it him? The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. It's Cove. And with that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile. Hi, Tara. Oh, wait, what is this? You stared back, blinking. So technically, we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Oh, I gotta save. Always. His smile widened affectionately. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. Your checked the door was closed, and gave him a thumbs up. The two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers of fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make sure you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it.